are you kidding me? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. As soon the second I start streaming, he leaves? What the hell? Are you kidding me? I tell ya. I give him so much food. Give him so much water. He doesn't care. Give him the stupid ass flowing water. Because he doesn't want to. Why would he be willing to drink still water? He has to. He has to have flowing water from the sink, obviously. Obviously. Oh, you know what? I think Twitter... Oh, that's why the Twitter chat works now. I think the Twitter chat just stays the same. It's not different from every broadcast. Are you kidding me? Twitter's ahead of YouTube now? Bro. Twitter is now ahead of the fucking biggest live streaming platform in the world. Awesome. Cool. That's fire. Okay. I think we're... I don't know. Mostly reading shit today. Like the title says. Saudi Arabia wants me to go this way. So Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia. Belgium to Ukraine along... Oh, I don't know where this fucking river is, dude. I have no clue. I don't know. Okay, so Moldova, I'm gonna need to. Hungary, I guess. Oh wait, what's here? This is Bulgaria. I don't know what the fuck country is here, bro. I didn't need... Okay, so Germany. Okay. Do I need Slovakia then? Fuck. I mean, do I need Bosnia? No. Serbia, do I need? Yeah. Croatia. There we go. Okay. Not too bad. I just didn't need the Czech Republic and Bosnia. Considering I have no clue where the fucking river is, I'll count that as a win. Fake ass river. Ain't never heard of this shit. Second longest river in Europe. Okay, well. Drinking water. Source of drinking water for about 20 million people. Wild. Okay, I don't care. Alright. Oh, I didn't pay for... my Stream Deck. It doesn't really matter. I still got Bikini Woman and Twerk Break. That's all I need. And the sub button if I need it. Okay, well, let me turn it off. There we go. Okay, we're good. You said the T word? What is the T? I don't know what the T word is. I don't know if I can say it if I don't know what it even is. Also, welcome back, Joe Billy. I saw Dean, the fucking
On Saturday, September.
The TikTok dude who was on Jubilee too, and that video blew up. Said the fucking N-word. In 2019, twerk. And he said the F slur in 2022 or whatever, and people are as mad about that. What's up?
Free my boy Dean Withers.
Dude, he should have. He should have just said it. He should have just said, "I said it," and it was based. Like.
Yeah, no, he should have. No, he should have been like, "Look, I said it. Was cringe, unfunny, and dumb, and I'll not do it again." That's it. Don't do the cooked like. I sincerely apologize, and I realize the people are hurt.
Yeah, did you see he linked like 11 books about racist stuff.
Oh my god, really?
Like,
I stopped reading in the middle. I thought, oh my god.
Well, he put out like a new tweet and said, because of all the attention that I'm getting, I'd like to promote these 11 books.
Hurt people's attention to like anti-racist causes. Okay, that's what.
Yeah.
That's so dumb. Just be like, yeah, it was stupid. Not racist, obviously, but it's dumb. I'll not do it again. And I mean, can white boys not have fun? I mean, come on.
I know, yeah, but like, I don't think I've seen anyone attacking him for it from the left. It's all people from the right who are just like making fun of him for being like hypocritical or whatever. Like,
but I mean, on the other hand, part of me wants to be like, he has it coming, because like every time they debate on stream, like that singing along the lyrics of a song that has the N-word in it is like also super problematic, and like they act shocked. It's like, come on,
yeah.
come on, as if they would behave like 1% of that if they saw a black guy call a white guy a cracker. As if, come on, just give me a break. Give me a break. I don't know.
I don't know. I think the TikTok environment is probably quite different on slurs. You can't say anything. You can't say anything on TikTok, dude. You know how many times I've been banned on TikTok? Like,
yeah, no, it's dumb. It's TikTok in general is really dumb. They ban you for no reason, and all the politics are like insanely, or like Trumpist or like socialist retards. I don't know if they are socialists. They do the "can you define communism" bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say it wouldn't surprise me if Dean was pretty socialist leaning at least, but like he only argues the Kamala stuff, which.
Yeah, and when he debated the Republicans, he's like, "Can you define communism or socialism?" Which, I mean, it's fine. It's fine because Republicans are genuinely like 0 IQ, sub-zero. But I don't know, worrying if they are like, you know, Hassan level, you know, oh, we just appropriate the means of production and do communism, epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cringe. But no, free my boy Dean Withers. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do no wrong, okay? He didn't do no wrong. But yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's wild.
What's the Ryan Macbeth video about?
The lies about the hurricane that Republicans keep doing.
Oh yeah, he's been going at it. He's like telling people like, your lies are killing people. I just got off the phone with the North Carolina Guard or whatever.
Yeah.
Some shit. It's like he's been posting on Twitter. Yeah. No, I mean, I support it. He should only fact check Republicans for the next month. Because I'm super partisan. I'm like super. Yeah. But
So what do you say?
No, did you see that Elon Musk
that was like
pay people for diverting like voters or like, you know, making
for like signing the petition? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like insane. $47. It's crazy.
I know.
That's like evil, right?
Well, you know, clearly it's just
that guy
it's
like
you know,
easily
Twitter is no
most
longer
evil.
partisan. if you think about it, you know, the
100%. No, Elon Musk is easily one of the most evil people right now on the internet. That's like has a big platform. I'm not talking about like mini Hitler with like 1,000 followers.
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's wild. It's wild the double standards. Like, I mean, it's literally like the meme. Oh, Elon Musk is everything Republicans think George Soros is.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah. No. I mean, totally. Can you imagine if like Jeff Bezos went to a Democratic rally and was like jumping and saying like I'll pay people for registering for Kamala?
yeah, I know. Yeah,
Can
it's
you
wild.
imagine the outcry? Can you like 1% of it? It would be like the Democratic Party, the party of the rich people who hate, cis men or whatever. I don't know. I hate Republicans.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. How are you?
How am I? I'm good.
The Twitter has been pretty chill. I've not seen as much Nazi slop as I
Yeah, I've only
expected.
seen like 2 or 3 posts like saying Happy October 7th, and then like the picture of people like
Yeah,
tearing down the Gaza concentration camp, open air prison walls.
bro. You know what's funny? It's like half of it is like life was so beautiful before the war, the genocide of Israel, and then half of it is like Gaza has always been a concentration camp, where it's like, oh, pick one.
Yeah.
Has it been like a beautiful concentration camp? I don't know of any. But yeah. No, I mean it's dumb. It's stupid. But I mean, I don't know. I expected to see I guess we're gonna see more stuff once like the New York rallies begin or some shit. But I don't know if even that is like if that began or anything, right? Like right now it's like what, 10 for you or something?
Yeah, 10 a.m. So
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess their like rallies are gonna be like 5. Yeah, I don't know. Probably gonna do some dumb shit. Probably gonna see some like I don't know. I don't know. It's been chill. I expected to see like half my feed being like, Jackson Hinkle, like
yeah, I
AI
know. Yeah.
slop over like Hamas killing like children or some shit and raping them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't- Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah. Wow.
You I guess you're not quite at war with Iran yet, but
No, no. I expect nothing to happen.
it seems like um dude, Kamala Harris got asked this question in like an interview. They were like, oh, you oppose invading Rafah, Bibi did it anyway. Then you oppose invading Lebanon, and you did it anyway. Do we actually have any leverage over Israel? I forget her response. Her response is basically just
Oh,
October 7th was bad, and the aid we give Israel
yeah,
like gives us leverage over
yeah,
them. Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. And then Israel did get into Rafah and kill everyone because I
yeah,
saw
a
some
hundred
analysis
thousand,
paper though.
100,000 people all in Rafah that they'd all put there deliberately.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. That's
wild.
like yeah. It's in the Lancet. You can read it. It's like true.
The medical journal.
That's right. That's right. What's your take on Medicare for all? Or
I don't have a strong opinion on what type of healthcare if we should do. Like, we should probably do universal healthcare, but I don't know.
yeah,
I don't like have a ton of opinions on whether it should be single payer or multi payer or like restricted competition. I don't know.
I'm leaning
Banning
restricted
all
company.
private insurance seems like a bad idea, at least intuitively. Um,
Yeah,
so yeah, a public option would, I mean, probably be better.
yeah,
But
yeah. I'm just trying to be careful because there are a lot of market failures there, but there are also a lot of government failures potentially. So I don't know. It's a tricky subject. I want to read more about it.
yeah, I don't know.
But yeah,
I'll read
I'm
Micah's
gonna go
blog
read.
post about it eventually. But
I'm gonna go probably keep reading. I think Micah has one. I don't know. I'm gonna go keep reading. Oh, he by the way, he like there was the people complaining that Kamala wears like a $700 belt.
yeah, I know. Yeah,
And then he's like quote tweeting them by saying like your guy sells watches for 100K. Shut the fuck up. And he got like 100K
I
likes.
know.
That
It's like
was
he's selling NFTs. He's selling cards. Like he's selling his fucking stupid ass Trump
fucking
sneakers,
golden
dude.
shoes or some shit, right?
Yeah,
I
the
don't
Trump
know. Yeah,
sneakers to appeal to black people. Yeah.
yeah, it's like crazy. It's like crazy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm probably gonna go read Krugman now. The book
Yeah.
has been pretty good so far. It's based in Epic. And then I want to read Petting Prosperity, another one of his books, because that's also supposed to be like awesome. But yeah,
What is that one
yeah.
about?
about how you pet prosperity.
Oh, oh, thanks.
No, let me try to read the description. Give me a second. Petting Ross. Oh, I'm typing in Hebrew, of course. Petting Ross. Why does it say patting? No. Okay. Wait, Krugman. Why is it? Huh? It doesn't link to the book. I have it saved in my Notion, though.
Damn.
I should create a Notion library of books that I legally download. Right? Because I don't want to fuck with, like, oh, if I saw this PDF once, and then I, like, spend an hour
Yeah.
trying to search for it.
I mean, I just have a notes folder on my computer. That's a bunch of books that I have legally downloaded.
Okay, wait. My dad's calling me. I'll maybe hop in, like, in 5 hours or whatever. Bye-bye.
Yeah, okay. See ya. Stupid ass bitch has a dad. But, this, by the way, we're going to read this at some point. So there was a, there was this case, Wisconsin Voters Alliance v. Pence, which basically this was a case before January 6th that that basically brought some of the independent state legislator stuff to the district court, and they're like, they wanted to prevent their states from certifying the election results. How much does his loyalty pay you? His loyalty?
Okay. Wait, you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the book peddling. I was reading it wrong. Yeah, peddling prosperity.
That
Makes more sense. I thought it was like, I don't know what the word petting is. I thought he's gonna introduce a concept or something. But yeah, I don't know. Either way. Yeah. So contents, right? Part 1, the rise of conservative economics, and then like 1 is the attack on Keynes. 2, taxes, regulation, and growth, and then 3, the supply siders. Oof. Then part 2, conservatives in power. It's supposed to like attack conservative economics. That's epic. It's base. Let's see. Part 2, conservatives in power, growth, income distribution, the budget deficit, conservatives abroad. Ooh. Then part 3, the pendulum swings. Ooh. The long run Keynes is still alive. Oh, awesome. The economics of QWERTY. I think it's like, keyboards. I guess internet. Krugman is known to have good predictions on internet economics.
Yeah.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. It's a fake quote. And he didn't say it seriously. And he was right. All 3 are true. Did I tell you the methodology for like being a denialist?
Kettle logic, yeah.
Yeah, it's epic. I use it all the time. Yeah, no. And then 10, the strategic traders. Ooh, epic. Awesome. So that's supposed to be like, when was this book published? Give me a second. Let me check. And it starts with like the quote of before the content of the table of contents. The quote is a Keynes quote. Epic, totally awesome. But yeah, this book is from 1994. Oh, kind of old. Oof. Maybe might just read like Zombie Ideas or some shit. Or what's it called? Conscious of a Liberal or some shit.
I think that.
But
yeah. I'm probably gonna read Arguing with Zombies at some point.
Yeah. I understand that book to be like a more normie, but that's kind of what he's going for. That's like his stuff.
Oh, well, sure, yeah.
Explaining. Yeah, I was reading like a year ago or something. I was reading Abel Lerner's Economics of Employment. Surprisingly good introduction to like the whole Keynesian way of thinking. But yeah.
Do you know the like Wisconsin Voters Alliance v. Pence case thing?
Nope.
This was Trump actually got really mad at Pence for doing this because I think Pence submitted like a brief in this case. Basically, like Wisconsin voters sued Mike Pence, Vice President Mike Pence. They wanted to prevent Congress from certifying votes from their state, actually from all 7 swing states, which they did not have standing for. Right. But they basically like this was before January 6th. and it ruled like on the independent state legislator like theory, and it was like, oh, this is dog shit. Obviously, the ECA is not unconstitutional. Obviously, Pence doesn't have the authority to not to unilaterally not certify the election. Trump got really mad that Pence like submitted a brief in this case, like explaining why even he didn't think he had the authority to do this. Apparently, I was looking
But he's
like
getting
for the.
sued?
Well, this was he was sued. This was back before January 6th in like 2021.
Oh,
I think it resolved like a few days before January 6th.
Okay.
I haven't read into this one yet, but there's also a Wisconsin Voters Alliance v. Harris that was in 2022. I don't know what I was just looking like for the opinion of this court case because I wanted something to like understand why independent state legislative theory is probably dog shit.
Yeah.
I think they also sued Kamala Harris, but I don't. Well, I know they also sued Kamala Harris, but I don't know why they sued Kamala Harris as well in 2022. We did have midterms that year, but I don't even know. I don't think that requires certifying any like.
Well,
votes.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Is there any summary? What?
Well, I'm trying to find one, but this is.
No, my mom was calling me. I don't know if you can hear the ringtone, but I gotta go. I'll
yeah,
talk to you later. I'll
No.
join in like 5 hours.
Just over 2 weeks before Congress certified a presidential election, plaintiffs sued Vice President Pence, the U.S. House of Representatives, U.S. Senate, the Electoral College, and a set of state officials to prevent the counting of their states' electoral votes, invoking Article 2 of the Constitution, as well as the Equal Protection Clause and Due Process Clause. Plaintiffs argued that only state legislators may certify presidential electors. They sought judgments declaring numerous states and federal election laws unconstitutional, and an injunction barring the Vice President and Congress from counting their state's electoral votes in current and future elections, or alternatively, an order requiring the state defendants, state legislators to meet in their respective states to consider post-election certificates of their respective presidential electors. The same day plaintiffs filed suit, they moved for a preliminary injunction to prevent the defendants from certifying state electors or counting their votes, absent post-election certification from state legislators. Denying that motion, the district court called the legal errors underpinning this action manifold, pointing to several shortcomings. 1, the plaintiffs lacked standing. 2, the court appeared to lack personal jurisdiction over the defendants. And 3, the suit's Article 2 arguments not only lay somewhere between a willful misreading of the Constitution and fantasy, but also contrived to a Supreme Court decision, Wisconsin Voters v. That's just citing it. On top of that, the district court pointed out that despite insisting that the suit was not about voter fraud, the complaint dedicated scores of pages to alleging voter fraud. These flaws, together with the plaintiff's failure to serve the defendants and the action's 11th hour timing, made it difficult to believe the suit was meant seriously rather than a symbolic political gesture. Accordingly, the district court stated it would determine whether to issue an order to show cause why this matter should not be referred to its committee for grievances for potential discipline of plaintiff's counsel. Following Congress's certification of the electoral vote, plaintiffs voluntarily dismissed their suit, and the court ordered all to show cause why he should not be referred to the committee for grievances. His several hundred-page response failed to allay the court's concern, and an order, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what's that? Court now appeals and urges us to vacate the referenda order, claiming that district court abuse of discretion. Okay, what? This is an appeal where it's just.
Case number 21. Court's grievances with Mr. Cardall and his evaluation of the 4 points in the order violates that process.
But only insofar as you've chosen not to figure out whether there was a separate letter and put that in the record. I mean, Judge Tatel asked you.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. Can I download this? How do I download it before it tells me to get the free trial? Delete element. Okay, still can't scroll down. That's an issue. Maybe if I use like archive, so one of the archive places has it. And maybe if I use print friendly. Okay, you can click the back button or close the preview and save the file directly. Okay, this sucks. Okay, what if I just ask AI? What is the Wisconsin We Voters v. Kamala Harris case about? Legal challenge related to the 2020 presidential election. Here's the case. The case was filed 7 weeks after the president, but this was against Pence. Plaintiffs sued to prevent Congress. This is about Wisconsin Voters Alliance v. Pence. Why does it keep? Is it just because Pence isn't the vice president anymore, and when they appealed, they had to do it against the current vice president? But I thought it said they voluntarily dropped their suit. Court referred the plaintiffs to the Committee for Grievances. The court reasoned that when counsel targets processes central to democracy, they may be required to act with greater diligence and good faith than was demonstrated in this case. The plaintiffs attempted to appeal the referral for disciplinary action, but the DC District Court dismissed the appeal for lack. Oh, what the fuck? What's up, Golden Snakey? Good morning. For lack of jurisdiction, the court determined that the district court's referral was not a final order, but merely initiated disciplinary actions. Okay. Okay, I think it is just. I think it is the same case. I think. I don't really know. I think it is the same case. It's just that after they dismissed their case, they got Mondays. Am I right? Yeah, true. I think what happened is after they lost their appeal. Or no, after they fucking lost, and Congress certified their vote. They voluntarily withdrew their case, and then they got referred to the whatever grievances council for disciplinary action because this case was probably done in bad faith. And then I think they wanted to appeal being referred to disciplinary action, the grievance council or whatever for disciplinary action. And I think by that time there was a new vice president, so I think because I think they were suing the vice president because it says Kamala Harris vice president in her official capacity as president of the United States Senate. So I'm assuming really what they're suing is just the capacity as the president of the United States Senate. And because that changed, they changed it.
We know the facts about whether the letter really went out.
Respectfully, that's the issue.
Okay. What are they suing about? They didn't, basically, they were suing over independent state legislative doctrine. They wanted, they didn't think that Congress had the ability to certify their state's votes, or any state's vote for that matter. They believed only state legislators had the ability to certify the vote. Therefore, like the ECA was unconstitutional. All these laws regulating how Congress certifies anything Congress does to certify the vote, or I think even anything the governor does, anything that's not the state legislators certifying the vote, it's unconstitutional. Basically, they didn't want the votes to be certified from the 7 states that Biden won, that Trump tried to do his like fake electors thing in the 7 swing states. Speaking of conservatives lying, Ryan Macbeth did a video about all the lies going on about Hurricane Helene. What's up, Soren?
On Saturday, September 28th, Hurricane Helene struck the mountainous regions of western North Carolina. The misinformation that happened next was almost as devastating as the storm. I start by saying I'm going to donate the proceeds of this video and any t-shirts I sell from Bunker Branding today to World Central Kitchen, who is feeding people in North Carolina and Tennessee who have been affected by the storm. This video will probably get shared a lot, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ryan Macbeth. I'm a software developer and intelligence analyst, mainly working in the collections, C4ISR, and mission planning space. I did 20 years as an infantryman before retiring as a sergeant first class. I'm also an intelligence analyst and commentator for Newsmax, so if you think I'm some kind of left-wing shill, you might want to close that loop. I make a lot of videos about how the military works, how intelligence is collected, and misinformation, disinformation. I frequently embed with military units as a journalist. I also work as the director of software integration for the Texas Air Med Lab, a drone company that uses AI-powered drones to deliver whole blood to wounded soldiers on the battlefield. So I know a little bit about intelligence collection and airspace deconfliction. Let's start by using cyber social media threat detection software to determine whether our foreign adversaries are spreading this misinformation about Hurricane Helene or whether we're doing it to ourselves. So I actually set up a profile in cyber.
I'm actually really curious.
A number of keywords that have been frequently used regarding the hurricane and the federal response. And what I discovered shocked me. We have very few foreign actors spreading disinformation. We're doing this to ourselves. This is
damn, fuck.
And the disinformation that people are spreading willingly.
Well, there goes my hope for American society. Okay, well,
is actually hurting people. I'm going to get to how this is happening in a moment. First off, I spoke with the North Carolina National Guard, not just their public affairs people, but regular troops on the ground. North Carolina is home to multiple National Guard formations, C-17s, Apaches.
It just means I have it sped up a little bit.
Forces, you name it.
Is that 1.25?
And
or no, is that 1.5? I think.
I spoke with National Guard dudes who are actively rendering aid in the mountains of North Carolina. These Air Force and Army National Guard soldiers, they're using razors and helicopters to meet with isolated communities and get them the aid that they need. National Guard citizen soldiers from North Carolina, Florida, New York, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Ohio, Connecticut, Alabama, Kentucky, and Indiana are on the ground. The airspace is full to an absurd degree. These National Guard guys are running on Zen and energy drinks. The National Guard Lakotas, Chinooks, and Blackhawks are in the air, along with civilian rotary wing birds. And deconfliction of the airspace is an issue. It is a problem. It's rush hour up there, and the only reason we haven't seen an accident is due to the professionalism of the National Guard pilots from multiple states who are all working together. There's also,
I saw he might bring this up, but like there was that one case that went fucking viral on Twitter for it's so. I don't know how people are like so dumb. Like of that one guy who tried to fly his like civilian helicopter without any flight clearance into the restricted zone to like he was trying to rescue people, like he had good intentions or whatever. But you know like I don't understand how people are so stupid, how they can't see. Yeah, obviously this is a restricted zone for a reason, because there are like he just said, like there are a ton of helicopters flying around here. They need coordination. Flying your own civilian helicopter without any flight clearance, without any flight plan, all that does is delay legitimate rescue efforts. You're not part of the government. You're a civilian. You're not trained in this stuff. You don't know how to rescue people. Clearly, this is not something that should be allowed. And then like the point about people keep getting as mad. What's up, Bert Stein? Welcome back. People keep getting as mad about like the fact, President Biden, Kamala Harris didn't even go to Asheville immediately or whatever. It's like, one, they probably don't have a good way to get to Asheville. Two, they don't want them there because when the president goes somewhere, they need Secret Service details. They need like local police resources. Like, obviously, the president of the United States, who needs all these security details, should not be going to a place where those law enforcement agencies' time is like most needed. Like, really? In case it ends don't justify the means? What do you mean by that?
Active duty units from the 18th Airborne Corps on the ground, specifically the 101st and the 82nd Airborne, they're lending a hand. I embedded with both of those units. They're the best. The active duty and the Guard are delivering generators, chainsaws, thousands of military rations in cases of water. The main goal is to get the roads open again, because with roads, you have a bigger corridor for food and a bigger corridor for water. Now, I want to make this very, very clear. Volunteers are not being turned away. Food is not being confiscated. Now, there have been rumors that FEMA or the Federal Emergency Management Agency is turning people away or preventing them from getting aid. Here's the truth. There's some cultural issues at play here. The kind of people who live in Western North Carolina are competent and capable. You don't live on the side of Mount Mitchell if you're not self-sufficient. And they are also the kind of people who exercise their Second Amendment right to bear arms. It is perfectly normal for them to go to a FEMA aid station while carrying a firearm. And if they get some FEMA employee who grew up in San Francisco or New York City, that city boy is probably going to be terrified when some mountain man with an AR-15 on his back just walks through their tent door. That's where you're getting the whole FEMA isn't giving out aid thing. And I know this because these National Guard soldiers who grew up in the very mountains of North Carolina that these people are from, they understand the local culture. They told me it's happening. And they're the ones who are de-escalating the situation.
Listen, the Secret Service at least did a good job for the second Trump assassination attempt. They were able, I don't even think he got any shots out. I think they immediately saw him and started shooting at him, and they were able to chase him down and detain him later.
The FEMA people
I am
understand
FEMA,
the culture
true.
of the locals. And somehow, a few incidents of FEMA people being visibly distressed or uncomfortable around civilians with guns turned into FEMA is refusing to give out aid. This is where it all started. The problem is that the rumors are getting out of control. So you have people posting lies on the internet, and now you have volunteers coming to North Carolina, and they aren't coordinating their actions with FEMA or the National Guard because they believe if they do, FEMA will arrest them. They won't. FEMA doesn't have arrest powers. This is costing lives because the National Guard is checking communities that have already been checked by volunteers. But since the volunteers won't coordinate with the National Guard still thinks that ticket is open and the community still needs something. If you are spreading misinformation that FEMA will arrest you and the National Guard is not being allowed to help, you are hurting people. People are dying because of you. There are other people who are saying that if you apply for disaster aid, FEMA will take your land. Some of this is related to this screaming idiot Steve Peters. He's the one who
this claim is so unbelievably dumb.
And here's an interesting fact about the region of North Carolina. It sits on the biggest lithium deposit in the United States. Yeah, lithium. The stuff that they use to make batteries that are not removable from your cell phone, which, by the way, is a weapon of war that could be blown up by the IDF or your own government for that matter at any time. And these batteries are also used to power electric vehicles, which, of course, are a key component of the Green New Deal agenda backed by the U.S. government and the UN and the World Economic Forum and, of course, BlackRock.
He had to throw BlackRock in there?
And the lithium situation in North Carolina is really no secret. It's been reported on climate nut websites where people who supposedly love the earth are talking about digging up mountains of North Carolina to steal the lithium and build electric vehicles so they can drive around San Francisco and each other in the... And the federal government is in on all of this, of course.
The Albemarle Kings Mountain mine that Stu mentioned is the economic engine for 3 counties. Everybody loved it until 4 or 5 days ago when it became some kind of deep state George Soros plot. There's also a rumor that FEMA doesn't have enough money for disaster.
I mean, it's probably not drill that shit. I don't know. It's probably lithium mining is probably not the best for the environment, but like the alternative is, is not bad based. Oh,
disaster assistance, or that money was diverted to other border-related issues. This is a lie as well. Congress recently passed a short-term spending bill that grants FEMA about $20 billion for the agency's disaster relief. There's also the rumor that FEMA will only provide $750 to disaster survivors.
So much cheaper way to cause terrorism. Why they got to take
this is the same lie that came
true
lie as well. Congress recently passed assistance, or that money was diverted to other border-related issues. This is a lie as well. Congress recently passed a short-term spending bill that grants FEMA about $20 billion for the agency's disaster relief. There's also the rumor that FEMA will only provide $750 to disaster survivors. This is the same lie that came out after the Maui wildfires, and back then it was $700. Here's the truth. When you walk up to FEMA for aid, they hand you a gift card for $750. No questions asked. It's called Serious Needs Assistance. It's designed to help with short-term expenses, cover essential items like food, water, baby formula, breastfeeding supplies, medication, and any other emergency supplies that you might need.
And it's like literally the maximum amount that they're able to give you.
Come back the next day with your application, and they'll review it and figure out what you qualify for. So this was an own goal. We did this to ourselves. Russia didn't do this. China didn't do this. We did this to ourselves, but we can stop it in its tracks. Use trusted sources of information, not Facebook posts. Donate to World Central Kitchen. That's what I'm going to do. And please don't use this event to score political points. These kinds of tragedies are the opportunity to show you humanity, not to dunk on someone from a different political party. Special thanks to Cyber for allowing me to use their social media threat detection software. Thank you to the North Carolina
Can normal people not use this?
Special thanks to Cyber for allowing...
What if I want to? What
gonna
if I
use the
want to
social media
know
threats
what fucking?
detection software. Thank you to the North Carolina.
What was it?
National
Cyabra?
Guard. Special thanks to Cyabra for allowing me to use.
I'm assuming. They probably can't. Normal people probably can't use this.
The social
Where did
media
he
to
go?
show you humanity, not to dunk on someone from a different political party. Special thanks to Cyabra for allowing me to.
Oh yeah, you have to log in. Okay, well. Reddit stock manipulation. Biden dropping out disinformation following the announcement. Oh boy. Mere moments after President Biden officially announced he would not be running for a second term, fake profiles were already latching onto his post and Vice President Harris's post. Cyber analyzed the first 9 hours following the announcement and uncovered 2 fake campaigns that launched onto the online discourse. Theoretically, if China wanted to fuck America over, they couldn't just dump all American dollars they have back into the market or crash it or not. Not really. It's not really how that works. China has bonds. The quote unquote like debt that we owe to China, whatever, it's just bonds. They could try to sell off those bonds, and in theory that could lead to a depreciation of the US dollar in foreign reserve markets. But even that would not be like that huge of a deal. That'd actually be good for US exports. That actually might increase GDP a little. It probably would not. I don't think. Bonds, I thought they just had cash. No, they don't really. There's no reason for them to hold cash. They hold bonds. But cash doesn't bear. Cash loses money to inflation. Like, if China has cash, when our trade deficit basically supplies them with dollars because we buy more goods from them than they buy for us. So we buy goods from them. We give them dollars. They then have those dollars. There's 2 things they can do with those dollars. They can either buy U.S. goods. Now, as discussed before, we buy more from them than they buy from us. That's our trade deficit. So they have more dollars left over. Usually what they are basically always what to do with the dollars. I don't think they ever just sit on them. Is they exchange those dollars for interest-bearing dollars called U.S. bonds. But I don't think it's, yeah. I don't know. Like, worst case scenario, they could sell off some of those bonds, but like, actually, aren't they holding gold? China hoarding gold. This looks like a unbiased website. China's gobbling up gold like no tomorrow, outpacing all other central banks combined. Experts say Beijing's top heavy yellow metal is likely a major driver force behind the hold rally. In July, the price of gold reached a record high, $2,450. China's incredibly driving the price of gold. China appears to be diversifying away from U.S.-denominated assets, and amid rising geopolitical tensions, the country's been selling off U.S. Treasury holdings. So these are bonds, U.S. Treasury holdings. That just means a bond, which have dropped from over $1 trillion in early 2022 to $768 billion by May 2024. To be less dependent on the U.S. dollar, and in extreme cases, to be less susceptible to U.S. sanctions. I don't know, but I don't even know. I don't know exactly what. I'm trying to. I don't know how big of a deal it would be even if they sold off all of their bonds. I'm sure someone has written about it before. What would happen if China sold all its U.S. treasuries? I don't know. I don't know if it would. Interest rate on treasuries would increase because the sale would artificially lower their price in a bond market. That makes sense. China's currency would appreciate. That makes sense. And the dollar would depreciate. That's what I said before, which is actually good for U.S. exports. But I don't know by how much it would depreciate. Okay, well, we have an Ask Economics Reddit thread. Probably not going to make much difference. The U.S. market, the market in U.S. Treasury notes, bond, and bills is very large. The Chinese government will not be stupid enough to sell it off all at once and cause the price to fall. That would damage the value of their own portfolio. It's possible that they think something bad is coming for the U.S. I'm not sure. I'm not going to rule out the possibility of a recession. I certainly won't be ruling it out. With the yield curve inverted, interest rates high, and unemployment low, nor am I going to predict a recession, and I think other regular posters here will also be reluctant to predict the timing of a recession. This is not a geopolitics sub, but it's worth mentioning the relationship with potential war. A lower exposure to U.S. debt would help China if it were to engage in a war the U.S. disapproved of. For example, suppose that it were to invade and conquer Taiwan, the U.S. and allied countries may freeze China's assets and banks. That would prevent it from using the funds from those bonds. On the other hand, it's not clear that they're doing it for this reason. China owns 767 billion U.S. Treasury debt. Nominal holding, blah, blah, to quantify. Okay, well, whatever. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't know. They're the second largest holder. Dude, well, actually, Luxembourg makes sense. Also, there's a significant drop off here, but because Luxembourg's where all the rich people are, right? It's just a fucking micronation. Okay, I think I'm probably gonna. I don't know how many of my friends would be willing to do this. But I think I might, for my normie friends, do sort of like a mini J6 focus group like Destiny did. He goes like pretty far in depth. Like it's a 3-hour thing. I would probably only do like a 1, maybe 2-hour thing. And I don't think I would cover, I don't remember if he did it that much in here. I don't think I would cover the insurrection angle too much, just because it's not really relevant. I don't think it's too relevant to them, whether it falls within the technical definition of insurrection or whatever, and whatever. But I would basically just go through. I just want to go through what the plan was based on their own communications that we have most of now, and we have J6 testimony as well, and a little bit of I don't know if I should call it testimony, because technically, like, the new Jack Smith thing has like new testimony that he wants to get from people. I don't think they've technically testified yet, but I think it's what is it? Is it a deposition? He said, like, I want to call so and so to the stand to testify. I have 3 witnesses to testify. Court deposition meeting, sworn out of court testimony. So maybe it's a deposition. We have 3 depositions. I don't know if it officially counts as a deposition. My guess would be it's a deposition, but I kind of want to do that, but yeah. It'd probably be like a I think it's just going to lay out, like, Trump has said, like, he wanted to do this before the election even took place. He said that there was going to be fraud before the election even took place, and, like, lay out, like, the whole mail-in ballot thing, how everyone knew the results of the election would probably change overnight and probably take a while to count in some cities. And it would probably go over some specific claims of election fraud and mention how they are totally false, and then mention how, like, Fox lost a defamation lawsuit, Giuliani lost his defamation lawsuit, admit or go through, like, a few specific claims of election fraud and how everyone thinks that they are false now. And then it would probably just go through, it would go through some of the fake electors saying that they were, trying to use these, obviously, to justify Pence either Pence certify the fake electors, or Pence do the House delegation plan and throw it back to the states. And then if the states hadn't, either the states could certify the Trump electors, or Gen 6, or throw it to the House delegation. On January 6th, Vice President therefore should not open any of the votes from these 6 states. Instead, direct a question to the legislators of each of those states and ask them to confirm which of the 2 slates of electors have in fact been chosen in the manner legislators approved under Article 2, Section 1.2 of the Constitution. The Vice President should open all the votes from the states where the electors have been certified. Accordingly, in this form request, the Vice President should require a response from each state legislator no later than 7 p.m. EST on Thursday, January 15th. If any state legislator fails to provide a timely response, no electoral votes can be open account from that state. The Constitution provides that if no candidate for the President receives a majority of electoral votes, the Congress shall vote by state delegation. This would provide 2.5 days for Congress to meet and vote by delegation prior to January 20th at noon for inauguration. And then I think it says, I think it says in here. Never mind. Is this the first one yet, right? Yeah. I don't know. I go through like some of these memos and some of the emails between them. I like the email that literally calls them fake electors. That one's funny. I guess there's no harm in doing it, just because, we just be sending fake electoral votes to Congress. Kind of a crazy plan. Was that I forget, was that Chesbro who said that, or was that Troopus? Okay, anyway. So we'll probably, I don't know, we'll read through more of that at some point. And we gotta read through some of the fucking Wisconsin voter stuff for the independent state legislator theory. We have finally gotten to the point where Trump's speeches have become so rambly and so unhinged that now we are finally doing it. We are talking about Trump's mental decline. Never thought we would get to this day, but now that Biden has dropped out, dude. There was the child care answer, which is so funny. I think it's it's not that one. That's just Trump calling it Kamala Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. This question where they're like, what are you gonna do to bring? He's getting over Biden's mental was an well, that's why Biden dropped out. But this question where they're like, oh, what are you gonna do to make sure jobs stay in America? And then he just rambles on about how he's given Man of the Year for a minute. And then the child cancer was also super bad. I gotta just link to where he actually answers the question.
Impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because look, childcare is childcare. There's something you have to have it in this country. You have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to. But
his only answer. This is his only answer to everything is tariffs.
They'll get used to it very quickly, and it's not going to stop them from doing business with us. But they'll.
I don't know. This was another like horrible word salad ramble answer. All he says is tariffs, America first. Former President Donald J. Trump vividly recounted how the audience at his climactic debate with Vice President Kamala Harris was on his side, except that there was no audience. The debate was held in an empty hall. No one went crazy, as Mr. Trump put it, because no one was there. Anyone can misremember, of course, but the debate had just been a week earlier in a fairly memorable moment. And it was schooled on fake. Yeah, true. And it was hardly the only time Mr. Trump has seemed confused, forgetful, incoherent, or disconnected from reality lately. In fact, it happens so often these days that it no longer even generates much attention. He rambles, he repeats himself, he roams from thought to thought. Some of them hard to understand. Some of them seem some of them unfinished. Some of them factually fanatical. That's it's been the case for a while now, but he voices outlandish claims that seem to be made up out of whole cloth. He discresses into bizarre tangents about golf, about sharks, about his own beautiful body. He relishes a great day in Louisiana after spending the day in Georgia. He expresses fear that North Korea is trying to kill me, when he presumably means Iran. As late as last month, Mr. Trump was still speaking as if he were running against President Biden 5 weeks after his withdrawal from the race.
I really think I can't imagine New Hampshire voting for him. Anybody in New Hampshire, they're watching right now, but anybody in New Hampshire that votes for Biden and Kamala, I really think I call her a comrade, Kamala, because that's what her ideology is.
Nice one, buddy. With Mr. Biden out, Trump 78 is now the oldest major party nominee for president in history and would be the oldest president ever if he wins and finishes another term at 82. Review Mr. Trump's rallies, interviews, statements, and social media posts find signs of change since he first took the political stage in 2015. He's always been discursive and has often been untethered to the truth. But with the passage of time, his speeches have grown darker, harsher, longer, angrier, less focused, more profane, and increasingly fixated on the past. According to a computer analysis by the New York Times, Mr. Trump's rally speeches now last an average of 82 minutes compared to 45 minutes in 2016. Proportionally, he uses 13% more all or nothing terms like always and never than he did 8 years ago, which some experts consider a sign of advancing age. Similarly, he uses 32% more negative words than positive words now compared to 21% in 2016, which can be another indicator of cognitive change. And he uses swear words 69% more often than he did when he first ran, a trend that could reflect what experts call disinhibition. Study by Stat Healthcare's News produced similar findings. Mr. Trump frequently reaches to the past for his frame of reference, often to the 1980s and 1990s, when in his tabloid field heyday. He cites fictional characters from that era, like Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lip. He meant Silence of the Lambs. Asked, "Where's Johnny Carson? Bring back Johnny," who died in 2005, and ruminates on how attractive Cary Grant was, the most handsome man. He asked his supporters whether they remember the landing in New York of Charles Lindbergh, who actually landed in Paris long before Mr. Trump was born. He seems confused about the modern technology, suggesting that most people don't have any idea what the hell a phone app is in a country where 96% of the people own a smartphone. If sometimes he seems stuck in the 1990s, there are moments where he pines for the 1980s, holding out. That decade was the Hakelin period of American history, and William McKinley as his model president because of his support for tariffs.
In the words of a great but highly underrated president, William McKinley, highly underrated, the protective tariff policy of the Republicans.
We got some things to read on tariffs today, too.
Made the lives of our countrymen sweeter and brighter. It's the best for our citizenship and our civilization, and it opens up a higher and better destiny for our people. We have to take care of our own nation and her industries first. In other words, take care of our country first. This is when we had our greatest wealth. He was assassinated.
And ahead, And he heads off into rhetorical cul-de-sacs. So we built a thing called a Panama Canal, he told a conservative host Tucker Carlson last year. We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, malaria. We lost 35,000 people building. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito vicious. They had to build under nest. It was one of the true great wonders of the world, as he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It just happened a little while ago. He says 9 wonders of the world. You can make 9 wonders. He would have been better off if he stuck with the 9 and just said, yeah, I think it's 9.
Malaria. Yeah. So we built a thing called the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, malaria. Yeah. We lost 35,000 people.
It's wild.
We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Vicious. They had to build under nets. It was one of the true great wonders of the world, as he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It happened a little while ago, It says 9 wonders of the world. You could make 9 wonders. He would have been better off if he stuck with the 9 and just said, yeah, I think it's 9.
Well, if they're familiar, some who have known him for years say they notice a change. He's competing at the level he was competing at 8 years ago. No question about it. He's not competing. Yeah. Said Anthony Scaramucci, a former Trump ally who has endorsed Ms. Harris. He's lost a step. He's lost an ability to put powerful sentences together. You can like Trump or hate Trump, but he's been a very effective. He's a very effective communicator. Mr. Scaramucci continued, but now he added. The word salad buffet on the Trump campaign is being offered at a discount. You can eat all you can eat, but it's a discount. But it's at a discount. Sarah Matthews, who is Mr. Trump's deputy press secretary until breaking with him over the January 6, 2021 attack, said the former president had lost his fastball. I don't think anyone would ever say Trump is the most polished speaker, but his more recent speeches do seem to be more incoherent, and he's rambling even more so, and he's had some pretty noticeable moments of confusion, she said. When he was running against Biden, maybe didn't stand out as much. Mr. Trump dismisses any concerns and insists that he passed cognitive test. I go for 2 hours without teleprompters, and if I say one word slightly out, they say he's cognitively impaired. He complained at a recent rally. He calls his meandering style the weave and asserts that it's a intentional and brilliant communication strategy.
2 hours with... They all have cameras. See, every one of you has a camera. If I blow it up here, though, they take a perfect, brilliant, beautiful statement that I make. I go for 2 hours without teleprompters. And if I say one word slightly out, they say he's cognitively impaired.
True. Stephen Chung, the campaign communications director, called Mr. Trump the strongest and most capable candidate and dismissed suggestions that he diminished with age. President Trump has more energy and more stamina than anyone in politics and is the smartest leader in this country's ever seen, he said in a statement. The former president has not been hobbled politically by his age as much as Mr. Biden was, in part because the incumbent comes across as physically frail. Mr. Trump still exudes energy. Jesus. You talking about even a dictator in day one statement yesterday? The age thing is fake. I bet it is. Smartest leader the country ever seen, he said in a statement. The former president has not been hobbled politically by his age. Read that. Doing well. But his campaign refused to release medical records, instead simply pointing to a one-page letter released in July by his former White House doctor reporting Mr. Trump was doing well after being grazed by a bullet in an assassination attempt. How much his rambling discourse, what some experts call tangentality, okay, well, give me a pronunciation, whatever, can be attributed to age as the subject of some debate. Mr. Trump has always had a distinctive speaking style that entertained and captivated supporters, even as critics called him out as detached from reality. Indeed, questions have been raised about Mr. Trump's mental fitness for years. John F. Kelly, the second White House chief of staff, was so convinced that Mr. Trump was psychologically unbalanced that he bought a book called The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump, written by 27 mental health professionals to try to understand this boss better. As it was, Mr. Kelly came out to refer to Mr. Trump's White House as crazy town. Awesome, dude. Some of Mr. Trump's cabinet secretaries have had a running debate over whether the president was crazy, as one of them put it in interviews after leaving office, and merely someone who promoted crazy ideas. There are multiple conversations about whether the 25th Amendment disability clause should be invoked to remove him from office, although the idea never went far. His own estranged niece, Mary L. Trump, a clinical psychologist, wrote a book identifying disorders she believed he has. Mr. Trump bristled at such talk, insisting he was a very stable genius. True. It's a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory to look at videos of Trump rambling and question if he's mentally confident when he's how old is he? 78. Oh yeah, I know. In Oklahoma, the only Bibles that meet 27 fake doctors say, yeah, everything MAGA doesn't like is fake. Yeah, we have discussed this. Bible in Oklahoma sponsored schools match versus back with Trump. And this is, I'm pretty sure it's only appeal to authorities. An expert's opinion is not intrinsically an appeal to authority. Do you think it's an appeal to authority when you go to your doctor and your doctor tells you have something? Bibles that Oklahoma wants for schools match versions backed by Trump. Like the Bibles that Oklahoma is like mandating being taught or whatever need to require them. Jesus, maybe I'm mentally impaired. Require them to have the Constitution and Declaration of Independence in them, which are only in Trump's Bibles. Seeking to purchase $55,000 Bibles for public schools, specifying that each copy contained the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution, which are not commonly found in Bibles, but are included in one endorsed by former President Trump. I think there's 2 Bibles that meet the requirements, and both of them are endorsed by Trump. Okay, thank you, Los Angeles Times. But yeah, this is wild. I can't wait for all the Oklahoma kids to be taught the Trump Bible in school. Trump having a Bible is nothing new. You never complain about the Jefferson Bible. It's not just him. I don't care about the fact that he has a Bible. Okay, that's not a big deal. I care about the fact that, one, he like masquerades as a Christian when he's clearly never fucking read the Bible, and like Christians support him despite him cheating on his wife fucking 3 times, and one of them with a porn star. And two, the fact that Oklahoma, I don't know the specifics about Oklahoma, a religious family. My family's not that religious, but my mom is like nominally Christian. I'm a agnostic atheist, I would say. But Oklahoma, I don't know the specifics of this about the Bible mandate. I don't know. How am I about? I'm meaning. Where's just I read the specifics of what they had to be taught in school about the Bible. Issued a mandate over some of the Oklahoma classrooms from grade 5 to 12 must now incorporate Bible and lesson plans. The Bible's already allowed to be taught in Oklahoma schools, so the state law says a level of religious neutrality must be maintained. But the Republican state superintendent or every teacher must have a Bible in a classroom and teach from it. This seems wild to me. I don't mind you should be taught about the Bible in school, because the Bible is it should naturally come up in like most history classes because it's the fucking Bible. Will this be brought in front of a court? I'm assuming someone's probably already sued over it, but I don't know. Mandating every teacher read from the Bible seems a little unhinged. I wouldn't if they wanted mandate a religious studies class or whatever. That's fine. As long as they teach multiple different religions, obviously, and they're just covering the history of it. But if they're literally doing every teacher must read from the Bible, I think they also said the 10 Commandments had to be hung up in schools. Pretty sure they're allowed to do Bible teachings. Well, I mean, yeah. It said they were already allowed, but now they're mandating all teachers must have a Bible in their classroom and teach from it, legally speaking. Well, I know there's like they can't do public prayers in school, like because they're Angle v. Vital. Wasn't this about a public prayer in school? I know you can't like start today. Holocaust is illegal to deny and not teach in school. Well, that makes sense. Does the reading of a non-denominational prayer? Yeah, you can't like start the day with a prayer or anything. I don't think teachers can. I don't think teachers can lead prayers. Is my understanding. They can obviously teach lessons about the Bible, as long as they're, in some respect, religiously neutral. Again, like the Bible is going to come up in like any history class. I would imagine. State cannot hold prayers in public schools, even if a participant is not required in a prayer, is not tied to a particular religion. Teachers can lead prayers but can't force or coerce people into doing it. Well, I think like the big issue with the having in school thing is that there's always, like, if the teacher is leading it, the argument was there's always going to be some level of coercion, because they always obviously hold some level of. Court has declared that prayer in public schools violated state. This is Angle v. Vital. Teachers cannot lead prayer in public schools because the Supreme Court establishing a clause of the First Amendment. That was at least the argument in this court case, but I don't know. I mean, Google AI is telling me it applies to just teachers leading prayer, but can you imitate a Oklahoma accent? I have no clue what people from Oklahoma sound like. Is there an Oklahoma-specific accent? Somebody's question about what power Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters has to mandate specific curriculum after he issued a directive requiring schools to incorporate a Bible in classroom lessons. Immediate and strict compliance is expected. Walters sent a memo sent to school superintendent across the state on June 27th. Walters also announced this week that he plans an overhaul of academic standards for social studies and named a slate of advisors that included the leaders of conservative think tanks and media personalities. The revised standards will incorporate the introduction of Bible as a instructional resource that Superintendent Walters announced last week, as well as ensuring that social studies reflect accuracy and not political slanted viewpoints. We researched state and federal laws and court rulings to fact check claims about whether Walters has made about what state laws allow him to do and who has the legal authority to make decisions on classroom curriculum. Claimed the Oklahoma State Superintendent has the authority to require specific content to be taught in public schools. Okay, I don't care about that. Oklahoma law already allows the Bible to be taught in public schools. Okay, I don't care about that. Required Bible taught. Okay, where is there a establishment clause? Declaration of Independence in the Constitution did not mention the separation of church and state. Source says separating church and state appears to be nowhere in Declaration of Independence or Constitution. True, but misleading. It's true that the phrase separation of church and state does not appear in the Declaration of Independence, but the First Amendment Establishment Clause states Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion and prohibiting the free exercise of thereof. The concept of separation of church and state has been in use throughout the American history. According to historical records, Thomas Jefferson in an 1801 letter that the Establishment Clause was intended to create a wall of separation between church and state. The Supreme Court has ruled that the Establishment Clause also applies to states. Okay, well, it's selectively incorporated, but, whatever. So we agree that the policy is fine to implement locally, but the issue is if it's done at a state level. No. I don't think you should. What policy? The policy of I don't know what the policy is the issue. I don't know exactly what they mean by mandate the Bible being taught in school. Bible, it's fine to have the Bible in school. I would say you probably shouldn't be leading prayers in school, even at the local level or whatever. That probably violates the Establishment Clause as ruled by the Supreme Court. I would say you probably shouldn't mandate all teachers teach lessons from the Bible. If you want to mandate that the Bible be taught in a history class, that's fine. If you want to mandate that there be like a religious studies class where the Bible is also taught, that's fine. But like, yeah, you should probably not do this. Oklahoma Bible lawsuit. Thought the federal government can establish a religion under 1A. No, it's selectively incorporated. The first states can't violate the amendments that are selectively incorporated, which includes the First Amendment, including the Establishment Clause, and the 14th Amendment. And thoughts on the Holodomor? I haven't like done a reading into it. It's obviously bad. I wouldn't know enough to debate people on it or anything, but it's clearly, from what I've seen, there was definitely a man-made famine with, with the intention to kill Ukrainian people. Which amendments have been selectively incorporated. First Amendment has, Second Amendment has, Third Amendment has, Fourth Amendment has, Fifth Amendment has, Sixth Amendment, Seventh, okay. Amendments not incorporated, Third Amendment. Fifth Amendment, what? This is contradicting this. But apparently I'm right. But the 14th Amendment, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been selectively incorporated. Like I would like this was about the New York State Board, and the Supreme Court ruled that the New York State Board cannot lead public prayer in schools. So I would assume this is selectively incorporating the Establishment Clause. You're the 19th Amendment. Has Establishment Clause been selectively incorporated? Establishment Clause has been incorporated into the states through the 14th Amendment, but incorporation has been controversial. Wait, when was this court case? 19, okay, so way after the 14th Amendment, okay. State cannot oppress public schools, even if participation is not required. An opinion violated the Establishment Clause. Or the constitutional prohibition or laws restricting the government. No. Initially, church state only applied to federal government until the 14th Amendment and selective incorporation. Well, yeah. Awesome PowerPoint, dude. Why doesn't it what? How do I get the So it's that, and then selective incorporation. Oh, let's go so fast. What version of the Bill of Rights now also apply to states by virtue of the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment? The newer interpretation seems fishy. Fishy? Of what? Selective incorporation? Isn't it? Well, it just had the text. on this one. No state shall make or enforce any law. Or no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, property without due process. This seems to fit. This seems to very clearly support selective incorporation. I don't know how you would argue against that one. Yeah. But I'm assuming they've already been sued for this by the ACLU, I guess. The Coalition of Civil Rights Organizations is making a joint request for additional records related to Oklahoma State Superintendent of Public Instructor Ryan Walters' recent mandate to inject Bible into public school teaching. In particular, the organizations are seeking records related to Walters' announced funding for the state mandate. Okay, why are they funding? Organizations requested records relating to Walter's June 27th directive. Bible should be taught as an instructional support into the curriculum. Incorporate the introduction of Bible as an instructional resource. Question made of public interested organizations that Oklahoma taxpayers should not be forced to bankroll Superintendent Walters' Christian nationalist agenda. Oklahoma, okay, these are the sponsored quotes for people. Supreme Court is a disaster branch. It needs to be burned off. With more legal challenges accepted. A lawsuit filed challenging the constitutionality of the State Department of Education's mandate to include Bibles in classrooms. Yeah. So far, one lawsuit has been filed in Mays County by Joseph Price, who describes himself as a concerned parent. Price argues that Walter's mandate violates separation of church and state and infringes Oklahomans' religious freedoms. A group of 4 advocacy groups announced this weekend they were requesting records from the department regarding the mandate. I said those records to decide if to file their own legal challenge. Okay. So, one person has sued them so far, and then actual advocacy groups are probably going to sue them depending on the records they get back. Okay. Not quite. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of your. I'm aware. Okay. So I probably want to go over some of the budget things. You know what I also need to do? Okay, all of this stuff. Needs to be over here. And I need to rename this script. Because this is initially what this page is for, and then I accidentally combined those two. Then this should be slash heading 2. Oh wait, toggle heading 2. Is that it? That's not how you spell deficit, is it? How do you spell deficit? That's how you spell deficit. Oh, fuck. Okay. This should be deficit. This should just be, for now, this will just be charts, I guess. And then we'll put that under there. And then another toggling 3. Put both of these here. So you can get rid of them there. Actually, hold on. I have an entire page for the deficit. I don't need that there, but I do want this here. Oops. So we can read this. Yes, government deficits equal private sector surpluses, basically. Noah Smith asked, do government deficits equal private surpluses? The answer is still rather simple, but often misconstructed by people. Here's the basic gist of it. When the government runs a deficit, spends more than it taxes, they sell a P bond to Peter, who supplies his bank deposits to the government, and the government spends those bank deposits into Paul's account. The deposit then gets redistributed, and America's reckless short-term consumption spending is a global disaster. It's so true, dude. The government spends those bank deposits into Paul's account. The deposit gets redistributed, and the T-bond is a new financial asset for the non-government sector. That T-bond is technically a liability of the U.S. Treasury, so the U.S. Treasury's new liability is the owner's asset, so Treasury has a new liability, and Paul owns the T-bond, which is an asset. Said differently, the government's deficit results in surplus for the non-government. Some of the surplus could be held by a foreign sector or even a Fed, so we really shouldn't say the government deficits equal private surpluses, or the accounting nerds will have our necks. This is a net financial asset because there's no private sector corresponding liability. Okay. When the government spends more than it taxes, aka runs a deficit, it must sell bonds to sell bonds to people in order to borrow. So say the Treasury sells a T-bond to Peter, who supplies his bank deposits to the government, and the government then spends those bank deposits into Paul's account. Does being a liberal ever get boring? Not at all. I understand this part. Supplies his bank deposits to the government. The government then spends those bank deposits into Paul's account. Don't you get bored to read off of the 3-5 card of allowable opinions? Yeah, dude, that's definitely what I do. Do you watch my? Do you think I just get talking points from people and read off common talking points? How many of my streams are just me reading? I'm pretty sure my last 2 streams have all included me just reading a chapter of an international law textbook. Do you think that was someone that just gets them? You get them. Do you think that the behavior of people who just cite off talking points? Do you think any of those people would read? I'm a third of the way through that that just IHL textbook. What? I don't know how you can think I do that. Like, okay, I don't understand exactly what this means. The government then spends those bank deposits into deposit account. Okay, this is... I'm pretty sure I get what this is saying. So true. But it's phrased in a dumb way because they're using this specific example of the government selling a bond to Peter. Peter just means the private sector. The government then spends that money into the private sector. But they still just say Peter. I'm pretty sure that's what they're trying to say. Notice position of government of South Carolina's expedition. The deposit gets redistributed, and the T-bond is a new financial asset for the non-government sector. The deposit gets redistributed. Deposit, okay, that makes sense, sure. T-bond is now a new financial asset for the non-government sector. Makes sense, okay. Oh, really? That should also say non-government sector because it, you know, foreign or the Fed can do shit too. Okay. That T-bond is a liability, technically a liability for the U.S. Treasury. So the U.S. Treasury's new liability is the owner's asset. All right, should I? Is a liability for the Treasury, but an asset for the non-government sector. Said differently, the government's deficit results in a surplus for non-government. Somewhere surplus could be, okay, so it's a net financial asset because there's no private sector corresponding liability. I don't know exactly what he means by that one. You can understand this topic if you use an example of government deposits and when it runs a deficit. So this scenario, the government would create deposits via its central bank rather than creating bonds. These deposits would be the liability of central banks and asset for the recipients of government spending. These are net financial assets for the private sector, but it would be logical to think that printing these new deposits creates new wealth or is necessarily good. Creating new financial assets isn't necessarily good or bad. This is true, but it creates in the private sector financial assets as it is for the public sector financial assets. It depends on how much of the financial assets are used. And well, government spending sometimes is a positive net present value. The fact that they are net private financial assets should not be confused with that they always have a positive net present value. Do you play Zelda? Not really. I played a little bit of one of the Game Boy ones in my calculator when I was bored in school, but that's about it. Okay. In other words, government deficit results in a surplus for the non-government. Alright, I had my hair part. Oh, thanks for the sub, Floridian Birchin. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I had my hair part in the middle, and now I undid it, and now it's messed up. Oh no! Oh, it's over. It's over. Do you play Dinosaur Park theme games? No. Of course, we should note that the income to the service government. To service government debts and the instruments that make government debt sustainable come from the private sector. So in a sense, the private sector is liable for public debt. And in the aggregate, the public debt is an asset with corresponding liability. So the aggregate level government assets have corresponding liabilities. That's pretty obvious. What's more confusing is the way some people use this to describe how the monetary system works. For instance, the sectorial balances equations can be broken down from the GDP equation and where. Okay, well. Oh yeah, I play some city builders. I have played Planet Coaster. But that's not a city builder. It's a amusement park thing. But I like Planet Coaster. I like City Skylines. I like City Skylines too. Yeah. I have a lot of time in those games. I play them quite a bit, actually. I have 300 hours. Jesus, I've wasted 300 hours of my life in City Skylines and 40 hours in City Skylines, too. Planet Coaster, 115. Jesus, 115 hours. Only 2.4 hours in Planet Zoo. But, you know. I don't really like Planet Zoo. Can't do as many things as I like to do in it. Play here, City Skylines? What? What do you mean, sorry? Okay, so it is important to note the income that makes public debt sustainable, or the income to service government debts and the instruments to make government debt sustainable come from the private sector. Come from the private sector. So in a sense, the private sector is liable for public debt. So the end. Liable for public debt. Okay, I don't fully understand this next sentence. I think we should sell our debt today, frankly. And in the aggregate, public debt is an asset. Okay, I understand this. With a corresponding liability. So at the aggregate level, the government assets have corresponding liabilities. I'm like half guessing what they're saying. They're just saying because ultimately the private sector is somewhat liable for public debt because their income is what enables us to service it, that this is technically a corresponding liability. So at the aggregate level, government assets have corresponding liabilities. That's all pretty obvious, more confusing. Okay, so GDP equation. GDP equals C plus I plus G plus X minus M, where C is consumption, I investment, G government spending, and X exports minus imports, or stated differently, GDP equals C plus S plus T, where C equals consumption, S equals savings, T equals taxes. From there, we can conclude C plus T, C plus S plus T equals GDP equal to C plus I. Okay, wow, wild. Sounds like ChatGPT metric. True, dude. No, this is a real metric. It's not a ChatGPT one that immediately starts off by double counting people who are unemployed. So if we rearrange, we can see the sectors must net zero, where I minus S, private sector balance, G minus T, public sector balance, X minus M, foreign sector balance. Take a step further. S minus I is equal to G minus T plus X minus M. Close to foreign sector, and you get S minus I. So savings minus investment is equal to G minus T. In other words, the private sector's balance is equal to public sector's balance. But in this, this view is saving net of investment. If you view the world through the lens where the private sector can't net save without government spending and NFA issuance. but it's best to net out investment when trying to understand how the monetary system works. After all, the private sector is built largely on the back of private investment. Using S-I to describe private savings is not only misleading in my opinion, but a lot less interesting than some people might have you believe. A really simple point might help clarify this point. Readin Withers equals gay. True. Let's say you borrow $100 to build your dream home, and the home builder banks at your bank. The bank ends up with $100 in assets and $100 liability. The loan and the deposit minus loans. The loan and deposit minus loans, great deposits. The home builder will end up with $100 in retained earnings, and you will end up with $100 in debt. If you net out investment, you made $100 in residential real estate investment. Then the private sector has no change in financial assets, and you might presume that the private sector is no better off than it was before. Remember, your $100 investment, it resulted in $100 in savings for the home builder. But are you actually no better than you were before? Of course not. You have a dream home. You have your dream home, and the corporation has $100 in profit, and the bank will presumably make a profit on its loan. We are all actually better off. In a credit-based monetary system, this process goes on in perpetuity, but the problem is that a capitalist economy will tend towards disequilibrium, will tend to veer towards disequilibrium. So we don't just build one house, we build 1 million homes, and then prices get euphoric, and lenders make more loans. Then present incomes can pay off, and those loans you get added up. Pay off those loans, you get something like 2008. You don't need government all this, but it can sure help if used properly. Okay. Having a house and a bunch of debt is better off. For some people, yeah, like that's why people do it. Like it's a revealed preference. Clearly people have a revealed preference for being in debt. Well, first, you're investing. Home ownership is how you build wealth. You're not like, technically mortgage is debt, but really like your house is an asset. Like it goes up in value. The home prices have been going up in value. So that's why it actually shouldn't be included in inflation data. That's why you're right. Inflation data is fake because they include owner's equivalent rent in homeowners in CPI, which they shouldn't do. Keeps inflation artificially high. Inflation's actually lower than you think it is. Yeah. That's actually why the reason they use owner's equivalent rent instead of the price of housing is because of that reason, because housing acts more as an investment than a consumer good. So they create a metric, owner's equivalent rent, which is the rent that you would be paying if you weren't the owner, to measure what the housing price would be without, if you weren't using it as an investment and you were instead just consuming it. That's actually the point of owner's equivalent rent. It's only an investment, the price continually goes up. Fred, home prices. Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty safe investment. But it's not investing in something that produces active income, so it's fake. You can kind of make that point. I know they were down since last year. I know we had a big spike here. I don't know they were stable since then, though. I thought they were still going up. Okay. It's more confusing the way some people use holders to describe how the monetary system works. Sectoral balances can be broken down from a GDP equation, where Okay. Personally, some economists such as MD advocates distort this concept by trying to show the government deficits are not only good, but necessary. They generally construct a two-sector model to try to argue that the private sector cannot net save without government deficits. This is massively misleading. The private sector net saves within the private sector against other sectors. A government deficit might be good at times, but there is no law of accounting that deems deficit necessary automatically beneficial in the way MRT sometimes presents them. I invest in milk. Well, that's not a durable good. I bought it at $1.50 a gallon, selling it at $3 a gallon. I'm rich. I mean, you can invest in milk companies. Milk itself is not a durable good. It's a consumable good. It's not even... Okay. This all makes sense. What can be used? Should I say can be paint to use? Can be used to paint misleading. Okay, I'll say. Why some people use to describe how the monetary system works. For instance, the sectoral balance of this equation could be broken. Okay. As follows. Wow, good one, Localist. Localist, you don't... Dude, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. You don't deserve to comment on anything economics because you don't believe in anything. You stop, like... I hate you so much. Your issue is just that you don't think anything ever should be viewed at the, like, national level. Your issue is that you don't think economics is real. You don't think that the economics profession should exist because you don't think anyone should ever... You don't think the statement that, like, the labor market is better today, or sorry, that inflation is lower today than it was in 1980 has any true value. So you take an issue with the entirety of economics. You don't think economics is real at all. That's your issue. That's your actual issue. Don't pretend like you have issues with the way, like, how CPI is calculated or anything. That's not your issue. Your issue is that you don't believe in economics. My real issue is that I don't believe in a material economic measure. Yes, see, correct. Yeah. Okay. GDP equals C plus I plus G plus X minus M. I get that. GDP equals C plus S plus D. I get that. From that we conclude. That makes sense. If rearranged, we see that these sectors must net zero. Okay, that makes sense, sure. Where I minus S equals private sector balance. G minus T equals public sector balance. And X minus M, foreign sector balance. How do we get to here? Localist, you're not gonna believe me, but GDP, like, it's literally like the meme. Hold on, let me find the... I don't like GDP. What I care about is stat that correlates 95% with GDP. Oh, are you kidding me? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Damn, there's this really good tweet that's like, I don't care about GDP. Cites thing that correlates 95% with GDP, and it runs through like a bunch of charts of like happiness correlates with GDP, like income, income obviously correlates with income. GDP is equal to income. But like all of these metrics correlate like 95% with like GDP per capita. Even happiness correlates decently well with GDP, believe it or not. So does health outcomes. Health outcomes also correlate pretty well with GDP per capita, at least. Not really. We can just look it up. You're just going to say the data's fake. Is the issue. Like, I'm going to look it up. Health outcomes. Correlation. GDP per capita. Raises a significant influence on both GDP. This is health outcomes and GDP are correlated. And there are several ways. A 1% life expectancy associated with a 5% increase in GDP per capita. We can probably find a chart. Yeah, wow. Relative to high income countries, U.S. spends more on healthcare. Yeah, health versus GDP. Wow, wild. Look at how crazy. See how all the countries with higher GDP per capita also have better health scores. See how they correlate decently well. Only works with poor countries. If you make them richer, they get better. America's the highest GDP. Highest depression. Dude, yeah, you can mention wage dependence, least community. Can we get the wage dependence index? This is the thing. It's not direct correlation. What do you mean by direct correlation? This is like aggregate health outcomes. I love how you immediately go to highest depression, which I don't know if we have the highest depression. We might. But also, we probably just diagnose it more than like no one in the DRC is getting diagnosed with depression because they don't have fucking enough hospitals to diagnose everyone that actually has depression with depression in the DRC. So I don't know how you would adjust for that, but it makes sense. Happiness isn't directly correlated to GDP. I don't know even by directly. It's loosely correlated, but at most. Localist, do you think like income is probably going to be somewhat correlated with like health outcomes, we'll say? Like income per capita or whatever. Do you think that's probably going to be correlated with like the amount of income people have? Do you think that's going to be correlated with how good their health outcomes they are in general? It's not just well, this is the point I'm trying to make. Well, I'm trying to make 2 points. But can you just answer, like, do you think, like, the amount of income is going to be usually somewhat correlated with health outcomes and, to a certain extent, happiness? They've done studies. I think, like, past $200,000 is not correlated with happiness anymore. You don't get any, like, past $200,000 in income, you don't get any increased happiness. But you do get increased health outcomes, I'm pretty sure. But health outcomes are better with better. Can you answer the question? You are so allergic to answering questions. Oh my god, I have to repeat every question 6 times. And you would say, in a relative, dude, this happens so much. I hate you. 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 I will ask, like every time we have a conversation over Discord, I ask the same questions like 4 times in a row and you don't answer it. You don't answer it. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. And then you finally answer it the 4th time I ask. It's so annoying. Do you think health outcomes are going to be correlated with income, like relative, for the most part? Okay. This ends up showing. Yes, but indirectly. Okay. Firstly, what if I told you, little known fun fact, GDP is actually equal to income. GDP and total income are the same thing. GDP is equal to Y, okay? So, there's that, first of all. Second of all, like, this point of indirectly correlated just seems dumb to me. You're acknowledging the money is the thing that lets you do things to make you be happy or whatever. obviously the money itself is probably, well, I mean, to some degree, the money itself is probably going to give people happiness, but like obviously the money itself is not the thing that gives people happiness. It's what they're able to do with it. Like it's the positive freedom that it gets added to their life when they have a higher income. But like the money is directly responsible for increased positive freedom. So clearly these things are going to correlate. You can have low income in a socialist healthcare system. You can have low income, live in a socialist healthcare system, have access to care. It's access to care that matters. Income allows for access to care. It's direct, but indirect. I don't even know what point you're trying to argue on now. My point is that is that because of the things you just mentioned, yeah, obviously health outcomes are probably going to correlate with GDP pretty well. Ends up showing the private sector's balance equal to the public sector's balance. Income allows better access to... Yes, this is my point. This is my point. That's what... Yes, this is my entire point. You realize income is also GDP. You realize Y is equal to GDP, right? Income is equal to GDP. So, therefore, GDP is probably going to correlate pretty well with health outcomes, as is observed by empirical evidence that income does, in fact, correlate with better health outcomes, both on the individual level and the country level when we look at GDP, which, again, GDP is equal to income. But his view is saving net of investment. I don't know exactly what it means. Net savings between current revenues and expenditures. If you view the world through its lens, the private sector can't net save without government spending and NAF issuance. But is it best to net out investment? Make my dumb pea brain understand this. Sectoral balance frameworks divides the economy into three main... Yeah, I understand that part. Yep, I understand this part. Yep. The crux of your question lies in the S minus I to represent private savings. Net savings view. This view considers S minus I as the private sector's net financial position. It suggests that the private sector can only net save if the government runs a deficit or there's a trade surplus. Gross savings perspective. This perspective argues that S minus I might be misleading because it nets out investment, which is crucial for private sector growth and wealth creation. What is meant by nets out investment? First, the practice is retracting investment from savings when calculating the private sector's position. So it just means S minus I. By netting out investment, the focus shifts to the accumulation of net financial assets rather than total wealth creation. Sectoral balance approach often uses sectoral balance framework, which looks at the financial relations between different sectors of the economy. The percentage of government deficits can provide net financial assets to the private sector. Okay. But this is only if you net out investment. If we move forward through this lens, the private sector can't net save out government spending and NFA issuance. However, this is not the best way to view our monetary framework, or to view our monetary system. Since the private sector is built largely on the back of private investment. Okay. You can see how this is misleading. It's a simple example. Let's say you borrow $100 to build your dream home, and the home builder brings it to your bank. It ends up with $100 in assets, $100 in liabilities. The home builder will end up with $100 in retained earnings, and you will end up with $100 in debt. If you net out investment, you made $100 in a residential real estate investment. Then the private sector has no change in financial assets, and you might presume that the private sector is no better off than it was before. But are you actually no better off than you were before? Of course not. Here we'll add, because your $100 investment result, $100 in saving for the home builder. But you actually were no better off than you were before. Of course not. You have your dream home, the corporation has $100, and the bank will presumably make a profit on its loan, but you're all actually better off. Okay, I think I get it now. For instance, government can step in like it did in 2008 and provide net financial assets to improve balance sheets. Okay, wait, yeah. Disequilibrium, build homes, too many loans. The government can step in and be like it did in 2008, provide net financial assets to help improve balance sheets. And that's not really the point here. The point is that S-I tells a very incomplete story about the private sector. So focusing too much on misses the point. Netting out investment is essentially netting out the most important piece of the entire economy. After all, investment is what makes okay, this makes sense. It's what makes all the wonderful things in this world that help us live a better standard of living in a pure financial sense. This investment allows us to achieve a higher standard of living. After all, it is investment, makes one of the wonderful things. Alternatively, there are cases where the government spending causes private sector savings to become less valuable in nominal and real terms. Many hyperinflations involve situations where the economy suffers high inflation and government policies exacerbating inflation. And in these cases, government spending and deficit would add to net financial assets in the private sector, but would exacerbate the core of the problem because the money printing didn't result in corresponding net investment. So it's important not to assume that government deficits are sort of I forget how to pronounce it. They can be the cause of real declines in private sector living standards. So we have to be mindful of the specific environment in which the government is able to run a deficit without causing harm to private sector savings. Since it's difficult to quantify how and when a government deficit will harm private sector savings, I want to focus in a primary way. Private sector saves. This is primarily against itself in the form of investment spending. If you wanted to more accurately portray how the private sector saves, you might take a step backwards and say, okay, I walked over to a fire in the freezing cold. Zelda interacted with an NPC, and the fire just disappeared after the interaction. L. Which Zelda is it? Okay. Accurately portray how private sector saves. Or no, we'll add Tears of the Kingdom. Nerd. I don't have a Switch or anything. Oh no, you know what? Nintendo actually fucking shut down the Switch emulator, so I probably can't anymore, can't I? I think I could play Breath of the Wild on the Wii U emulator, but I probably wouldn't want to do that. I have Joy-Cons, I don't have a Switch though. What is it gonna do? Oh. Nintendo shuts down emulator. I saw Nintendo pretty recently shut down another Switch emulator. They've been on a killing streak lately. Ryujinx, a popular open source Nintendo Switch emulator, announced that it is shutting down after receiving pressure from Nintendo to cease operations. I think they also shut down Yuzu, right? How many are even left? What Nintendo Switch emulator is even left at this point? Not that I would ever use an emulator for a console I don't have and don't own the game for. Not that I would ever do that. Technically, I bought this Wii. Hey, I'm gonna pick it up, but I bought this Wii for $10 at a garage sale the other day. So it's actually justified that I use Dolphin from time to time. Open source, can't do much about it. What do you mean? An open source emulator is still, I wouldn't necessarily say illegal, but still in a gray area. I don't think emulators themselves are intrinsically illegal, but like Nintendo's able to do shit. They can't shut it down if the code is public. I don't know if that, why? I don't know. This is open source and they still shut it down. I don't, what is having the code be open source have anything to do with whether or not they can shut it down? Because you can just run the code. That doesn't have any effect of... Do you mean like they can shut it down, people can just save the code and other people just continue to run it? Is that what you mean? Conduct by Nintendo off an agreement to stop working on the project, removed organization, all the assets. What needs take control of? Yeah, but Nintendo does not like emulators. Yeah, it should be available on archive sites. Yeah, Nintendo, yeah. If I never bought a Switch. I was holding out. I thought they were going to do it. Eventually, they have to. Maybe they will for the fucking Switch too. Dude, if they added Wii games to the Switch, I would buy it. I'd absolutely buy it 100%. The Joy-Cons are capable of like the same, like, some of the same motion stuff, motion tracking or whatever. You know how awesome it would be to have the Switch, and just anywhere you go, you pull out Wii Sports. They did that Mario Galaxy. To pull out Wii Sports and have 2 Wii remotes that you can use to play Wii Sports with your friends. That'd be sick. That'd be awesome. There probably was a way to do it, but it with like workarounds or whatever. And knowing Nintendo, they would only add it through their Nintendo Online service. You have to pay $10 a month just for the privilege of having of being able to temporarily access Wii games. Just like you could only buy Mario Galaxy for a few months or whatever, right? You can always make your own portable. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can just download Dolphin on Android. Okay. Oh, you know what, chat? I also have a question, chat. What do we think of this awesome shirt that my friend got me a while ago? Evil Morty. Isn't it awesome? Isn't it so cool? Isn't it awesome? Isn't it? Do you guys like it? It's awesome. Oh, I can't get all of it in frame. I don't want it. So hot. Thank you, Localist. Wow. Okay, my friend will appreciate that chat likes it. Okay, well, okay, talking about netting on investment, private sector can also save against itself. I want to focus on a primary way that private sector saves. This is primarily against itself in a form of investment something. It can save against itself. Or I should say against other sectors within itself. Against other sectors within itself. In the form of investment spending. Chat Nest says hi. Want to more accurately portray how the private sector saves? You might take a step back and say. Okay. You can portray how the private sector saves. As such. It ever feel schizophrenic talking to a fake person named Chat all the time? You really that's their personality. I mean, you know how long I've been streaming? Okay. Technically, I've only been a little bit, oh, what's up, Israel Best? Welcome back. A little bit consistent about it for like less than 6 months. Or I think probably 6 months at this point. But I've been streaming since I was fucking 10 years old. So I've been talking to Chat longer than I've been talking to most of my current friends, okay? Chat has always been there for me. Why do we do this? Well, private investment is the backbone of private sector equity. As we showed above, I should read. Okay, S minus I is equal to G minus T plus X minus M. S is equal to I plus G minus T plus X minus M, which rearranges to S is equal to I plus S minus I. We are your current friends. True, accurate. Private investment can add to private sector saving. When we build our homes, we're not wealthier in financial terms because our assets netted, but when you consider the investment spending produced a real asset, then we are better off. In the case of reality, the net worth in the U.S. household are roughly $70 trillion and it's largely built on the back of private investment. If you took just S minus I equals G minus T, you might presume that we are all just sitting, sucking our thumbs, waiting for the government to spend money and issue bonds so we can live our lives. But it doesn't accurately reflect reality. Net out investment and you've missed the most important piece of the economic puzzle. It's better to start understanding the monetary system by focusing on private investment and thinking of government as an important facilitating piece. Get that backwards and you build a worldview that gets the relationship precisely backwards by assuming that the monetary system starts with government, or worse, you misunderstand the important relationship between investment and the real goods and services we produce. Okay. This shows private investment can add to private sector saving. When we build our houses, we were not wealthy in financial asset terms because our assets netted. But when we consider off the investment spending to produce a real asset, we are all better off. Of course, this is a financial asset view of the world. At the aggregate level, all financial assets net to zero, so stripping out sectors leaves us with a fallacy of composition, so anything saved in financial terms was dissaved by some other sectors, balance sheets balance. And all other various sectors are claimed by other sectors. For instance, the corporate sectors issue assets, but the household sector owns the corporate sector, so its liabilities and assets necessarily offset. The same is true for the government, which is essentially owned by domestic residents of any particular economy. So what's important for the purpose of understanding net financial assets is not just the balance sheet of finance assets, but the balance of financial assets relative to non-financial assets. Non-financial assets, after all, are the only true measure of the net asset since they have no corresponding liability in the aggregate economy. Is a home an asset or liability? Find out in today's... Yeah, I mean, it's... For most people, it's probably be an asset. Also, the home itself isn't... I mean, balance sheets balance. It's an asset for someone, liability for other people, right? So... But so long as home prices keep going up. Well, to be clear, you don't think the home is the liability. I mean, you just think the debt that you take out as a liability. Because in your system, we don't just build our fucking own homes and somehow not have any debt. Why is this song not on Spotify? Can I not listen to my fucking Scruff Puppy song on Spotify? Are you kidding me? Fuck this shit. An asset must generate income. What do you mean by generate income? Homes do generate income for most people. Or, I should say, homes do generate wealth. It's not like liquid income, but assets don't have to generate liquid income. They can just generate wealth. Resource a thing can use to generate... This is even broader than wealth. It just says economic value. A liability takes your income. Home takes your income. But homes also build wealth for you. You are so dumb. Do you think in order for something to be an asset, it has to be liquid? You can have illiquid assets. Homes do... I mean, if you sell your home, you generate income for that. For a lot of people, that income that you get from that is a profit. Like, there are plenty of people who sell their homes for a profit. Almost everybody does it at some point. So clearly that generates income for them. So clearly it was an asset for them, even by your definition. But like houses are clearly the way most Americans build wealth. It's clearly like most Americans' net worth is built primarily from their home. A lot of discussion is contingent on specific details of specific intra-sector relationships and how they produce net assets for the economy. This requires a discussion about about each specific economy and its various balance sheet relationships. Therefore, we should be careful in making generalizations based on accounting identities. Assets generate income, or liabilities incur expenses, regardless of if it increases its rate. I think this is a definition of asset nobody uses. I think you're just being dumb again. Again, also, can you respond to my... We could clear... Even with this definition... Yeah, rich dad, poor dad. I bet he used a fucking best economy. Even with this definition, we could very easily imagine, at the very least, a hypothetical where a home was an asset. Plenty, like, you can buy a home and then sell it at home later on for more money. Clearly that generates income for you. So clearly that's an asset. Assets can take money to maintain. Homes obviously take money to maintain, but the point is that they appreciate by more than the money it takes to maintain, most of the time at least. So it's important to understand is a net financial asset is not just the balance of financial assets, but the balance of financial assets relative to non-financial assets. Okay. It incurs expense. It doesn't generate cash flow, therefore it's not an asset. I think you're just using your own definition that nobody else uses. I don't think anyone defines assets as only something that generates cash flow. Building, real estate. I'm using the rich dad. Okay, then rich dad, poor dad is dumb. Oh yeah, wait, land. What about the land? Would you consider the land an asset? Real estate is an asset when you're using it to generate cash flow. Okay. What do you mean generate cash flow with it? How liquid do you think something has to be to count as cash flow? Do you think it has to be literal cash? Or could we not, can we, is a bond an asset? A bond doesn't generate cash flow. A bond, doesn't immediately generate cash flow to you, right? It just pays out at a later time. Okay. Some economist, like MMTers, I'll just say most commonly. Your chat is retarded, including me. Everyone here is retarded, okay? We are accepting of retarded people. It's just that usually bonds pay interest, so it's an asset. But homes appreciate in value, so it's an asset. Like, what? Okay. It just seems like a dumb definition of an asset. This is a spec class. I don't know of anyone else that ever uses this definition of asset. You know what's funny, Localist, is that you're the most sped out of all of us. We could just go to your favorite, apparently infallible chatbot. Are homes assets for most middle-class Americans? Yes, for most middle-class Americans, homes are considered assets. In fact, a home is often the largest asset they own. Here's why: equity growth. As homeowners pay down their mortgages, they build equity. The difference between the home's market value and what is owed on a mortgage. Over time, the equity can go up, especially if the home value appreciates. Appreciation, too, in many parts of the U.S., homes tend to increase in value. Wealth building. Home ownership is often viewed as a way to build wealth. Leverage. Homes allow for leveraging debt. Tax benefits. Homeowners may benefit from tax deductions and mortgage. Oh, that's true as well. There's the mortgage tax deduction. After that's true. I have no clue who Robert, whoever the fuck is. He's the rich dad, poor dad guy. Okay. He may use a certain definition of asset for the purposes of famous genius. Yeah, definitely. For the purposes of his book, which is like very specifically telling you like how to get rich, but it doesn't mean that's the only acceptable definition of an asset. Clearly, something that is just like, you realize the vast majority of middle-class Americans' net worth is stored in their homes. Why aren't you vegan? You know, I have actually been vegan today, I think. Yeah, I have been. Because I had vegan meatballs and my fake Fake meat, vegan meatballs. This is vegan. Why do you enjoy harming innocent little cows? Same reason you enjoy harming innocent little babies, you Israeli Zionist monster. I don't know. I need to go vegan, but I've been trying more and more. Okay, sometimes I go to the fridge and I'm like, you know, I want this pizza, and I'm like, god damn, it's cheese though. It's cheese. I'm not perfect. Okay, not vegan. Would not call myself vegan yet or anything. One day. I need to. It's just I'm gonna have to come out to my family as vegan. They're not gonna be appreciative. Whatever, we'll do it. Start this concept to try to show government deficits are not only good but necessary. They use a two-sector model. If you buy a Lamborghini, most of my net worth is a Lamborghini. Yeah, but Lamborghinis generally don't appreciate in value, so it's not a very good way of building wealth. But, like, we could imagine an example of a Lamborghini being an asset to someone. Clearly, a Lamborghini is not capable of only being a liability. If I buy a Lamborghini, like let's say like a really old fucking collector's Lamborghini, that very clearly could be an asset, right? That very clearly could appreciate in value and be an asset for you, right? That's it. Clearly, we can imagine an example where a Lamborghini is not a liability, but instead an asset. Assets must put money in your pocket. I don't. What do you count as money? What if I'm able to take out a loan against my house as collateral? I'm using my home as leverage for cash flow, right? Would you consider it an asset then if I'm able to borrow against it? If I have stocks that go up in value over time and I'm able to borrow against them, are they an asset now? This just seems like a dumb definition of asset. Two-sector model 2. Argue that the private sector cannot net save without government deficits. It's an appreciating liability. What if but what about the loan thing? If I have stocks or a home and I'm able to borrow against them, would that fall within your definition of cash flow? That puts money in my pockets if I'm able to get a loan, using my home as collateral. Like if I'm able to borrow against, I mean, anything that you're able to borrow against should definitionally be considered an asset, because it's not really you would never get approved if you're borrowing against a liability. Cannot necessarily go to deficits. This, of course, is misleading because the private sector net saves within the private sector against other sectors. The government doesn't make good at times, but there's no law of accounting that deems a deficit necessary automatically beneficial, the way NMT sometimes presents them. Okay, this was good. Founder chief investment officer, disciplined funds. Disciplined funds is a low fee financial advisory firm with focus on helping people be more disciplined with their finances. This is the same. Why is it? Where's the new one? This is not the new one. Oh wait, look, they define asset here. A financial asset, all financial asset forms. Oh, I thought they defined asset here. If the property generates positive cash flow, it becomes an asset. Okay, so my home is a liability, and then I borrow against a liability, and that liability then becomes an asset only once I borrow against it. Yeah, that seems like a perfect definition of asset, dude. Oh wait, this is updated. I already answered that. It's still liability because the home itself incurs ongoing costs, and in using its collateral doesn't change the fact that it doesn't generate income. But it's just such it's so obvious. It's such an obviously absurd definition of asset and liability. If I can borrow against a liability, and then only once I borrow against that liability does it become an asset. That's so obviously absurd. at least in most cases. You just need to accept it. I don't know why I would accept his framework when it leads to this massively dumb implication. That I can borrow against a liability. I'm borrowing against a liability to me. But once I borrow against a liability to me, it becomes an asset. That just seems a little goofy. To use an asset, just something that increases in price. Not just something. It has to be a I want to say just something that increases in price. If it makes a profit, almost anything that is able to make you a profit is probably going to be an asset, not a liability. I would say it probably has to be either a durable good or financial instrument which appreciates over time, which can increase your wealth over time. It's probably, yeah. I don't know if I would include anything that's not a durable good, or a financial, or like a financial tool like a stock or something. That's way too broad. No, I don't think so. No. Assets. A resource that is expected to provide future benefits to its owner. This is even more broader than the definition I just provided. Financial assets include stocks, corporate... Yeah. Are slaves assets? They could be, yeah. Maybe only when they're such of age that they appreciate in value over time. The definition asset would apply to a word based only on how you use it. It doesn't make sense. What if you never sell your home as an asset? Yeah. If it's appreciating in value and increasing your net worth, I'd probably, yeah, consider it an asset, even if you don't ever sell it. Clearly that home was providing, benefits to you in terms of your, like, net wealth. It's, like, clearly generating wealth for your speculative asset. Assets can be speculative in nature. What? Even tulip futures, okay? I mean, the tulip futures clearly were assets to people. Obviously, those assets have a risk, but it was draining money? It's a liability? What do you mean? It's not draining money. It's not on net. It's not, obviously you're paying money to either carry your mortgage or to maintain the home. That's not draining money. That's an expense that you pay for maintaining the asset, which is appreciating in value on net. On net, it's still increasing in value. Just because you have to pay a little bit to maintain, an asset doesn't mean it's not an asset. You have to pay a mortgage to maintain ownership. I mean, yeah, you have to pay either. If you own, even if you don't have a mortgage, you clearly have to pay. You clearly have to pay to maintain it a little bit. And property taxes, sure, and then you carry your mortgage by paying interest on it every month or whatever. Well, and
put simply, the difference between assets and liabilities is very, very simple. Assets are things that put money in your pocket. Liabilities are
they're using his
things
definition.
that take money out of your pocket. It's obvious that your goal is to acquire as many assets as possible and as little liabilities as possible. In this video, I'm going to teach you the difference between assets and liabilities in more detail. And then, I'm going to tell you how to acquire more assets and acquire less liabilities. The difference. Assets and liabilities are not to be confused. The definition of an asset is very simple. In financial accounting, it is anything that can be utilized to produce value. And obvious.
Oh, wow. Oh, hey, look. He used my definition. Wow, look. That's crazy, dude. Owned. This was broader than my definition.
The definition of an asset is very simple. In financial accounting, it is anything that can be utilized to produce value. And
anything that can be utilized to produce value. Did you hear what he said for his definition? Listen to his definition.
Liabilities. The difference. Assets and liabilities are not to be confused. The definition of an asset is very simple. In financial accounting, it is anything that can be utilized to produce value. And
that is even broader than my definition. Seems like I got proven to win.
Definition of an asset is very simple. In financial accounting, it is anything that can be utilized to produce value. And
also, this video unironically seems AI generated, but
obviously, by value, I mean money. Still, many often miss the difference between the two. Here's a classic example. Is a house an asset? Some think that buying a home
there's it.
is an asset. Unless you
oh my god, he's literally quoting Rashad
Portad as property, it is a liability and a pretty big one. It's going to take money away from you for years to come due to the mortgage. Not to talk about all the maintenance costs that you're going to sustain on a monthly basis. That's no putting money in your pocket if you ask me. On the other hand, if you plan to
I looked at the Mark Robinson Nude Africa post. Really? Yeah, they are wild.
What that?
What the fuck is
it has
this?
Value. Say that you pay down the more. How much equity do you now have?
I forgot. My Brave is still really loud. It's how you use it that makes it an asset. You skipped the part in the video. I can see that argument.
Measurable return on an initial payment. For example, acquiring stocks or shares and bonds is acquiring assets because they will generate money for you via dividends, or you can resell them and generate profits through capital gains. We'll
this would also apply to homes,
is a car
whatever.
An asset? Another interesting one is a car.
Usually hard to depreciate.
You buy a car, the price goes down tremendously the moment you buy it. Used cars are worth extremely less than new cars, so it would be foolish to consider them assets, right? Well, many still discuss this, arguing that since you can later resell the car, you can consider it an asset. In my world, a good asset also needs to generate profit. Something like a car that rapidly depreciates is not to be considered an asset. Whether you sell it 2 hours or 2 years after buying it, you will still not be profitable because you won't sell it for a higher price. Obviously, there are some exceptions. There are historic cars or collectible cars that can raise in value. We're not talking about those.
Oh, that was my example. No way.
Cases. We're talking about what most people buy, which is a day-to-day car to drive for personal purposes. Difference between tangible and intangible assets. Unless you plan to sell the property, it's going to sustain on a monthly basis.
But then you would have to acknowledge that clearly, for most middle-class Americans, homes are assets, right? It seems like I'm right.
That's no putting money.
Pretty simple, he said. Yeah, I'm going to trust this one. You realize there's no single perfect definition of asset. It just seems like, again, most definitions of assets would include homes. No? Wait, we could never imagine a case where a home was an asset for someone, even if they sell it for a profit? Carrying expenses would be appreciating liability. That's a dumb... He even gave the example in this video
money in your pocket, if you ask me.
of like a car could easily be considered an asset if it's like a rare collector's car and you can sell it for more later. What if you buy a house in cash, so there's no mortgage, and then you sell it later on for a profit? Is that not an asset? If they flip it short, okay. So what if we, but if we increase the time scale, it's not?
Yeah.
He's doing boring stuff.
Economic benefit. An asset is a resource with an economic value. Individuals, corporations, and countries expect the assets they own to provide economic benefits now and in the future. Assets can be tangible, such as equipment and land, or intangible.
Do you think housing should be mandatory? Build of concrete / brick in hurricane-prone areas? Yeah, we should probably. I mean, I don't know what the best thing to mandate for it would be, because I'm no fucking architect.
A brand, a chemical formula,
but
or property rights.
I mean, yeah, in hurricane-prone areas, you should probably mandate stricter standards for what can be built.
Assets are vital to a firm's success because they increase its value and provide the means to generate cash flow. They're important to an individual because assets, such as a bank account, a home is an asset, are necessary to satisfy daily needs.
They even said car here.
And assets are of great interest to investors who want to know what a firm owns and what it owes. Companies list assets they own on their balance sheets. A firm's
I feel like for middle-class Americans, it obviously makes way more sense to consider a home an asset than it does to consider it a liability, considering homes really have only gone up in price, and they're like the main driver of wealth for middle-class Americans. I think it'd be really stupid to consider the main store of wealth for middle-class Americans as a liability. But also, no more circular safe homes would be better to sustain hurricane impact. Florida must be here. Oh yeah, Florida. Fuck, dude. The car inflates. If the car market inflates and you sell a car for profit, is it an asset? Maybe. I mean, again, you could argue. People argue a car is an asset. Regardless, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it would be. I don't know. I don't know if I would count it as one. Clearly, you did not buy it expecting it to be an asset. I would say no, because it doesn't generate. Wait, how does that not generate income? What? How does that not generate income? You literally said if someone buys a home and flips it shortly after for a profit, that generates income, and that house is therefore an asset. But if the same thing happens to a car, the car isn't an asset. How is that not generating income? What does that mean? Have you ever had Dama fed home due to natural? Can you spell it correctly? Dama fed home? What? I mean, not really. Like, we've had school closed because of hurricanes before. That's about it. I live in North Carolina, but not the damaged. Oh, thank you everyone for clearing it. No, all that's happened is we've had school closed, but that's it. Not because the school is damaged, just because they didn't want people fucking driving to school when there was a hurricane. But that's it. That's it. Soda. I don't even know why I'm arguing with you, because ChatGPT sided with me. So clearly, clearly the infallible ChatGPT who came up with the ingenious comprehensive unemployment index, which immediately starts off by double counting people who are unemployed with U3 and U6. Clearly, ChatGPT can't be wrong. It's clearly much smarter than every other economist. Speaking of unemployment, YouTube wouldn't show wrong information. Dude, that video seems AI generated, man. I think this video is made with that video is made with the infallible ChatGPT. I always use a comprehensive, but yeah, I know. Okay, did you see that argument in our server? I think you did. That was so insane, dude. So funny, man. It's simple YouTube guy. I mean, clearly you even admitted homes can be used to generate cash flow for people. It's just apparently a liability that you somehow can borrow against a liability. Then as soon as you borrow against a liability, it flips to being an asset, which just seems dumb. But the 56 pages. Oh, Naru. Every time the government is to use non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment as a full employment target. For instance, in a recent report, the U.S. Joint Economic Committee writes that today, full employment is considered by many to be synonymous with a non-accelerating inflationary rate of unemployment. The rate of unemployment that neither stokes nor slows inflation. Similarly, the U.S. Council of Economic Advisors describes the concept of full employment as follows. Modern economics is generally define full employment by citing the theoretical concept of the lowest unemployment rate consistent with stable inflation, which is referred to as U star. The non-accelerating inflationary rate of unemployment, term NARU. These quotes are particularly meaningful because they come from the Joint Economic Committee and the Council of Economic Advisors, which are both created by the Employment Act of 1946 to ensure the government achieved its employment mandate. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell offers the same definition of full employment. Most FOMC participants agree the labor market conditions are consistent with maximum employment and essentially the highest level of employment that is considered consistent with price stability. What he takes in as an individual's autonomy implies access for individuals to own private property. So it has a safety bet in case. So it has safety bet in case of disaster. It is wise. What? NAR is one of those macro things that's nice, neat, and totally yes, yeah. I have read. I know I was that was in a deficit myth. Safety net. I don't. Okay, you're like. What are your takes on this? An individual autonomy implies access for individual to own private property. I don't. I mean, I don't really have a. I don't have a strong opinion on the philosophical underpinnings of natural rights, individual autonomy, and private property, but I tend to agree with that. So it has a safety net in case of disaster. It is wise. It's obviously it is what I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to ask. It's not English. Awesome. Both unemployed workers and vacant jobs are socially costly. The social planner would want to reduce both. This is not feasible, however, because the abbreviated curve, which imposes that the number of job seekers and job vacancies are negatively related. When the economy is in a slump, there are a lot of job seekers and few vacancies. Conversely, when the economy is in a boom, there are few job seekers and many vacancies. Looking at the labor market for Great Britain, isn't it interesting? Is this this is for the U.S. though? This is 2019. How far? 2019 quarter four. Okay. Unemployment is so high when people stop wanting jobs. True. Private property ownership is wise. That is what I mean. Owning only personal property, house plus land beneath it is good for comfort. It's not satisfying need to be autonomous. I don't have a position on the satisfying the need to be autonomous thing, but it's obviously smart to diversify. Slow, boring, social, cost of home ownership. This was a good article. It's individual rational but collectively dysfunctional. One question is whether a person living in the actual existing United States of America should either own a home or have a clear aspiration to become a homeowner. And here I think the answer for most people is pretty clear. Yes, is pretty clearly yes. Now, of course, if you don't have the means or opportunity, then you don't have the means or opportunity. But if you do have good credit history and enough savings to make a down payment, then buying a home is generally a smart move. This is in my view because the home mortgage interest tax deduction. But the bigger deal, in my view, so you can get a government subsidized loan to purchase your owner-occupied housing and turn your modest savings into the seed of a larger leveraged investment. There's no equivalent to the Fannie Mae for buying a diversified portfolio of stocks. So even through the diversified portfolio of stocks would be a better investment, all else being equal. The availability of a loan on generous terms is a big advantage for buying a house. Another big issue is that owner-occupied housing gets very favorable treatment for the purpose of capital gains taxation. So after-tax investment gains in owners-occupied housing are larger than they appear to be, may appear at first glance. Over and above that, outside of New York City, the market for rental housing for grown as adults, is pretty limited. A lot of rental housing targets lower income people, along with some nicer, professionally managed luxury apartments aimed at single young professionals. But people in the market for dwellings for middle-aged families will find it as only sporadically available, often as somewhat irregular cases where an owner-occupant is suddenly or temporarily has had to move suddenly temporarily and puts a place on the market. I like Iglesias. I never know how to pronounce it. Is it Iglesias? Iglesias? Something like that. I always forget. Suppose your dentist in I like this example, in a mid-sized town that includes one factory. Nobody would advise you to invest your savings specifically in a company that owns that factory. After all, the factory closes down. That's going to be bad for your dental practice. What you really want to do is balance risk by owning a diverse portfolio of financial assets. If you own the house that you live in, you're facing the same problem of the lack of diversification. If the factory closes, that's bad for your dental practice and bad for the value of home. If anything, from a pure investment standpoint, the ideal move would be to own a home on the other side of the country. What is also a practical ownership of residential real estate? I don't know enough about it. Fractional shares. There's something I wanted to read from this, but now I forget what it was. What the hell is Furu? Full employment. Full employment rate of unemployment. Okay, that makes sense. Definitely not reading all this, but this is a fun paper. Paper estimates the relationship between U.S. tariffs increased in 2018 and 2019 and the outcomes of domestic manufacturing. Despite being intended to boost manufacturing, we find that U.S. industries more exposed to tariffs increases experience relative reductions in employment. There we go. Finally, adds a small positive effect from import protection. is offset by larger negative effects from rising input costs and retaliatory tariffs. Higher tariffs are also associated with relative increases in producer prices due to rising input costs. Lastly, we document broader labor market impacts as countries are more exposed to rising tariffs exhibit relative increases in unemployment and declines in labor force. Do you know latex yet? No.
From the Free Press, this is Honestly, and I'm Barry Weiss.
You guys want to watch this? You have to learn to write papers like that? Oh. Do you pay for any media site? No, but I mean, just gotta sign. You don't need to be. Just gotta Sci-Hub and like you just paste a DOI link there and like you don't need to pay like because you can just go, like you just go to Sci-Hub and like Sci-Hub Sci-Hub just has it there. It's kind of crazy, is it? Like. Kind of crazy that Sci-Hub just has it there, isn't it? Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? No questions. All right, this is gonna be we're gonna watch a little bit more. Yeah, let's play Dressing Press. Fuck it. A little more Hasbro from Douglas Murray, because of course. I'm in VC. Okay. What? Why? Actually, banger game, of course. Why is everyone is the default? Okay, awesome. Douglas Murray's face. Yeah, we're gonna. It is of course. It is of course the anniversary of October 7th. There has not been there. We have to do the Hasbro, of course. For the anniversary.
Now, when we planned tonight's conversation, I imagined that we would sort of be looking back, right? We're going to release it on October 7th, which is, I think today's Tuesday, which is next Monday. And I thought we were going to sort of be looking back at the past year from a slightly quieter vantage point. But then today happened. And quiet is sort of the last thing that's happening right now in the Middle East. The war that Iran has outsourced to its proxies since October 7th, 2023 has
You're playing on-stream vids YouTube channel called
Israel. Hours before we sat down right here in this room, in New York City, Iran launched over 100 ballistic missiles toward Israel. Israel's 9 million citizens huddled in bomb shelters, many of them friends and family of many people in this room. A handful of them made direct impact, and as of this recording,
has Israel struck back yet? Israel said strikes in Lebanon, Gaza.
Walking on the street in Jericho. Just before that onslaught, of course, 2 terrorists, at least 2 of them, opened fire at the train station in Jaffa, killing at least 6 people and injuring at least 7 others. Now, for many of us in this room tonight, this war has been primary on our mind for the past 360 or so days. But I think for a lot of Americans, it still feels like a faraway war, right? And it isn't.
Also in the Middle East.
This is a battle for the free world. As our mutual friend Sam Harris
put in of course.
After October 7th, there are not many bright lines that divide good and evil in our world. This is one of them. This is a war, yes, between Israel and Iran, but it's also a war between civilization and barbarism. And that was true 360 some days ago.
Oh no, they're going to call him Islamophobic again. Oh no.
And yet, this testing moment has been met with alarming moral confusion. I want to choose just a few examples from the last week, and I'm sure everyone here will be familiar with these. At the UN, 12 countries, including the US, presented a plan for a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon without mentioning the word Hezbollah. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib tweeted, "Our country is funding this bloodbath minutes after Israel assassinated the leader of the most fearsome terrorist army on the planet, Hassan Nasrallah, who the New York Times described as beloved, a towering figure, and a powerful orator." We read it out loud in my home. It sounded like a letter of recommendation. At Barnard, just 40 or so blocks from here, students chanted this week for an intifada moments after the Jewish community memorialized 6 civilian hostages murdered by Hamas. At Yale this week, students chanted from Gaza to Beirut, "All our martyrs."
Don't you know, intifada just means resistance.
Salute. In Ottawa,
if I think women and LGBT people should have equal rights, does that make me Islamophobic?
Shouting, "Oh Zionists, where are you?" walked
You gotta
through a
understand
Jewish residential
the
street
cultural
filled with schools
differences,
and homes for
clearly.
the elderly. Why did they do that? Because it was a street with Jewish schools and home for the elderly. And that's just a few examples from the past week. The reason we are sitting here having this conversation is because no one that I know understands the moral urgency of this moment better than you, Douglas Murray. Now, you're not Jewish. You have no Israeli family members, although I know a lot of Israeli families that consider you an adopted family member. And yet, it is you, more than almost anyone in the world, who has articulated the stakes of this war and the moral clarity that it requires. Douglas's
what
work
else
as
is
a reporter
tropical?
has taken him to Iraq, North Korea, northern Nigeria, Ukraine, and most recently, of course, to Israel, where he became a celebrity. You cannot walk down the streets of Tel Aviv without Douglas Murray. It's like being with the Beatles, and I'm not exaggerating. And you decided to stay, a conversation I want to have with you, to cover most of that war. You're also the best-selling author of 7 books, and you're a regular contributor at the New York Post, which is the paper of record in New York City, the National Review, and most importantly, I think, at the Free Press, where you write the beloved Sunday column, Things Worth Remembering, which is reason enough to become a paid Free Press subscriber. There's just no one I would rather be sitting with in this moment, as we are watching in real time the Middle East and really the world transform before our eyes. So Douglas Murray,
there it
welcome
is.
to Honestly, and thanks so much for being here.
Great pleasure to be with you, Barry.
Okay, so we are speaking on the eve of what some people, and I'm sure your phone was blowing up in the way mine was all afternoon, of what some people are saying this is it. Like, this is the beginning of World War III. At the very least, this is the moment, sort of, that we've, in a weird way, been waiting for, if you can say such a thing, since October 7th. This is the mask-off moment. And I guess the first question I want to ask you is, how did we get here? How did we get to a moment where Iran is dropping 100 ballistic missiles on Israel, and Israel is vowing to respond to it? What are the factors that led us to this moment?
Probably just like the Finland station, the terrible decision to allow a train to arrive in Russia in 1917 carrying Lenin. The plane that took off in 1979 from Paris, taking to Tehran the Ayatollah Khomeini, is one of the 2 worst journeys of the 20th century. And all of this starts from there. Iran had the opportunity to be a sort of progressive country in the region. In the 1970s, Israel had an ambassador in Iran, as you know. There was the opportunity for normalization along the same lines as what happened between Israel and Egypt, Israel and Jordan.
I was just going to mention the Islamic Revolution, right?
The revolutionary Islamic government in Tehran chose a different path. It's a millenarian and apocalyptic terror movement that has immiserated the people of Iran since what is also coincidentally the year of my birth.
I mean, to be fair, we did coup Iran, the U.S. and British, right? When they tried to nationalize our fucking oil companies there in 1953, and I think it was 1953 or 1954, one of them. And the Shah was probably not a great dude, but he did try to nationalize our fucking oil. So you know what? Fuck him, clearly.
And the revolutionary Islamic government has decided to oppress the people it presumes to govern and try to expand itself across the region. And my worry early in the period after October 7th was that Israel would spend all of its political and military capital defeating Hamas. And I never thought that that was the aim. I thought that the aim was to defeat Hamas and then make sure that every other terror proxy of Iran, of the Iranian revolutionary government, as I should always remember to say, and as I always remind my good Iranian friends that I should say, because we shouldn't say it's Iran, it's not, it's that disgusting regime. My worry was always that Hamas would take up all of the energy and that Israel wouldn't be allowed, as it were, to do what else needed to be done. Almost a year on, we could look back with all of the grief and sadness and horror about what happened on the 7th and the losses of many fine soldiers fighting Hamas house to house in Gaza. But as it happens, as we come to the first anniversary, the tide has turned. And the Israeli government and the Israeli armed forces and military have shown that there is a price to pay to eradicate the Jewish people. And the price is being paid, and it's high, and it should always have been high, and it will probably get higher. This is a point of clarification. The Iranian revolutionary government used to enjoy sending rockets into Israel from Gaza using its proxy Hamas. Hamas is almost completely destroyed. Its cowardly leader, Yahya Sinwar, is hiding in a tunnel somewhere in the south of Gaza, surrounded by what he would regard as hostages.
Yep, surrounded by 22 hostages, reportedly. At 3 stars. I think handcuffs to 22 hostages, supposedly. Yeah, I guess this is true, but
that's his end. But his colleagues, his comrades, they've all gone. They've lost. They're in the dust of Gaza. No one misses them.
Oh, the point I was going to bring up, like, it's obviously hard to fucking get rid of a terrorist movement like this, like a counterinsurgency movement like this. The problem right now is that they're playing I think U.S. intelligence has said as much. Well, it's a horrible fucking outfit that they've done basically what they can do to destroy Hamas. Now it's a game of like whack-a-mole, where they have to basically strike wherever Hamas reconstitutes itself. Like, I think they were like moving more troops to the north, because I think Hamas is like reconstituting itself in the north again for like a third time. But
in the north, Hezbollah was meant to be the great army of the Tehran mullahs. In less than 2 weeks, Hezbollah has been utterly destroyed. First, 3,000 of their
in Jabalia, which I'm pretty sure they've struck like Jabalia like 3 times by now.
operatives had the misfortune, believing, as they may have been right to believe they couldn't trust their cell phones, decided to go to the old-fashioned pager devices. But someone put explosives in all of those pager devices. And so 3,000 of their operatives in one moment across Lebanon and Syria all suffered grievous injury.
Third time a charm, maybe. Who knows?
By day 3, they couldn't trust to put on a kettle in Beirut. Then the senior membership of Hezbollah that still remained met in a building, and then they were struck. Then, best of all, when Benjamin Netanyahu came to New York last week, went on stage to the UN, I watched from the gallery as the traditional walkout of various despots and dictators and their minions occurred. As he was doing it, somewhere in Beirut, Hassan Nasrallah was watching Benjamin Netanyahu on television, and that's when Hassan Nasrallah went to meet his maker.
It's like the baptism scene from The Godfather.
It's
It is.
I was told by a Jewish friend the other day that apparently there is something in Torah, in the Jewish tradition, that says that one should not take enormous delight in the decimation of one's foes. But I'm not Jewish. and so I don't have to follow this. Hassan Nasrallah and the other people.
Did you not know that? Yeah, Nasrallah was killed. I got last? Ain't no fucking way I should have gotten last. Are you kidding me, bro? Against these people? Fuck these people. Voting rigged.
People who have just also gone to the dust. Have not just spent recent decades.
Wait, when? Like a week or 2 ago at this point. Or not 2 weeks. It was like maybe 4 days ago or something. Yeah. And then his replacement, his presumed replacement, I don't think they officially named him his replacement, but his replacement, his cousin got killed. I don't know if Hezbollah confirmed that he's killed yet, but Israel said they killed him, and then Hezbollah said that they had, quote, lost contact with him. So maybe he's just on vacation, you know.
Killing Israelis, kidnapping them from the border regions, firing rockets at people and communities across the north of Israel. They killed 241 American Marines in 1983, and they got away with it. They got away with it. They killed French soldiers. They killed many other foreign nationals. They killed people. They kidnapped them. And they got away with it. Not anymore. As Benjamin Netanyahu
so you
said
on Nasrallah. It's been out of contact since Friday.
Is your war. Our fight is your fight, and our victory will be your victory.
Israeli has targeted him.
That's Hezbollah, the organization formerly known as Hezbollah, whatever we will have to call them. They've lost almost all of the ammunition they've stored up to fire at Israel all these decades. The United Nations was meant to oversee a resolution. I remember I was there in the war in 2006, and I remember the war finishing, and I remember the United Nations all calling for a ceasefire again, and all of the years afterwards it turns out, lo and behold, you don't have to follow United Nations resolutions if you don't want to. And Hezbollah did not want to, so they built up their rocket arsenal, and most of that has been destroyed in recent days. So that's Iran's proxy to the north. The Houthis in Yemen, everyone's favorite new terrorists, recently discovered by morons on American campuses, well, they're not doing too well either. Because it turns out that if you do the bidding of your paymasters in Tehran and you fire missiles at Israel, you'll be taken out too. So now is a point of clarification. The mullahs in Tehran do not any longer have active proxies able to try to destroy the Jewish state. They've gone in Gaza. They've gone in Lebanon. In the process of going. They're going in Yemen. So it's the mullahs versus Israel.
So what happens next? I mean, you are deeply, deeply sourced in Israel, and you become somewhat close, I think, to the prime minister, who has said in sort of no uncertain terms.
Oh no, is he a Netanyahu fan?
He's also been saying that for a while. It's only now become more and more explicit. What do you think the next few weeks looks like? You can share that.
Well, if I can't speak for the prime minister, but I would just say that it seems obvious that if
Houthis music at it's that the one that Hassan showed to fucking Nick whoever. Yeah, I've seen it.
To reply in kind. But the Israeli way of
I think
war
at least if it's the same one.
A way of war that is, of course, for them it's existential. As Golda Meir famously said, we can't afford to lose once. And the mullahs have made their choice. Is it possible that they could be punished in a way that would be something which would topple the regime? Maybe. I don't know if Israel can do that alone or if America needs to do it with them. But just imagine what the region would look like if that flight had not been allowed to land in 1979. All of this would have...
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, it's wild. Dude, Hassan should be banned. I've said this before, like when it initially happened, like there's no point in like reharping on it, but Hassan 1,000,000% should be banned for that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Another state. But the mullahs chose their route, and they're losing.
Well, let's talk about America. And
This is horrible. I'm not winning this one, chat.
Joe Biden has declared he's a Zionist. America is still Israel's most important ally. It gives it tons of foreign aid, and we could go
Platform
on
and
and
actual
on
chair. I know. It's not even. He's not even. It's the issue is he's so cowardly. Like, if you want to be pro-terrorism, own it. Own it. Say, I hate Israel. I want the Houthis to attack Israel because I fucking hate Israel and I hope the Zionists die. Own it. Don't bring an uneducated, non-political streamer on your stream and then lie to him multiple times to be like, yeah, the Houthis are just enforcing their territorial water and act like this is some legitimate thing. If you want to be pro-terrorism, just own it. Just own it. Just say it. Just say it. People are like, half your chat's going to fucking agree with you. Just say it. Own it. Don't be like, I tweeted about this, but like, I already showed it on stream, not watching it. It's why, like, what he did was, like, he was talking to, like, the Nick guy and was like, the Houthis said that they're going to enforce their territorial waters and not allow any Israeli ships through. Motherfucker, one, the Houthis aren't the government of Yemen. They can't enforce things. Don't lie and say this is fucking, like, a legally enforceable thing. Two, there was a second point, but, I remember also, like, ships, it's innocent passage. Ships are guaranteed innocent passage. It's just so wild to me that, like, Hassan will be, like, against economic warfare in any other case, but as soon as it's against Israel, as soon as it's against Israel and by a terrorist organization, he's somehow for it. Own it. Be pro-terrorism openly. Don't, like, lie to your viewers and lie to uneducated streamers about how the Houthis are doing a morally legitimate thing. Like,
this White House on that score. But on the other hand, you can make a very different argument, which is,
anyway,
you could argue that the roots of what we're seeing play out tonight over the skies of Israel goes back to the Obama administration and to an embrace of a sort of rapprochement with Iran. I wonder.
Oh no, is he against the Iran deal too?
The past 24 hours.
Maybe I've said this before. We need to do a reading stream of the Iran deal at some point. I don't know if it was effective or not. I lean towards it was probably being effective, but I don't know for sure.
Fully shattered and collapsed, or are we still going to have to pretend as if? Well, you tell me.
Well, you know Herb Stein's law: things that cannot go on won't. It's a law that economists are fond of. In foreign policy establishment, things that cannot go on usually do. There are two completely defunct paradigms which are still being pursued in Washington, Paris, and London. Number one, that if you give the Palestinians yet another state, by which I mean not being given a state in 2005 in Gaza isn't enough, and everything they've done since isn't enough, let's give them another one.
I mean, they would. I wouldn't say they were giving me a state, but I understand his point there, but it's a little misleading.
Next time they won't decide to do a genocidal state again. First thing is this idea that Anthony Blinken said a couple of days after the 7th of October, this is why we need to double down on the two-state solution. What, you want another Palestinian state in order to become another terror state? And you reward them for the terror by giving them another state? That's delusion number one. Delusion number two is this idea that, and my gosh, the Obama administration was the worst of this, was this idea that you wait for the moderate reformer to appear under the mullahs in Tehran.
I'm definitely not winning this one. By Alpha's trash. Anyway, I feel like I'm probably going to disagree with him on the first point. Like the idea that you can have a group. Oh, my nails are fucking red. The idea that you can have a group of people with a national identity who aren't able to exercise their right to self-determination and not expect them to continually form resistance. Organizations that are terrorist in nature is probably a little dumb. There probably needs to be I should have voted higher than that. A genuine exercise. Can you explain the right to self-determination? My understanding is that the UN Charter grants like most groups. I actually don't know how they define it. Grants. I think it's ethnic groups. I don't know. Grants every person the right to self-determination to determine. Does it say ethnic groups in the UN Charter? I'm trying to remember now. The right to determine how their country is organized is my understanding.
Every single Iranian president in my lifetime who has come, every prime minister, every foreign minister, always the reformist. I mean, it's not even reformist in that,
all people have the right to self-determination. By virtue of their right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, cultural development. A peoples. That's not useful.
The hardliners are kill all the Jews and the reformists are kill most. It's not even that.
Do you really think a two-state solution would stop them?
So they don't come.
So, probably. I mean, it depends on how it'd be implemented. Like, assuming the two-state solution is an actual solution, then I would guess the conflict would essentially die down for the most part. Assuming like the issue is like it's a meme. Oh, you know, there's a reason like Palestinians have never been offered a fully sovereign state is because like obviously Israel is concerned that if they were to grant Palestinians like statehood overnight, a fully sovereign state overnight, then Iran would just build military bases there, and they would pose an even greater threat to Israel than they currently do. I'm voting for because she has a cat. But assuming you can implement a two-state solution that actually has like the, you know, we're going to grant Israel access to the Jordan River for 5 years, and then we're going to lease it. They're going to, you know, have long-term leases after that. And you can do provisions like that, then yeah, it'd probably work.
The regime is set up in such a way they don't come. It was always a delusion of the Obama administration and others. You could coax the Ayatollahs to the table. They don't want to be at the table. If they wanted to be at the table, if they wanted to be this reformist thing, they wouldn't have set up this death trap in southern Lebanon, which, in my view, and the view of many others, was always there in order to get the opportunity.
Oh, I didn't get last?
Atomic weaponry.
Oh, yes, I did.
Genocidal weaponry to fire at the Jewish state and have Hezbollah there in order to make sure that Israel and America...
It's an argument found to do with self-determination with the Ukrainian war. People say Russia's access immediately is emerging their rightful ethnic and underworld country. Yeah, it's dumb. People point to like the Russian like language law, which is like cringe. It's probably really not as bad people say. It's dumb.
These people all thought this was the case. They've been proven wrong again and again. And in recent days and weeks, we've had the spectacle of people who have never had to see a war, let alone fight one, saying all the time that Israel has to go for a ceasefire. They were flat out wrong.
What?
Kamala Harris said, don't go into Rafah. Rafah was a stronghold of Hamas in Gaza. The IDF went into Rafah. They got a lot more of the senior leadership of Hamas, as we knew they would. They got some more hostages back. But Kamala Harris said she looked at the maps and she knew better because, I mean, after all, nobody in the IDF has ever looked at the maps, I'm sure. And then in recent days, we have the situation with Lebanon. It's all, the Israelis are attacking Lebanon. No, they are freeing Lebanon from Hezbollah. Lebanon used to be a relatively progressive and prosperous country for the region. It had many Christians, among others, and an extraordinary, the Middle East, an unbelievable petri dish.
Wait, what period is he talking about? Street wars or streetwear? I thought it was a street war.
And they have been decimated by Hezbollah, by the Shiite militia of Iran in Lebanon. And Israel goes in to get Hezbollah out, and the American government says ceasefire. No, not ceasefire. Victory. Should always have been about victory. You cannot keep fighting wars that you're not allowed to win. And that's what I said from the very first moment after the 7th. Every single time Israel is made to fight wars it is not allowed to win. We in the international community were expected to see it as normal, that every 15 to 20 years Israel had to fight a war in southern Lebanon. Every 2 to 3 years it had to fight a war in Gaza. Why? Every single time because the international community, including American administrations, tried to stop them and did stop them before the moment of victory. There was an Israeli politician and general who I spoke with early in this conflict who said, I had the opportunity to snuff out Hamas entirely in 2010, and I was pulled back by my government at the demand of the American government and the international community. Well done, those people. Well done, the people who sustained.
I mean, obviously, the concern here usually is escalation, right? I mean, we've reached a point where clearly, I mean, okay, we could imagine a case where like Israel did agree to a ceasefire, right? And Hamas agreed to a ceasefire, which is, Hamas probably doesn't want a ceasefire at this point because they are probably banking on the fact that a regional conflict is going to benefit them eventually. Clearly, we could imagine a case where Israel did accept a ceasefire, and then tensions in the region would die down, and they wouldn't have to deal with Lebanon, and they wouldn't have to deal with Iran for a little bit at least. But I mean, I don't know. I probably agree for this fucking overall point here. So,
status quo. It meant we had war after war, and now they have this. This is the fruit of their labor.
We now know from Financial Times reporting over the past few days that Israel, in the days after October 7th, had a way, or they believe they had a way, to get Nasrallah, and the Americans stopped them. And there's story after story about how the Americans sort of interceded. And the theme that emerges for me is they seem to view not the terrorist group, not Iran, not Islamic totalitarianism as the enemy, but escalation itself as the enemy.
Yes, and the problem is that when you need to win a war, you need to escalate. Absolutely, you need to escalate. And, I mean, by the way, I don't know. everything I ever know about, when I read a story about it in the Financial Times, they're always wrong. It's possible there might be something to do with Ecuadorian politics every now and then. I don't know. But on anything I know about it, the Financial Times doesn't seem to me to be a very, very respectable journal. But maybe they're right. I had heard that rumor from elsewhere. Of course, the whole thing is always about de-escalation. Always de-escalation. This is this madness, as again, of people, governments drunk on peace, thinking that peace
Probably
is
be
the
able
only
to
thing
defend
that should
itself
ever
against
happen.
the
And
US
we don't need to
assault.
go back to Ecclesiastes to know this, but perhaps we can. To everything there is under the sun, there is a season. And the list includes a time of war and a time of peace. This is a time of war, and it was a war started by the mullahs in Tehran when they decided to send their barbarians into Israel on the 7th to rape and burn and murder their way. They chose the war. The Israelis want a time of peace. Most people in the region want a time of peace, but in order to get to peace, you have to get to victory in war.
Speaking of publications you admire,
Really
one
don't know how to
I think of the
justify
BBC,
nationalism.
today.
What do you mean by
Shortly
nationalism?
after Iran launched these ballistic missiles against Israel, one of its commentators said this, and I promise you it is not satire. The international community has to make sure that whatever Israel does is not upending the regional order as we know it. We've been in this for 12 months now, of constant red lines being crossed, mostly by the Israelis. Hezbollah and Iran have played it fairly rationally, trying to always be cautious in how they respond, trying to leave off-ramps where they could.
Yeah, no, this is a... By the way, this moron is a teacher
I don't know.
at King's College in London. He worked for 4 years for the Qatari government. He was in the pay of the Qatari government. He now teaches at King's College London, which is funded by the Qataris. Why the British Broadcasting Corporation should be inviting on people who are in the pay of Qatar, which is the mini terror state.
TS splitting land masses arbitrarily up to 4 countries. I don't know. They're probably like, okay, I'll take Israel as the example, right? Like there are probably reasons, like certain like ethnic groups feel like they probably want a country to themselves to protect themselves from places where historically they've been like, you know, subjugated. Like Israel would literally be like the example of this, or like Kurdistan as well. They don't have they don't have a state. They have, I mean, their autonomous zone in Syria because Syria's in a fucking shit show civil war. But I don't know.
I know, it's so sad. It's so sad that the regional status quo of firing missiles at Israel can't be retained, isn't it? It's barbaric, isn't it? The same thing happened on after one of the recent bouts against Hezbollah. One of the BBC, the Sky commentators said that Hezbollah had been appallingly provoked by Israel. Provoked beyond toleration, really. Poor Hezbollah. There they were, simply wanting to launch rockets in peace. and then they got disrupted. It's beastly. Absolutely beastly. No, the status quo that has existed was rancid and rotten and anti-Israel, and it had no right to continue. But these people, I mean, we have to ask ourselves in all these institutions, how do you end up with one of these Qatari stooges that a Qatari
I think utilitarian alternative tribalism,
kind
of like taking up employees until you snap is so full, so to speak.
It's rot all the way down. Rot in the media, supported by rotted institutions of rotten states like Qatar, which think they've bought us.
Damn.
And maybe they have.
Oh, we should turn that round. They think they own us. They are one of the weakest states in the world. It's a few 100,000 people
and yet
with a disgusting crime family at its head, and the people own slave after slave in that country. It's a slave-owning state with a couple of 100,000 people who actually have some money, and they think they've bought America and Britain? Seriously?
Well, we're cheap. That's the lesson I'm taking from the fact that some of our greatest universities are willing to have outposts in these countries.
Yeah,
what the fuck is an ethnic group actually, Ball? No, it's a good question.
Hit someone in this
I don't know. I don't have a good way to define that. I don't think anyone
agent, but on the Qatari payroll in some way.
Yeah.
How is that allowed to happen?
Well, look, it seems to be.
Wait, what did they say about the Qatari payroll?
Our sports teams spit,
yes.
and you will hit someone in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's paid up. I don't know. We're not going to say a Qatari agent, but on the Qatari payroll in some way.
Yeah.
How is that allowed to happen?
Does that what? I mean, Qatar's like a like a rich. Like a rich oil country. I would assume that they do things like invest in sports teams. I don't know if I would. Qatar. Sovereign wealth fund. Sports teams. The sovereign wealth fund invested Muhammad. I don't know why I immediately read Muhammad. Monumental sports and entertainment. The parent company. Yeah, like.
Well, look, it seems to be quite easy to seize Russian assets if you don't like Vladimir Putin's actions in recent years. Fine, get the Qataris. Why not?
Like they're an oil, like they're an oil company that diversifies with investments into fucking sports companies. Like that's what Qatar is.
By the international community that has some moral clarity on some issues some of the time, that you're not allowed to roll tanks into Ukraine and try to seize Ukraine, and as a result of that, all these people associated with Vladimir Putin had those super yachts taken. Fine, show the Qataris how it's done. Take their stuff, seize it. See how they run as a state when they can't protect themselves, and see whether their slave class that they import to literally act as slaves in the 21st century are going to stay around.
Muhammad Sports Entertainment.
They think we're vulnerable. We make them vulnerable.
But the
What
fact
type
that
of
they've been able
fucking
to
streetwear?
penetrate the West in the way that they have
Yes, 'cause
with
we're
such ease shows our weakness.
Yes, because we're weak and we're silly and we're drunk on peace.
Let's get back to that in a minute. I want to ask you one question about Ukraine since you brought it up. One, I wouldn't even call it an emergent phenomenon. I think it's now become the consensus on large portions of the American right, is that Israel, let's support that war, but Ukraine, let's give up on those guys, to be very crude about it. I would say Israel has become almost a conservative cause, and Ukraine has become a liberal cause. And I find this quite strange, because the way that I see it, these two conflicts are profoundly and deeply linked. But you're a conservative, and many of your fellow conservatives no longer see it that way. What are they seeing? And what's the case you would make to them that the cause of Ukraine should also be the cause of those that support Israel?
Well, of course, Ukraine is obvious, which is it's a sort of rather basic lesson from the 20th century that you shouldn't be allowed to roll tanks into other countries with impunity. Used to be rather widely recognized, and also.
I mean, they're speaking in big macro views right now. Hey, they're gonna get last this time.
Start redrawing the borders of the outskirts of Europe because you can open up an awful lot of old enmities that way. There's quite a lot of trouble in that part of the world.
But tell that to J.D. Vance or Donald Trump.
Well, I think they get that. I think that the problem that's happened with the right on Ukraine is, well, you're right that it's become a sort of left-wing shibboleth. You know, that people who never.
Who tankies we probably want to give them? No, tankies don't want to give up Bill Force. Tankies want to. Tankies want us to nuke Israel ourselves, and yeah, to give up on Ukraine essentially.
That put up the black square in 2020 and then put the pronouns in their bio, then put up the Ukraine flag, ergo we shouldn't support Ukraine.
Exactly, which is all true. And I mean, there are a lot of irritating people out there. But just because people are irritating
it's not ideal.
Form your foreign policy in opposition to irritating people.
Sorry,
that has changed on the right with Ukraine, as I see it, is that after the spring offensive last year failed, and it did fail, it was not clear that Ukraine was going to continue to be able to seize land back from Putin. I was with the Ukrainian armed forces when they retook Kherson and Mykolaiv, and it was a very heady time. But there were not further land gains like that. And when the spring offensive failed, I think quite a lot of people thought it's likely this is. I mean, Henry Kissinger, among others, said this at the time. You know, it seems that there's going to be some kind of negotiated settlement that will include a change of borders in the region. And once people started to see that, then yes, a lot of support fell away. And by the way, when you see the people on the left saying we will support Ukraine till the absolute end, no, they won't. They won't. The Germans have already been pulling back. They fall away. They fall away. And this is, by the way, one of the things about war. There is nothing at all that compares with winning. If you don't win, that's everything. Shortly after the 7th, the rabbi in London is a very nice man, but he's reform. And I'm not. I'm a non-Jewish Orthodox Jew. And,
sitting in the front row, our host, I should say, is a reform rabbi.
I know, but I have my criticisms anyway. I mean, I just. But
we'll get you the black hat.
A very nice reform rabbi said to me, you know, I sometimes worry, Douglas, that you talk about things in a way that's too binary, and you know, things aren't binary. And I said, well, actually, some things are. And he said, like what? I said, win, lose. That's it.
True.
Give me a clearer binary.
I mean, like, clearly.
Won it. You lose it. Got nothing to stand on. It's over. You don't own your own land. And you don't have your own army. You can't protect your family. You can't stop your people being killed.
That's a little over simplistic. Clearly, we could imagine, like, a no clear win-loss scenario for a war, or like a negotiated settlement that has, you know, trade-offs on both sides. You know, like,
now look, Ukraine has, as I say, fallen into a sort of torpor as a war, and a lot of people want to end it, and a lot of people think it'll probably just have to be settled by some gruesome and difficult land swap. Who knows? Israel is different on this because there is the glimpse back.
I'm playing Dress to Impress. You guys don't know what Dress to Impress is?
And that is what makes these conflicts at this stage different. It makes it wildly different because it is clear at this point how this war in the Middle East could end. And it's possible also, and this perhaps doesn't get said often enough, it's possible once again to see what the Middle East could look like if these two delusions fell away. If instead of everyone obsessing about the Palestinians getting another state, they thought about improving the living conditions of Palestinians. If instead of talking about the importance of...
In my view, those two things would probably go hand in hand, right? You know, I would imagine Palestinians getting a state would probably end up increasing their living conditions. I would imagine. I would guess.
Of bringing Iran in from the cold, the mullahs in from the cold, we talked about. If Washington had spent 1% of the time it has spent...
Ukraine will have to end with some kind of land exchange. If the Russian military fails to push back the Kursk region, it will increasingly likely. Yeah, it seems like it'll probably...
Every American government for 30 years has been trying to get Benjamin Netanyahu out of office. Bill Clinton sent teams of people over to get Netanyahu to lose the election in the 90s. When Netanyahu says in his memoirs, Bill Clinton calls him up to congratulate him after he wins the prime ministership, gets together the coalition, and Bill Clinton says, well, we did everything we could to keep you out, but we're looking forward to working.
Space Bill Clinton.
It has been American government policy to change the prime minister in Israel. Whatever you think, he's the one who can put together coalitions. What have they done when the Iranian people took to the streets like in 2009? Nothing. So, if you didn't have that terror regime...
Does it mean what did the U.S. government do when Iranian people went to the street? I'm pretty sure we do. I'm pretty sure we do give money to... U.S. gives money to Iranian protesters. I thought we did dedicate money to...
regime oppressing the people of Iran and spreading their terror around the region. Look at what's possible. Look at what's possible. Look at what Bahrain has achieved in recent years. Look at what Saudi has been able to achieve in recent years.
Resistance groups.
I never thought would be seen in generations in terms of liberalization. Now, does it yet look like Berkeley? No, thank God. And I always like to think there might be somewhere in level terms between Riyadh and Berkeley. If we can find that civilizational G-spot, let's do it. But Saudi has done extraordinary things, and the same with the Emiratis. I mean, you have Israelis holidaying in the UAE, and you have international businesses doing business in Saudi. You have pop concerts in Saudi again. I mean, it feels like, yeah, well, we were there a while ago, fine. This was a society that had not caught up with the 8th century until a few years ago, and it's coming into the 21st century. And there is this opportunity to say, look, how about if everything normalized, look at what the Israelis could do with these countries in terms of water supplies, or technology, or crops, or new energy, or all of these things.
Boom. Look, I'm right. Always right. There's been 1995. There's an American nonprofit organization established in 1995 with grants from the National Endowment for Democracy to promote regime change in Iran. Okay, maybe this isn't what I'm thinking. I swear we gave money to those fucking feminist groups that were in Iran protesting or whatever.
Look at what's possible.
NEDs replace covert CIA activities.
It does not involve the mullahs in Tehran having power, and it is not predicated on Mahmoud Abbas or the PA or whatever comes next in Gaza.
I'm always first.
Creating the perfect Palestinian state. The region cannot wait for that. It has waited for that for decades, and the Palestinian leadership has never been serious about it. It never wanted it. It walked away like it walked away in 1947, 1948, and again, I mean, I'm a little hardline on this at this point, but I believe that if you have kept being offered a state and you have kept waging war, you do not continue to have the right to keep on being handed state after state after state. If the Palestinians want another state, they should earn it, as everybody else has, as Israel did. But by the way,
how did Israel earn their state?
Washington still, where it's like, let's give them more.
I mean, like, Israel earned their state through violence. I mean, I understand that he's going to argue the violence was instigated by the other side in this case, but sure, like.
But what do you do if you're Israel? In other words, I don't disagree with the idea that if the Palestinians of the West Bank were given a state tomorrow, that would likely turn toward Hamas, and then
at best it'll be another failed Arab state, and most likely it'll just be another Iranian proxy state. So well done, all you kids on campus who thought that everything in the world would unfurl into peace if another rotten state was created in the Middle East.
But then occupation forever?
No.
Then what?
That's for the Israeli government to work out, among others. And by the way, one of the things about the Palestinian question, to my mind, is that just take Gaza for the time being. It's very hard to know what you do with Gaza now. I don't think the Israelis should reoccupy it. I'm very nervous about the fact that there will almost certainly have to be IDF at the Philadelphia corridor, because my colleague and friend Natasha House.
Who is this racist Aryan Zionist man? This is Douglas Murray.
The strip between
right, wait,
Gaza
describing him.
And Egypt, a piece of land that most Western journalists seem to not know exists. But anyway, I'm nervous about the fact that IDF will have to be at the Philadelphia corridor, but they have to be because, as Natasha showed me the photographs the other day,
the tunnels that ran under them.
The tunnels I've seen in Gaza in the last year are for military-sized vehicles to drive through, driving rockets and ammunition into Gaza, and they're all under Egyptian army checkpoints. So obviously the Egyptians can't be trusted with that from stopping them getting in. So
I think there were nine tunnels at least. 9 tunnels, Gaza, Egypt, and these were the Egypt has blocked cross-border tunnels before October 7th, says Israeli army. Shafts and 9 tunnels. There we go. Yeah, shafts and 9 tunnels found under Philadelphia corridor were closed before the war, contrary to Netanyahu's claims. Damn, no way. Netanyahu would lie? Why would he do that? None of the tunnels were believed to have been used for smuggling, contrary to the Israeli government claims. That when were they closed? Puts the number of tunnels destroyed between 2018 Egyptian military. It says some of the tunnels reach a depth of 30 meters underground.
So, yes, there will have to be Israeli troops at the Philadelphia corridor. I'm very nervous about it, however, because I think that we will hear for many years of young men and women in the IDF patrolling that and getting shot or kidnapped by terrorists in Gaza. However, something has to be done for the people of Gaza, with the people of Gaza. I think they should hopefully have learned by now that there is a terrible price to pay for voting for a terrorist group to run you. And if something can be done, among other things, that you don't have groups like UNRWA teaching young Gazan kids. They had 18 years to run the Gaza, and they brought up a generation of sociopaths. They brought them up with math books that are like, if you kill 2 Jews and then kill 2 more Jews, how many dead Jews have you got? That's like math in Gaza. Known about it.
I mean, like, there were... he's not entirely wrong. He's just, like, doing the, like, dumb intuition pump. He was apparently wrong about these 9 tunnels, though. Or I don't think he said 9. He just said tunnels at the Philadelphia corridor. They probably were closed by Egypt. Now as the IDF maintains control of the entire city, Egypt owns the Philadelphia corridor. The combat engineers are completing their investigation of a few dozen Hamas tunnels that have not yet been demolished, and operation will take no longer than a few weeks, with seemingly no hostage deal, blah, 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 blah. Most of them have been destroyed. Okay, well, the other thing. All have been blocked before the IDF arrived. Yeah. Total 9 that are crossing Egypt, but every single one was blocked before the IDF arrived, either by Egyptian authorities or Hamas themselves. They've collapsed, they're not usable, they're not active. Like the other 8 tunnels, this one too was blocked up, once on the Egyptian side, and the second time by Hamas inside Gaza. It's unclear why the terror group collapsed part of its own tunnel, but some military officials speculated that it was an attempt by Hamas to hide the fact that it did previously have some cross-border tunnels.
For years, and it was tolerated for years by the Americans and all the other Westerners as we poured money into these corrupt organizations. But it's not clear what you do about Gaza. But why should this be Israel's problem alone? If Washington doesn't have an answer for Gaza, and Egypt doesn't, and they don't want it back, and the rest of the world does, why would people keep on saying it's Israel's problem alone to solve? Whatever happens in Gaza should be a regional agreement with regional investment, regional security deals, but the absolute bottom line is never again will young Israelis have to lose their lives going in to fight another conflict to get Iranian rockets that have come through Egypt out of Gaza. This should be the last round. I said this at the beginning of this war. Will this be the umpteenth Gaza war or the last one? Will this be the 3rd Lebanon war or the last one? My hope is this is the last Gaza war, this is the last Lebanon war.
I want to go back to October of 2023 because there were 2 catastrophes of that week in October. The first, of course, was the Hamas pogrom, where 1,200 people were killed, more than 250 taken hostage, many of whom are still in
Oh shit, I'm gonna lose this one.
And the second was what started to happen and has continued to happen every day since October 8th, which was the sight of some of the most well-educated people in the West taking to the streets, waving Hamas flags, waving now Hezbollah flags, chanting glory to the martyrs. And now you have, by the way, the same moment that we're sitting here, I think today is the publication day of Ta-Nehisi Coates' new book, The Message, which is based on a 10-day trip that he took to what he calls Palestine.
Well, it's quite interesting that Ta-Nehisi Coates, for the first time in his life, has decided to write about something other than his specialized subject, which is himself.
No, it's still about himself.
Oh, it is?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Because, I mean, this is somebody who wrote his first book. It was a memoir, and it was about how incredibly prejudiced against he was. My view, when your first book, and you have no public presence before, is a memoir, it means you're doing pretty well in the publishing world. If your second book is also a memoir, you're doing really well. So, yeah, it's interesting that Coates should have applied himself to the most complex question in international geopolitics over a 10-day period, and utterly typical of him, and he should probably get another MacArthur Genius
Well, that's why I bring it up, right? This is a person whose projects are produced
Nice one, dude. I don't know anything about this guy, so I don't know if these criticisms are fair or not.
Prize that there is to win in the Western
He won
world.
more prizes in a shorter space of time than Caitlyn Jenner. Probably some of the same prizes, all those courage ones.
Well, he's won a lot. And he's going on television right now. And by the way, this book for many young people will be the only thing that they read about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is what is contained in this book. Yes, yes. And so it's this strange split-screen reality that I want you to comment on. Because on the one hand, as you've said, you see a vision that's sort of emerging of a different Middle East that feels almost, you could say, hopeful, despite the horrific despite the horrors that have happened and the horrors that will surely happen in the coming days. But on the other hand, it's a very different reality sitting here in America. Coates' book being only one example of this phenomenon. The reality is that, you know, there are people in this room who are students at Columbia University who lost their friends and their reputations and didn't get good grades because their professors knew that they supported the state of Israel. That is now normative in American life, to say nothing of the physical assaults that have happened to many people on college campuses and beyond that. How do you square the maybe sight of victory for Israel abroad and the reality for Jews here in America who always believed, or at least since 1945 have believed, that this country was exceptional for us? Talk to us a little bit about how you see ascendant anti-Semitism, normalized anti-Semitism, and what can be done about it.
Well, one of the things I was very struck about in Israel after the 7th was delegations started to come through from America and Canada and Britain and elsewhere. Delegations of Jews and Christians and others just trying to show support, really. Often doing menial tasks like picking fruit in the south that needed picking and that sort of thing. A large number of them I found would say things over dinner or over drink or whatever, something along the following lines. I can't understand what's happened, Douglas. I'm a liberal. I was there for Me Too. I was there for BLM. But after the 7th, no one was there for me. And I always said the same thing, which was, welcome.
What do you mean by that?
That was always going to be the case. You're a fool to think that BLM didn't go the way it did, or that Occupy Wall Street wouldn't go. Why do all these movements go to anti-Semitism straight away? They're rancid movements. They're rancid movements based on half-truths and
Yeah,
lies.
BLM is a real anti-Semitic movement,
Everything
real
based on that.
rancid
Always
anti-Semitic
the
movement, really.
Supreme paranoid lie, which is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a psychosis that human beings are very vulnerable to, and the Jews' tragedy is that they provide such an easy excuse for people who are failing in their lives in all sorts of ways. And as I've often said, you know, the amazing thing about anti-Semitism is the Jews can simultaneously be accused of being rich and of being poor, of being integrated and not integrating enough, and of being stateless and of having a state. But, you know, in a line I've been trying to popularize in the last year from Vasily Grossman, everywhere it tells you nothing about the Jews. What it tells you about is the person who suffers from anti-Semitism. And as Grossman says, tell me what you accuse the Jews of, I'll tell you what you're guilty of. Let me give you the supreme example of that. The Arab world and the Muslim world accuses Israel of being a colonial state.
I mean,
it's so funny.
I feel like that's the fairest criticism.
Islam is one of the great colonial projects in history.
It doesn't preclude that Israel was basically a settler colonial society at first.
Like expanded through violent colonialism. Now, that doesn't mean that all Muslims approve of that or love it, but they certainly live in the history of that. The Ottoman empires and all of these are all colonial movements. The whole Islam is a colonial movement. And they have the gall to say that the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland, where they existed long before Muhammad's mother came around, should be regarded as the colonial power. This doesn't tell you anything about Israel, it tells you about the Muslim and Arab world. They are colonialists, so they accuse Israel of being colonialists. But the case, the very, very interesting case, psychiatrists and psychologists in New York could not work out, if you got them all together, of the American student mind. Well, that is very interesting. And I'd say a couple of things. The first is, these are young people searching for a cause, and they've been given a cause by wicked people. And they'll have to decide in their lives what they think about that.
I don't completely disagree with that one.
You are chanting for something like the suicide bomber who went into a university in Jerusalem 20 years ago and detonated in a cafe, killing American students, among others. Are you happy with that? Are you happy with that? When you say you want the intifada everywhere, do you really mean you want your fellow students to be blown up whilst buying a cappuccino?
They mean they want
have you thought about this?
Freedom for the oppressed Palestinians. They want their resistance. The resistance of the domination of the bourgeoisie.
At all? Are you this morally frivolous or wicked? So, by the way, these are people who have joined a losing side. This is very important to stress. They've joined a losing side. They've joined a death cult. They have joined a death cult. They celebrate a death cult. When they celebrate and reiterate mottos shouted by Hamas and Hezbollah, they should know that the people they're shouting support for are in the dust now. I suppose some of these people have got fed up of sending wreaths by now. Maybe they should have loyalty cards within Deflora. Send flowers to all of the people they worshipped who are no more. Their horrible belief is going the way that anti-Semitic death cults have gone throughout history. There is a reason why people abhor the Nazis. They were the same type of people, and they were ground into the dust of history. Hamas, Hezbollah,
not last,
will go as well. And these young people who decided to spend their formative years fasting or shitting into a bucket in the middle of Columbia University while saying they were doing it for Hamas. Well done, guys. Well done. Your movement was less fragrant than it seemed.
Those people who are shouting Intifada are not thinking of the people murdered in the Hebrew U cafeteria. They're thinking, I was told this is what it means to be on the right side of history.
Yeah, exactly. And
that's what
they were told they were on the right side of history as they were chasing Jews across campus shouting, go back to Poland. Do you think you might have been the bad guys?
Oh, fuck. That fell. To be fair, like, how many students were really chanting go back to Poland? Like, like, clearly there's some people who just, like, think that, like, there's a fucking, something, like, they see a lot of dead people and they're like, oh, genocide, bad. They see the fucking racist statements that some Israeli fucking cabinet members make and they're like, oh, genocide, bad, evil, stop it. And they understandably don't want to give arms to these people. So, you know, I feel like
you think
you have to tank easy out of progressives. Yeah, basically.
This is one of a lot of alarming statistics.
Me in 10 years. How do I make a
Americans between ages
crackhead?
18 and 24, all of them with an IV right into TikTok, I'm sure, said that Israel believed that Israel should
True.
be ended and given to Hamas and the Palestinians. Just as a practical matter, we can sit here and say, haha, they're shitting in buckets, haha, they're idiots. That's the next generation of American citizens. What do we do about that?
We need to be more authoritarian leftist. Well, sure.
We should pray they never get what they want. Pray they never get what they want. If they got what they wanted for and what they chant for, they would end up waking up and realizing that they were the Nazis. Hamas, Hezbollah, the regime in Tehran, this is no overstatement for once, wishes to finish the work of Adolf Hitler in our time. If they managed, if Iran got the nuclear bomb and the Ayatollahs used it, that's it. And the Jewish people who survived Pharaoh and the Babylonians and the Assyrians and the Romans and Mengele would have been done in our own time. You sure you'd be happy to live with that? Young Columbia student? So no, I pray that they never, for many reasons, that they never get what they say they want.
But I think one of the alarming lessons of the past decade, or at least one lesson I'm learning, I'm sure you know it years before me, is I always used to comfort myself in a certain sense by saying, oh, people grow out of it. People grow out of it. And I don't feel that way anymore. I don't see people just naturally growing out of something that is being reinforced by so many.
You know what? There's this funny. Who is it from? I think it was from The Atlantic. The elite college students who can't read books. I read this today. This was interesting. But often require students to read a book, sometimes a very long one, a long and dense one in just a week or two. But a student told Emrys that at her public high school, she had never been required to read entire books. She had been assigned experts, poetry, news articles, but not a single book cover to cover. Apparently, like, so many less schools are requiring people to actually read full books because they just like doing they read excerpts and they do the excerpts, excerpt, I can't pronounce it. And because that's, you can immediately test it, you know, it's just for the format of, maybe I'll let him inside, let him in, you want to let the squirrel in. You can like immediately test that and it's like more for the format of the fucking, like standardized test, emphasize informational text and standardized tests. Teachers at school shifted from books and informal passages, followed by questions about the author's main idea, mimicking the format of standardized reading comprehension. And yeah, like I think he also says like students have a hard time they have a hard time reading whole text, and they have a hard time paying attention to like specific details while also getting the main idea. Which, like, I mean, I'm not like a particularly good reader, especially when it comes to fiction. I read boring shit, and I'm able to understand most of it to do Hasbro. That's the extent of my reading, clearly.
Of the institutions in their lives, by the people they admire, not just by their professors, but by many people in the culture who let these lies go unchallenged.
Yeah, as I say, there's a lot of rot in culture. There's a lot of rot in institutions.
Well, you said earlier that we're kind of drunk on peace, or the way a lot of other people have said it is we're a decadent society. Like, is it going to take something catastrophic
it will take a
happening
mass
to us?
casualty terror attack. Probably, sadly. You know, there's a line from T.S. Eliot, that rather sobering line in Murder in the Cathedral, where he says, "We do not know very much about the future, except from generation to generation, do the same thing again and again. Men learn little." And yeah, I think that most likely a mass casualty terror attack would be about the only thing that would bring the reality of this home. I mean, if these students who do this, if they realize that they had any imagination, if they had any sympathy or empathy, can you imagine? Of course they don't imagine. Imagine that the Nova Party had taken place in New York. Imagine that at 6:30 in the morning.
What, New York isn't next to a open air prison concentration. If you're going to a music festival and enjoying music next to a big concentration camp, then you're an evil person. Dude, I have not been playing Dressing Room. I'm going to lose this one by a lot.
It started to land over your head.
Gotta go. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow.
Big
Jen, thanks for stopping by. Bye.
With machine guns and Kalashnikovs.
I appreciate it.
Came and raped your friends in front of you and then killed them in front of you and then came for you next. And in your last moments, that was what you saw. One of the, without getting too gruesome, but let me just perhaps do so for once to hit home the point. One of the people who I interviewed who had been in the Nova Party had said at one point that there was a young girl on her knees. One of the Hamas terrorists had killed her best friend in front of her. And they were debating whether or not they should take her into Gaza or kill her. And she was screaming, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." And they shot her through the face, and she was still shouting that when her face fell off. That's what these guys are. Does any student in America understand this, or can have any understanding that these people would do that to them? My just prayer is that they don't, that they're simply lacking in imagination. But if this happened to them, and if this happened to them, and they, like the Nova survivors, came to New York for an exhibition about the Nova Party, and then they find in the streets of New York outside the exhibit American
protesters.
students and others chanting support for the people who did this to their friends, I don't know how some of these survivors, they're so brave, these young people, to still be going around the world telling their story. When they go around much of the world and they meet people they tell their story to, who are supporting the people who did it. This is a level of human evil I don't think that, human lack of empathy perhaps I can say, that is beyond my comprehension. I just want to say one other thing on that. We have seen something like this.
Don't you have empathy for the 50% of children that have been killed in Gaza, the 30,000 dead children in Gaza?
Before. We saw it in the
clearly exactly morally equivalent.
Decided to take up the cause of the PLO. You know, very interestingly, one of the things about the Entebbe raid that people don't realize.
You're back for 1 second.
Two of the hijackers were members of the German left.
Everyone already said bye.
Former foreign minister.
Can't be back. Not allowed.
And they
Everyone else to say bye again.
World War II. There was one thing they wouldn't be, which was they wouldn't be Nazis. And this is quite a good idea. It's a good orientated principle, you know. Don't be Nazis. But I just want to stress that even that isn't enough on its own, not with other moral cause to you, not with other things in your system. Because by the 60s, PLO...
Between the world and me.
All those groups. Some of the German left fell into that. And one of the things about the Entebbe hijacking, which is not well enough known, is that when the plane was landed in Uganda, the main hijacker, German leftist, sorted out the passengers, Jews and non-Jews. Mm-hmm. Jews and non-Jews. Now, it wasn't just Israelis and non-Israelis. They got the American Jews into the line with the other Jews. And there was a man on the plane at Entebbe, one of several people on the plane who was a Holocaust survivor. And as he heard this German left-winger shouting orders to the Jews after the selection process, he showed his tattoo from the camp.
5 stars.
And said, "I had thought that people had changed." And the hijacker has been quoted by several people present as having said to that man, "I'm not a Nazi, I'm an idealist." We've seen these people before, but we've seen them off before.
I wondered before we go to questions, you've met so many people in your time.
I mean,
you've talked to
I just have a tendency, like anti-establishment people just have like a tendency to like
leaders. Shared an image I don't think any of us will ever forget about
to share overly broad overly broad data, we'll say.
I wondered if you could give us
paint an overly broad picture of things.
Because one of the things you talked about when you recently won the Alexander Hamilton Award is you've said that your friends have commented to you that you've changed since October 7th. And the way that you've changed is that you're actually less pessimistic. Mm-hmm. So give us some reasons that you've left some of that pessimism behind. Maybe through some people that you've met.
Are you kidding me? She won. All right, bye for real this time, hopefully. Or I don't mean hopefully as in I hope you don't come back or anything.
A rather personal thing, as you said before. There was rocketing in the north, and I hadn't been under any serious bombardment before. I'd seen stuff in Iraq and elsewhere. And I remember coming back from a day in the north where there's been rocketing, as there was again recently in the town of Safar. And I thought something very strange when I got home, which was, I thought I could look my grandparents in the face. And what I mean by that is...
Can you link the vid I'm
my
watching right
generation
now?
It was
This?
always the question, would we be able to do what our grandparents had done? You know, living through the Blitz in London, night after night, and not losing their faith and not losing their strength. And I used to hear stories of that, terrible stories, when I was growing up, of what that was like. And from those who went and fought, the ones who didn't come back. And in my country of birth, Great Britain, like in America, every country is filled with family stories. My grandmother on my father's side lost her father in the First War and then her brothers in the Second. And always fighting Germans. And every family was like that. And it was always this question of, if the time of trial came, would we be up to it? And that was what, just in my small little way that day, I remember thinking. I got a little taste of what my forebears went through. Tiniest one. But everyone in the West, somewhere in our back of our heads, has this thing. And Israelis had it. Always. Until, you know, there was always a thing, since 1973 in particular, in the first Lebanon War, second Lebanon War. Always this question of, are the young people going to be up to it? And just, I have so much admiration and pride and so much more that this generation of young Israelis were put to the test, and they've been magnificent.
Do you believe this guy?
Women do on
For
a daily
what?
basis, from the south of Gaza to the mountains of Lebanon and Syria in the north, and they don't.
Obviously, I don't agree with him on everything. I disagree with him on a few things in the video. In terms of what he's talking about right now, I feel like I don't know. He's gonna know more about. Do you believe he was correct on what? That doesn't help at all. What an unbelievably dumb clarification. Correct about what? Yeah, great clarification, dude. I don't know. Obviously not with everything. He's obviously like pro to the fucking right wing Netanyahu. Do you think he's right? He's probably. I mean, like, I would assume that there are more protests in Israel now than there have been before. So, his point about young people, you know, being up for the challenge might be less correct than he's saying it is. Just because I would, Israel has had like massive protests against Netanyahu prior to October 7th for the judicial reform stuff, and I know post October 7th there's been protests even by like the hostages' families against like Netanyahu. So I don't know. And calling for a ceasefire because they want the hostages back. So I don't know. I don't know if he's entirely correct, but I mean, he's going to know more about this specific thing than I do. So
any of it with hatred in their hearts.
One word answer, please.
I mean, just some of what they've had to do is just beyond description. But they do it from love of their country, love of their people, love of their tradition, defense of their people, defense of their tradition. They know that they are fighting for the Jewish people as their forebears have before, but this time with a state, with an army, with an air force. And they've stepped up to this moment, and they have been extraordinary. People will write books about this generation. And I just say, the best thing about it is that it should tell us that there is also a better way. There is a better way than this nihilism and hatred which has been bred in America. There is something else other than this culture of resentment and failure, and it is failure. There is something better than this culture of grievance and I don't have enough, or someone else must have something. As Ronald Reagan said once, you know, this idea that if there's a fat man standing by the side of a thin man, it must mean the fat man took something from the thin man. There is something else than this thing that has ended up in the last year being a celebration of a death cult. There is such a thing as gratitude instead of resentment, pride instead of envy, and pride in
I want to know you're an
Pride is something you should be
anti-Sem.
proud of.
If you're an anti-Semite or
Pride in protecting your people
Islamophobe,
and your faith and your community,
obviously
and
no
indeed
other
languages
options
as
here.
well.
True.
So,
I think I said that
can't even
horribly
begin
wrong.
listing the
Islamophobe.
number of people, but anyone who feels down from spending too much time with people in America should come to Israel, and you will see that, among other things, the people who thought the next generation of Israelis just wanted to party were wrong. And it turned out not to be an
Well, I
ideal
do
thing.
kind of are
You fight
mandated
for your
to
country,
join the
your
military,
people, and you
so.
can still dance. And that's what they're showing.
Damn. What the fuck? Nah. I would assume if I look up October 7th, Israel protests. I try to look up Israel protests, maybe. I don't know. Oh, it's only going to be shit in America. I don't know, but I would assume there's probably more protests about this war than there were about most other wars Israel has engaged in, saving maybe the who's Israel's female Israel the Yom Kippur War, probably female prime minister. This girl, right? Not the Yom Kippur War, the War of Attrition, right? Chosen her job just before the 1969 elections, following the death of Levi Eshkol, and ended her job in 1974. Whoever this girl was. No, wait, what? Oh, that's just it. I thought it was for her. Okay, never mind. What the fuck is this? Were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justify? Elon Levy versus Mehdi Hassan. Ooh, this might be interesting. I don't know who this guy is. So I don't know how good arguments he's going to make. Is this your girlfriend? Yes, absolutely. She was actually probably Israel's, like, worst prime minister. Kindle. I remember there was that one poem. Control F. Poem. Song. Wait, I thought it was a poem. Did I spell poem wrong? God, what was it? I mean, I support licensed content. It's one of the few books I have actually bought, allegedly. $67. It wasn't that. God, I don't know. I might not be able to find it. Fucking hell, dude. Found it. It was a play. It was the loudest and most articulate expression of the young generation's despair with a war that never ended, and politicians and generations incapable of departing from the logical war. In a play, the fallen soldier questions the nation's traditional mythology of heroism and sacrifice, addressing his father, he says, "And don't say that you made a sacrifice because the one who made a sacrifice is me, and don't talk high words anymore, because I'm already lower than low, father. My dear father, when you're standing by my graveside, old and very solitary, you'll see how they enter my body in the dust. Just ask forgiveness, father." Yeah. This was about the war of attrition, right? I was right. Notwithstanding the war of attrition did not change the essentials of the Arab-Israeli dispute as a conflict between a besieged small Jewish state whose Achilles heel has always been a limited capacity to resist casualties in immense Arab oceans. 2 years after the stunning 1967 victory, Israel again looked like an embattled nation, trapped in her own contradictions and immersed in a deep moral crisis. Okay, so I was right. It was the war of attrition. I'm never wrong. I should never doubt myself. I was right. I'll go far more channel points for eating dinner. Good night if you don't come back. Thanks for stopping by, Birdstein. I appreciate it. Anyway, we might as well watch this since it fucking autoplayed. Were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified? Elon Levy versus Mehdi Hassan.
Welcome to Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan, and we are gathered for something remarkable here. A meeting between two men who disagree fiercely across an issue that has fiercely divided so many of us within families and on college campuses. And for that alone, for their courage in coming to the same stage, let us congratulate them at the outset, because we know how rare it is in our currently hyper-polarized culture for opposing viewpoints to be heard, spoken aloud, and in competition with each other under the same roof. But that is the essence of debate, and that is the value that we promote at Open to Debate. And so it is an honor to be here at New York's Venerable Adler Hall, a crown jewel of the New York Society for Ethical Culture, where we cannot and we will not forget how the war in Gaza is steeped in pain and outrage and fear and anger. It's why this debate matters, and it's why it is natural to take sides, even necessary to take sides. But listening to the other side, which these debaters will be called to do with one another, and which I hope you will do as members of the audience just by being here, that may be a first step, at least in understanding how and why and exactly why we disagree. The question we have framed for this purpose, and that we will hear debated tonight, is this: were Israel's actions in the war in Gaza justified? Let's meet our debaters. Answering yes to the question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified, I want to welcome Elon Levy.
There's multiple.
Thank you.
Who is this dude?
Elon, you are the, you can stay with me here. You're the former spokesperson for Israel in the October 7th war, co-founder of the Israeli Citizen Spokesperson's Office, host of the State of a Nation podcast. Welcome.
Oh no, so he's paid. He's on Israel's payroll.
Right. And here to argue no to the question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified, I want to welcome Mehdi Hassan.
Oh man, it's got a lot of cheers.
Mehdi, you are founder, editor-in-chief, and CEO of Zeteo, host of Al Jazeera's Head to Head, and award-winning journalist. Welcome to Open to Debate.
Thank you for having me.
Well, he's Al Jazeera, right? So he's on the Qatari payroll as well. Okay, we got payroll propagandists versus payroll propagandists. Awesome.
And gentlemen,
I don't know enough about Elon Levy. I'm being a little uncharitable to Mehdi Hassan. I think Mehdi Hassan is okay.
Each of you for being here tonight. Let's start it with a handshake, and then we can begin the debate.
Glad to take this offline. Thank you.
So let's get to our opening statements. We want each of you to take a few minutes to explain why you're answering yes or no to our question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified? And when I say were, I just want to be clear, we chose that word to talk about Israel's immediate actions after what happened on October 7th up through today. It's everything. It's not this moment, it's not that moment, it's the course of things. Elon, you are up first. Your answer to the question is yes. The floor is yours. Please tell us why.
On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated an act of genocide against the people of Israel.
Damn, he's got it
Its
memorized.
death squads invaded with a clear mission: to massacre as many people as they could, as sadistically as they could, and to take survivors as hostages. Hamas had a strategy to lure Israel into an urban war and generate enough suffering that the world would pressure Israel to leave Hamas alone to do it again and again. Hamas slaughtered 1,200 people on that day at a music festival and in their beds. They cremated little children.
Don't you know?
They perpetrated
the burn babies. Oh, don't you know the IDF clearly bombed their own civilians that way too? Didn't you know?
Acts of sexual violence. They beheaded, tortured, and mutilated their victims, alive and dead, and they did it with glee. And then they took over 250 hostages, including little children, paraded them through the streets of Gaza to jeering crowds, hid them in tunnels and homes where they are being starved and tortured and raped and executed. It was the deadliest terror attack in world history after 9/11, the bloodiest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and the opening shot of the Iranian regime's...
I don't know if the bloodiest massacre is used since the Holocaust thing is true. I've never looked into it, but I'm pretty sure. Argentina, Jews killed. I'm pretty sure it wasn't there. Jews. Massacre? Only 85 people?
Regional war against Israel on 7 fronts. At this point, Israel faced a choice, as Hamas immediately threatened to do it again and again until Israel was destroyed. To do nothing, or to do something. Both would have consequences. Doing nothing meant letting Hamas get away with October 7th, leave it free to do it again and again, only this time with thousands of dangerous terrorists released from jail and with its popularity skyrocketing. That's not an option. Doing something meant targeting Hamas's terrorists in accordance with international law in order to dismantle their ability to wage war and live out that threat to do it again and again. That was the choice that Israel faced after October 7th. Now, after October 7th, that campaign to bring Hamas down and bring the hostages home was the only moral response. Hamas exists for the sake of war, and for the sake of peace, it must go. Let me explain Israel's strategy. Israel's strategy is to get civilians out of harm's way so that it can target Hamas's terrorist infrastructure.
But don't you know they bomb the areas after they tell civilians to leave? Have you considered that one? What's the funny, is it pose 27? That's the funny pose or whatever.
Under their feet. Hamas's strategy is to keep civilians in harm's way so that it can use them to shield their military infrastructure. Israel left Gaza in 2005 and never wanted to go back, but Hamas seized power 2 years later, started firing rockets at our cities, and rigged Gaza's urban landscape.
Israel's like buying a $1 house in Detroit and not liking the area, so you try to kill everyone else. Localist, I thought you were bored by geopolitics. You even have an opinion on Israel?
They booby-trapped tens of thousands of buildings. They started firing rockets at our homes and our towns from inside their schools and their hospitals. In response, Israel's actions are to target Hamas's terrorists and to take unprecedented efforts to keep their civilians safe from their own leader's sick strategy to sacrifice them on the altar of jihad. That's why it keeps repeatedly urging them to get out of harm's way from Hamas' stronghold and flooding the area with over 1 million tons of aid, because it keeps saying this is a war against Hamas, not the people of Gaza. Now, the suffering of my neighbors in Gaza.
I forgot. We need to read into the aid thing. We'll do it at some point.
It's horrific. I blame their psychopath leaders for launching this war, fighting it inside civilian areas.
He clearly has less people on his side than Mehdi Hassan does.
Release the hostages and surrender. Now, tonight's debate is about whether Israel's actions in the war in Gaza are justified. In a context in which I hope we can all agree, none of the enemy's actions are justified. Because we are fighting a jihadist army that has as much...
I don't know. There's some like weird. I'm sure Mehdi Hassan will bring up some of the things with the food trucks. There's some weird things with the data for the food trucks that I've seen. Well, one, it should be mentioned, like Israel did do its whatever complete siege on Gaza after October 7th, immediately after October 7th, until they got until they contained Hamas back to the Gaza Strip, Hamas and other militants back into the Gaza Strip, because remember, Hamas broke through the fucking barriers on October 7th. And I don't think they ever... I don't think they ever started giving stuff to the north again, but they did, tell people to leave the north, so... Maintaining food for Gaza, making sensitive data. Some of the data doesn't include private trucks. Some of the UN data only includes trucks going from the Rafah, or not the, the Rafah crossing, right? And not the Erez crossing and other crossings. Although Erez is in the north, right? So I don't know. I haven't read into it too much, but you can see like there are ton of different sites giving ton of different numbers.
I condemn Hamas's acts on October 7th, but he will not condemn its strategy, because he is part of its strategy. Hamas is counting on its defense to shield it from the consequences of the war that it started and deflect blame onto Israel so it can do October 7th again, maybe because they share a goal that Israel shouldn't exist. Mehdi Hassan will say tonight that October 7th does not justify Israel's actions in this horrible war. My question then is this.
Ilan, I'm sorry, your time is up.
What does October 7th?
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Mehdi? Ilan, in already calling your opponent a liar, you have already crossed one of the lines of the culture that we try to establish here. I wish you hadn't. I don't mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You don't need to do that to make your case. Please. Mehdi Hassan, you are answering no in answer to the question: were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified? All right. So.
But I think Israel also restricted the import of concrete and other dual use materials after the war, and so comparing the trucks going in before the war and after the war is probably not super accurate, because before the war you're counting the importation of concrete, which has not taken since the war. That's my
Ladies and
understanding.
gentlemen, the question, were they justified? Were the actions justified?
And it would be great if you didn't feel the need to respond to the personal attack. If it'll waste
We'll decide when we get there, John. Were they justified? No, obviously not. Of course not. October the 7th, I think we can all agree, was a crime, a war crime, right? We can all agree on that. And taking hostages is a war crime. And those hostages should be released.
But Israel also has
But to destroy an
hostages.
entire place, an entire people in response is never justified. Never justified. How are we still...
Oh my God, he has so many people on his side.
40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still
Oh my
debating this
God,
sitting in the
really?
comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away. from
Yeah,
a place
just mention the number of dead. Mention the number of dead bodies. Count the number of dead bodies. That's all you need to do for moral analysis. Thank you.
UN Secretary General is called hell on earth. Justified? Justified? Was Israel justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, dropping 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs on schools, hospitals, universities, bookstores, libraries, mosques, churches, refuge...
Wait, why would they do that? Wait, why would they drop 2,000-pound bombs in refugee camps? Why? Why would they? Could it be potentially? Just maybe potentially be because Hamas operates in bunkers underneath refugee camps. Is that within the realm of possibility?
camps, apartment buildings, cemeteries, destroying a higher percentage of buildings in northern Gaza than the Allies destroyed in Dresden during World War II, reducing Gaza to 42 million tons of rubble while they got people out of the way? How is that justified? Dropping a bomb, for example, on a 6-story apartment building in central Gaza last October, killing more than 100 people inside, including more than 50 children, with no Hamas target inside, according to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified, Elon? Was Israel justified in telling people to go to safe zones and then bombing them and killing them in those safe zones? According to NBC, there were 7 deadly airstrikes between January and April in areas that the Israeli military had specifically designated as safe zones, killing Palestinian civilians like Sabrine Sakani, who was 30 weeks pregnant at the time. She was killed in a safe zone in April. Her little baby, newborn baby, died less than a week later. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of kids in Gaza, 16,000 children, turning Gaza into what the UN has called a graveyard for children, according to Save the Children, killing more kids in the first 3 weeks that were killed globally in each of the past 4 years, killing little kids like 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her 15-year-old sister Leanne, firing 335 bullets into the car they were in. 335 bullets. And then killing the 2 paramedics who went to try and rescue them. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of aid workers in Gaza? Right? A record
number of aid workers.
Targeting again and again.
Targeting.
Systematically, car by car, according to Chef Jose Andres. A specifically...
Oh, the World Central Kitchen thing? Are you kidding me?
Aid convoy killing.
Oh, yeah, there they go. Why? I feel like that's the... I don't know the specifics of the other cases that he brought up, but I'm pretty sure, like, the World Central Kitchen thing, like, Israel, like, they fired the generals responsible for it. Like, they did their own, like, internal investigation, and, like, they determined how the mistake happened. I forget exactly what it was, but it was like, I don't know. They saw people like with bags and trucks, and they were on the whatever like pre-approved safe route, but I don't think they I think it was like a difference in the number of employees that were in the trucks, or like they saw entering the trucks, so they assumed it was militants when they shouldn't have, so they struck them. But like this was he also says clearly marked, but like they were using infrared cameras like at night or whatever, so like they couldn't see the markings on it. I think part of the solution was adding like infrared sensors to the top, or like infrared lights at the top that their drones could see, that would have clearly identified like aid worker marker things that rotate every day, so Hamas can't use them.
Justified in starving the people of Gaza, using food and water as a weapon of war, to quote both the EU and Oxfam? Was Israel justified in blocking aid trucks from going into Gaza simply because they carry things like crutches, nail clippers, and even chocolate croissants, according to the Washington Post? Was Israel justified in raping, sodomizing Palestinian detainees who were charged with no crimes whatsoever? Putting hot rods up their rectums, amputating their limbs, according to CNN and the New York Times. Was that rape and torture justified, Elon? Israel, according to the ICC chief...
Also, they're not really making a good distinction between the jus ad bellum and jus in bello, you know, the conduct in war versus the right to war. It seems like the Medellin is mostly going after the conduct in war here, the in bello, like he's mentioning specific actions that they took in war and saying that the conduct in war was not good. But, you know, the other guy was mostly talking about the jus ad bellum, the right to war, saying that, you know, essentially October 7th justified Israel in going to war. Medellin doesn't focus much on the right to war stuff.
Chief prosecutor, who put out a statement calling for the arrest of Elon's former boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israel may have military goals, legitimate goals, but the way they're carried out, killing innocent people, starving people, is criminal, he said. Criminal, think about that. Elon Levy is a former spokesperson for a man who the ICC chief prosecutor once arrested for war crimes. Elon himself has produced a number of lies, sorry John, in service of those war crimes. He has a bunch of tweets still up tonight which say that babies were beheaded on October the 7th, babies were baked in ovens, babies were ripped from their mother's wombs. October 7th was bad enough, but Elon had to exaggerate it for atrocity purposes. Those tweets are still up. Why would you trust anything this man says to you tonight? Look, he's here. He's here. He's here to gaslight you, to defend the indefensible, to excuse the inexcusable, to justify the unjustifiable, but you don't need to. Tonight you can choose to be on the side, not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, as we speak, by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion. Thank you.
So we're going to have a discussion that's a little bit looser in format. But the first thing I want to say to each of you is, this mutual urination contest is not helping us understand the principles involved. All right, you think he tells untruths. You think he tells untruths. You don't need to keep hitting.
They won't let it be a blood sports debate.
That point, I hope, to make your argument. And again, it's not what we're about. Elon, I heard you in your opening statement say that the only moral response was for Israel to try to take Hamas down and to get the hostages home. I heard your opponent say that the manner in which it's happening is just enormous overreach with enormous consequences for an enormous number of people that he would certainly say, and I think a number of others would agree, are innocent people, not all of them, but some of them, and that represents an unjustifiable response. What we're talking about, it seems like, is proportionality. And I want you to address the issue of proportionality. This has been calculated in a number of ways. People have said that, as you said, it was the worst terrorist attack since September 11, 2001. But others would say that the number of people killed on both sides is wildly out of balance and therefore disproportionate. There's an issue to be discussed here. There's a principle to be discussed here, and that's proportionality. And what, in your view, justifies the proportionality that Israel has stepped up to in its response? And again, because I want things to move back and forth, I'll probably jump in on you after about 90 seconds, just so you have a sense.
Israel's response is proportionate to the threat that we face, which is the threat of annihilation. After perpetrating the savage atrocities of October 7th, the first thing Hamas did...
Why are they... Now they're both like doing a... I don't want to say they're using proportionality wrong, because you can make arguments for proportionality ad bellum. Proportionality ad bellum. Like, you can make arguments for proportionality ad bellum. But like usually proportionality is implied in bello. Like you're not necessarily doing proportionality analysis is with like when you simply go to war, you do it like for specific attacks that are you calculate how many civilian and how much damage to civilians and civilian objects you're expected to do versus the direct and concrete military gain for like each individual attack. Usually you don't do proportionality ad bellum.
Was denied that it did them. The second thing that it did was to threaten to do it again and again until Israel is destroyed. That is what is at stake. If this war ends with Hamas free, emboldened, and empowered to perpetrate more October 7th massacres, thinking that the world will keep saving it from the wars that it started. Now, proportionality is a term in international law. It doesn't mean that if they kill 1,000 people, you kill 1,000 people and call it quits. It means that for each strike, the anticipated collateral damage, the damage to civilians cannot be excessive to the anticipated military goal.
And your argument is that has been the principle Israel has observed.
Every military expert who has observed Israel's military efforts, including just recently in the Times, the Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO, has said that Israel is fighting in the most complicated urban battlefield that the world has ever seen, and he's satisfied that its rules of engagement and standard procedures are at least as rigorous as the UK and other Western allies. That's the former Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO.
Mehdi.
So I actually want to agree. I want to agree with something Elon said. Proportionality is a difficult subject, and we shouldn't talk about this in abstract. X number here, Y number there. Let's talk specifics. The problem with a lot of spokespersons in Israel, they want to talk in abstract. I want to talk in specifics. So we talk about proportionality, we talk about discrimination, we talk about war crimes. Last October, shortly after October 7th, Israeli forces struck a 3-story residential building in Gaza City. They killed 15 members of the Al-Dos family, 7 children. According to Amnesty International, the survivors say no warnings. Elon told us there were warnings. No warnings were given to evacuate. Amnesty found no evidence of any military targets in the area, and Israel to this day has offered no explanation for that strike. So for the dead Al-Dos family members, Elon, can you tell us...
Sorry, what strike did he say?
Forces struck a fix. So we talk about proportionality, we talk about discrimination, we talk about war crimes. Last October, shortly after October 7th, Israeli forces struck a 3-story residential building in Gaza City. They killed 15 members of the
Okay, 3-story residential building.
Al-Dos family, 7 children. According to Amnesty...
he says residential building. There is no such thing as a military building in Gaza. Hamas fails in passive precautions. It operates exclusively out of residential buildings.
The International, the survivors...
And then he says no warnings. You don't always have to do a warning. You only have to do a warning when feasible. For example, like when Israel did its recent strike on Nasrallah, it didn't issue a specific warning for that strike. I believe it did issue a general warning to the people in Lebanon to flee certain areas, including, I think, the area that strike was in. But it didn't issue a specific warning for that strike because obviously, if the commanders of Hezbollah are in a underground bunker, and Israel tells civilians to leave an area, you know, surrounding that bunker, then, you know, the people that they're trying to target, the individuals they're trying to target, are going to know that they're trying to strike them and therefore flee. So it's going to reduce the effectiveness of attack. Therefore, a warning there isn't really feasible. So you're not always required to do a warning. It could be the case that within the strike, Israel was targeting individuals that they thought if they warned, it wouldn't be feasible. It seems like as a general principle, Israel does pretty well with warnings.
No warnings. Elon told us there were warnings. No warnings were given to evacuate. Amnesty found no evidence of any military targets in the area, and Israel to this day.
And then no evidence. I mean, if Amnesty said there's no evidence of any military targets there, you'd have to. These are all examined based on the reasonable expectations of the commander at the time. They're all examined ex ante. So, like, you'd have to show that Israel did not have good reason to believe that there was a lawful military target there at the time. You can't do that just based on saying that there wasn't anyone there. You'd have to show clearly, like, again, Hamas operates out of a residential building. It's Lieutenant warned me that I would get no. I would mean bitches. I don't know if you do believe say it. True. Clearly, in principle, Israel has good reason to think that a residential building could be a lawful military target, because there are many residential buildings in Gaza that are lawful military targets, whether via their use as a use by militants, or even their location. Like people like often criticize, like, oh, all these residential homes are being destroyed. Look at this, you know, view of the neighborhood that got completely destroyed. A lot of those neighborhoods are within the buffer zone that they're trying to build. 1 kilometer buffer zone, Gaza. You can argue what it's, I mean, like, who knows if this is, I mean, you can definitely argue this is immoral, whatever. But even residential homes can be lawful military targets by their location if, you know, the location is restricting your military's ability to do something. Or if, I don't know the rules regarding buffer zones for IHL, but assuming the buffer zone itself is legal under IHL, then, like, the residential homes within the buffer zone that they want to build would be a lawful military target. Something can be a lawful military target based solely on its location.
Has offered no explanation for that strike. So, for the dead Al-Dos family members, Elon, can you tell us why they were killed?
Mr. Hassan, the IDF does not owe you immediate answers, and the fact that Amnesty speaks, to local.
He's not entirely wrong there, but that's a horrible answer.
Witnesses intimidated by Hamas does not mean that there was not a military target.
But was there? Because Israel has never said there was a military target.
Hamas booby-trapped 40% of Gaza's buildings. It dug tunnels underneath homes and schools.
We're back to generalities, Elon.
No, not
Why did you kill 15 members of the Al-Dos family?
I do not know, and I do not need to explain every single strike.
No,
Mr. Hassan. Because in this war, Israel is seeking to neutralize the threat of a terrorist army that has a deliberate strategy.
I'm going to have to get the mic cut switched, please.
Civilians.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Hamas has a deliberate strategy of sacrificing its innocent civilians, and this is a strategy that you are enabling by always deflecting blame onto Israel instead of considering the real question of why Hamas built its military assets into civilian areas. Under international law, Israel.
I'm not sure who built the tunnels. Israel built some of the tunnels. Hamas did also build some of the tunnels. It doesn't really matter who built them because, like, I mean, if Hamas is using them for military purposes, then, like, there's still lawful military targets, and they're still failing in passive precautions there. So, like,
precaution where those feasible precautions are possible.
Okay,
and it has done that by...
Okay, he's right.
I need to say two things. To be
I
clear.
knew you.
To be clear. 15 people were killed, 7 children. You were spokesperson for the Israeli government at the time. Israel has never given an explanation. When you say I do not need to explain myself, you literally do. You were the spokesperson for the government that committed a war crime, and you came to a debate tonight to defend war crimes. So you literally do. Number 2, you'll notice, John, how Elon quickly went to abstract generalities.
That was kind of a good one for Medius on there.
Talk specifics. Let's talk about tunnels. I think it's abhorrent to hide tunnels under civilian targets. I wish they didn't do that. But when Israel shoots children in the head, 3 American dollars.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to bring up. I thought he was going to say Israel. I thought he was going to bring up Israel's military, military headquarters, which has tunnels under it. Even though, like, this is like obviously command and control centers are often built underground. But this is built, like, directly under a separated military facility. It's built, like, it's built within. Obviously, I think the military headquarters itself is within Tel Aviv, but it's not enough for using human shields. It's not just like is it in a densely populated city at all, or is it in a city at all? Like the fact that the Pentagon is in D.C. that's not evidence of the U.S. using human shields. It's very different from Moss intentionally building tunnels. God damn it! Intentionally building tunnels under all specifically civilian areas to shield themselves from attack on the basis that the civilians above them are going to have to be factored into any proportionality analysis when targeting their military infrastructure. God damn it! This would be a really good article to read, but I don't know if we can. For article text, it's just not true. Is flooding tunnels allowed, or would that be no? Flooding tunnels is not even close to genocide. I don't know why you would think that, unless we can imagine a case would be part of genocide. Obviously, like we can imagine if there were a ton of civilians hiding in the tunnel, and you specifically flooded that tunnel to kill the civilians with the purpose of killing the civilians, to bring about the destruction in whole or in part of the population there. But flooding tunnels on its own has nothing at all to do with genocide. No, that's clearly lawful destruction of a lawful military target. Like,
went to Gaza. Dr. Feyyaz Sidwar, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish-American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times, said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli side. Well, you can tell us why. You can defend that.
Mehdi, forgive me for going abstract, but I do want to go to some principles here. So you are listing a number of specific incidents that you feel cumulatively add up to a very, very much an overreaction.
War crimes, John, not an overreaction, war crimes.
All right, well, the war crimes. Not so much in the abstract, but what would have been an appropriate response to what happened that would not cross the lines of proportionality?
It's a good question. It's a great question.
Give them a state.
One is, I'm not someone who has ever, and you can look at my record on this, whether it's the UK, the US, both of my countries, I'm American, British. I've criticized targeted assassinations, even by the US and the UK. I'm the loser, and people in New York...
Oh, ecocide. Do you mean ecocide, or do you mean... the tunnels, I don't think the tunnels have anything to do with growing crops, so I don't know. I assume you just misspelled genocide. Did you actually mean ecocide? I don't think it would fall into that, no. Okay, how much is a subscription for the... If it's like $1, then maybe I'll fucking subscribe.
Given we live in a world where America, Britain, Israel, multiple times India is now accused of targeting its enemies, you could have tried to take out the leaders of the group without wiping out the entire place. I find it interesting that Israel... Hold on. I find it interesting that...
Israel has taken out many of the leaders, like what?
Israel was able to pinpoint kill Ismail Haniyeh in a house in a foreign country. But when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to the Gaza Strip, they had to wipe out the whole place. They had to reduce it to...
Because one, they're not only doing decapitation strikes, which is what it's called when you kill these leaders in Gaza. They're fighting like actual militants, like on the ground, like actual brigades. So obviously you're gonna be engaged in more intense fighting. But two, they have done this. They have done. They have done targeted strikes against people in like Mohammed Daif in Gaza. Against they just did it against people in Hezbollah, Nasrallah, and a few other people. Like what?
42 million tons of rubble. And one final point.
I don't know why he would assume just because Israel killed one person without any collateral damage that it means every single leader could be killed without collateral damage as well. And I guess. Again, they're not just doing these type of decapitation strikes. They have to fight a whole ass war.
Points. Elon, they're not your neighbors. They're people you occupy. Just to be clear.
True. A good one. Owned.
I'm hoping you'll let point number 2 slide and please take on point number 1. But Mehdi's saying that there would have been
moderators tried his best.
More appropriate that he also feels would have been within the capability of the Israeli military. What's your response to that?
Notice the general pattern of argumentation we're seeing here. Gosh, October 7th was terrible. Hamas shouldn't have done that. Gosh, Hamas built tunnels under schools and hospitals. It shouldn't have done that. The question is what Israel may legitimately do once.
No. That's not the question I asked you.
No, but I'm
what you did. It's what you did.
His response, what you did. And Mr. Hassan's response is, well, if Israel could take out a terrorist leader thousands of miles away who wasn't expecting that he could be targeted, surely it can reach the terrorists who are hiding inside a bunker under a hospital, probably surrounded by hostages.
People can't behave.
Hamas rigged the battlefield. Hamas rigged the battlefield to shield its military assets under civilians, and it left Israel with no option of getting to those leaders.
Okay, no
other
option,
than
no
going
other
through
option.
the civilians,
No option
which
is what your
why
opponent is saying.
repeatedly
So
asked
first of all, as we've discussed, and I'm here all night. Elon can take his time. They killed 15 members of the Doss family, 7
We
children.
can continue this at the reception afterwards if you want.
And I'll happily ask you, why did the government that you served in kill 15 innocent people in an apartment building? Hold on, this is very important. There's no evidence Hamas was there. He's not even tried to make that claim.
Just in the interest of time, you've asked.
He doesn't. Does he? When he says there's no evidence Hamas is there, I gotta look this shit up. Okay.
It's become a rhetorical.
At the reception afterwards if you want.
I'll happily ask you, why did the government that you served in kill 15 innocent people in an apartment building? Hold on, this is very important.
And then okay.
Hamas was there. He's not even tried to make that claim.
Just in the interest.
Israel kills 15 people. Apartment building. Iran reportedly drafting military alliance bill for resistance axis. Iranian parliament is reportedly working to build a formalized military alliance between all parties of the resistance axis. Iran, Syria, Yemen, Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic resistance of Iraq. The bill outlines the creation of joint military operations, unified infrastructure, coordinated. I mean, who knows if that's... can you, link something on that and not just say it? Crucially, it obliges the parties to provide military and humanitarian aid if a member is attacked by Israel or the U.S.
Of time you've asked it, it's become a rhetorical
I mean, they're
question.
clearly already all just Iranian proxies anyway. I don't know, 15 people come 22 on an Israeli strike in a residential apartment in Khan units. I don't know if he said the one in Khan unit, but what?
He's saying there was no. When he says there was no other option, what is your response to that?
Well, no one in the world agrees with that. That's why Israel's become a pariah in the world, because even
Even so, they have no what? Who has no agency?
Even Joe Biden, even Joe Biden, the most pro. Even Joe Biden, I already answered that question. Even Joe Biden, the most pro-Israel president of my lifetime, who has backed Israel with weapons and arms, has gone on the record saying too much indiscriminate bombing. You've killed too many innocent people. Even the people on your own side say you're killing too many people, Elon. But you do not accept that.
Oh, if Joe Biden said it, he must be right. I can't go against it. I can't go against my buddy Joe Biden. Does he call Iranian proxies? Oh, well, I mean, they have some level of agency, but, clearly they receive a lot of their funding and probably direction from Iran. I mean, yes.
People have been killed. The number of people who should have been killed is 0. Too many people were killed when Hamas's psychopath leaders, who are funded by your paymasters in Qatar, maybe you share a slack.
All right. Let's please go with that.
I'm going to respond to that.
No. It's another cheap shot, and I don't want to entertain cheap shots. I want to go to you, Elon, with this question. When you say that the war is justified, killing in war can only be justified if it serves a greater good. What's the greater good that's being served at this moment?
Mr. Donovan, this war is not justified because Hamas should not have started this war in the first place.
Well, the question is whether...
Wow. Nice one.
The question, yes, Israel's actions are justified.
The response is an attempt to prevent the next October 7th massacre. Well, on October 7th, Hamas showed us what it was capable of doing, and they immediately went on TV and said, October 7th, October 10th, October 1 million. Everything we do is justified. We're a nation of martyrs, they said. We're proud to sacrifice millions of martyrs if that's what it takes, and we are trying to stop October 7th and to do so in a way that minimizes the cost to their civilians.
Let me just deal with the last point and the previous point, which is the idea. Let's just be real here. And a lot of military experts say this, but you don't even need military experts. You just need common sense. The idea that you prevent another October the 7th, or that you destroy Hamas by making tens of thousands of Palestinian children orphans, is insane. It doesn't protect Israel.
Oh my God.
It doesn't protect Israel. And let me just deal with this classic. My paymasters in
again, I understand his point here. His point here is not entirely wrong. I have a response to it. I'll get to it in a second. But again, he's not distinguishing between the ad bellum and in bello. It's possible that strategically this is a really bad move for Israel. It's entirely possible that strategically this is an insanely bad move for Israel, and Hamas too is just gonna pop up in a month or whatever. But it doesn't really answer the question of whether or not it's justified for Israel to go to war after this. It's not really. I don't think that's really the question that he wants answered. You can go to war and have a really bad strategy in war, but that war can still be justified. I don't know, but I don't see how the conditions of people in Gaza lives. I don't see how they ever get better without the destruction or significant reduction of the military capacity of Hamas. Like, if Hamas doesn't go away for the most part, like, the blockade is only going to become more strict because Israel just suffered through October 7th. There's no reason to expect Israel to suffer through October 7th and then give Gaza more access to materials than they had before, when clearly the materials that they had before, which is already restricted by the blockade, was enough to launch the October 7th attacks. I don't know why you'd ever expect them to lessen the blockade after that. Which is going to just make it harder for Gaza to rebuild. I think clearly what needs to be done is Hamas needs to be... Oh, what the fuck? Hamas needs to be gotten rid of, at least in some capacity. Like, it needs to... Their control over the Gaza Strip has to be severely diminished, which basically already is to some extent.
I host a show for Al Jazeera English. Let's just be very clear. In December, the New York Times published a very, very long piece.
Come on. Nobody
very
cares.
important
Nobody
here.
cares.
It's relevant to the debate. The New York Times.
All right, make it relevant. Please make it relevant.
New York Times published a very long piece which said a month before October the 7th, the head of the Mossad, David Barnier, went to Doha, Qatar, and the Qatari said, "Do you want us to keep sending money to Gaza?" And he went back to Netanyahu. He said, "What should I say?" And he said, "Yes, please." And he went back. He said, "Yes, please send the money to Gaza." Elon went to work for the government of Benjamin Netanyahu a month after that.
I mean, he's not really wrong about this one.
Benjamin Netanyahu's never apologized to that to the Israeli people. So if anyone should answer questions about Qatari funding of Hamas, allegedly, reportedly, whatever you want to call it, it's the Israeli government that facilitated it for many, many years. Elon was in that government. He's the spokesperson for that government.
It was a terrible mistake to allow Qatari money into Gaza on the mistaken belief that if we improve civilian life in Gaza, create jobs, create opportunity, Hamas's psychopath leaders won't launch this war. They went straight on TV and said, "We tricked."
Well, I think part of it was also, didn't Netanyahu probably want a divided Palestinian government? He didn't want the Palestinian Authority to control both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank because he thought it would make it easier for them to negotiate. Clearly, Netanyahu was opposed to the idea of a Palestinian state. So I don't think, like, you shouldn't grant unlimited charitability to him.
The Israelis. We made them think that we were concerned about the civilians in Gaza, all the while we were taking that money to build the tunnels and the weapons and the rockets we are firing at Israel. If we had known, Mr. Hassan, what Hamas was going to do on October 7th, perhaps we should have started a preemptive war to eliminate that threat before they could have burned the cement of children alive on October 7th. But we didn't.
Okay.
Hamas
All right.
tricked us,
Time out.
and we won't
Time out.
repeat the same mistake again.
Time out. Going to take a little bit of a 10-second breath and slightly lower the temperature, but only slightly. Elon, you were making the argument that Israel's actions are justified in the pursuit of the destruction of Hamas. We've come to the point, though, where even Israeli military officials are saying it can't be destroyed. Therefore, what happens to that argument that the justification is the destruction of Hamas if it's an organization, a movement that can't be destroyed?
Of course Hamas can be removed from power, just like ISIS was removed from power. ISIS is now a terrorist organization that is trying to blow up concerts in Austria. It no longer controls territory the size of Austria. Following this war, we cannot allow the Hamas terrorist regime, this organization is a terror regime and a terror army, to regroup, restock, rearm, and keep shooting rockets at our towns while it is still holding civilians. It is a regime that must be removed from power because we know exactly what it wants to do if given half a chance, and that is to do October 7th again and again. And Israel's war, Mr. Hassan, I'll yield the stage to you and ask you, eliminating the Hamas terror regime, removing it from power, a legitimate military objective, yes or no?
Of course it's a legitimate military objective for Israel, and that's what I quoted the ICC chief prosecutor saying, but you're doing a very bad job of it.
Do I understand that after October 7th, do I understand no...
I mean, at least he bites that bullet, but like that kind of that kind of undermines his point earlier. Like before, when he was asked about like does Israel have just cause for war, he just resorted to the conduct in war, not like whether they actually had just cause. And now is he finally admitting that Israel does have a just cause for war. I guess his issue is just that the conduct. But also, I don't think his issue is just with the conduct. I think his entire position is that is that this war would never happen if Israel wasn't occupying Gaza. Qassam Brigade took responsibility for terror involving mass shootings in Jaffa before Iran's latest salvo in Israel. They do not care about terror inside Israel proper, which can cause constant death. What?
I want to clarify and understand we're on the same page.
You want to clarify the guy who can't answer why he killed 15 civilians?
I want to understand that we are on the same page. Do you agree that
I'll answer
after
your question
October
when you answer
7th,
mine.
it was legitimate for Israel to remove the Hamas terror regime in order to prevent another October 7th? It's a yes or no question, Mr. Hassan.
No, it's not. It's a loaded question. I'm going to say it was legitimate for Israel to defend its citizens inside of Israel. It's not legitimate to occupy Palestinian territory for decades on end.
Wait, to defend its citizens inside of Israel? What does that imply? Is he implying by that they can't enter the Gaza Strip to do anything, or is he implying that Israel can only seek that objective in the Gaza Strip? I think that is the objective Israel is seeking in the Gaza Strip, but obviously he would disagree with that.
And let me answer Can I answer?
Uh-oh.
If I can rebut, let me answer John's question. Let me answer
Elon, you've had about 2 or 3 minutes in a row. Go
You
ahead,
asked a very interesting question of Elon. You pointed out that he keeps saying, notice the sleight of hand. You said that he said, and he said it many times, not just here, Hamas should be destroyed. When you asked him, Israeli military experts in general say it can't be destroyed. Notice what Elon said? He said, remove from power. Quickly move the goalpost there. Because he knows that Hamas can't be destroyed by these means. In fact, the former head of Israel's military,
said from
let me
the
finish
very
my point.
beginning.
The former head of Israel's military, who was a member of Netanyahu's war cabinet, he said earlier this year, quote, anyone who says you can destroy Hamas is telling tall tales. So it's not me calling Elon Levy a liar. It's the former head of the Israeli military.
Mr. Hassan, from the beginning, Israel has said that its goals are to remove Hamas from power and dismantle its ability to wage war again and to live up its threat of repeat October 7th. And that is why I ask you, after October 7th, was it legitimate for Israel to remove Hamas from power in order to eliminate the threat?
The Israeli, why you did what? Why you're using evidence? All you said is that Hamas or the Al-Qassam brigades took responsibility for a terror attack in Israel proper. How is that evidence that Israel doesn't care about terror? Israel doesn't care about terrorism in Israel proper.
Of repeat October 7th, yes or no?
Very simple answer. Israel has the right to defend its citizens in its territory. It doesn't have a right to be an occupier. It doesn't have a right to. Let me finish the point because you think they're your neighbors.
In its territory.
The Court of Justice says Gaza and the West Bank are occupied. They've been occupied every day since 1967. You did not withdraw in 2005. You blockaded.
I'd like to explain what the purpose here is of the legal fiction.
And I've already answered the question, Elon. I've made the point that even if I was an Israeli general trying to destroy Hamas, killing thousands of innocent people only helps Hamas. Every terrorism expert in the world says you're a recruiting sergeant for extremist groups when you go and kill innocent civilians.
Mr. Hassan, whether
so true. You know what the ultimate position, the ultimate Chad position is just say, well, either one, just say the ICJ is dumb. And two, just take the ultimate Chad position of, yeah, Gaza is occupied. What about it? Occupations can be lawfully created in self-defense, and then occupiers have a right to seek legitimate interest within the occupation. That's the Chad position, and it's supported by UN Resolution 242. Even UN Resolution 242 supports this because it ties the withdrawal. What the fuck? It ties the withdrawal from the territories occupied by Israel to recognition of Israel by the Arab nations and a just and lasting peace. Therefore, the occupation could not possibly be described as illegal because the first obligation of a state taking part in illegal actions under international law is to cease the illegal action. No negotiations, whereas UN 242 specifically says that the withdrawal must be linked to negotiations. Therefore, even the UN supports that the occupation was lawfully created in a war of self-defense.
Time out, Elon, time out. I have a question for whoever wants to jump on it. Is Israel's war in Gaza making Israel more secure?
That's an entirely separate question from the Justice of War, by the way, but I don't know if he lists the 3 reasons.
Missiles on our cities, I had to keep running into a rocket shelter. Israel has now eliminated the threat of rocket fire from Gaza. It has cut off its smuggling routes, it has destroyed its missile silos, and it has destroyed Hamas's weapons capabilities. That alone has made us safer and makes it easier to sleep in our beds at night.
3 quick things. Number 1, the Israelis went to Supreme Court recently and they were having an argument in Israel Supreme Court and they put in the official filing that we do not control Gaza. Even after all this time, Hamas is still in control of lots of parts of Gaza. So they say the honest stuff when you're not looking. Number two, I interviewed Ami Aylon recently, former head of Shin Bet, former Israeli admiral. He said very explicitly, Israel will not be safe until we give Palestinians freedom. This is his words, not my words. And number three, I'm glad you had a bomb shelter to protect you because the Al Dos family in Gaza did not have a bomb shelter to protect them.
Wow, nice. Wait, whoa. Why don't they, Mehdi Hassan? Why? Maybe, why don't they give why doesn't Hamas give some of the tunnels that they use to civilians? Like, isn't that more of an indictment on Hamas? That's an indictment on Hamas, that Hamas doesn't build civilian bomb shelters and Israel does. Like, clearly, this does not help your point, brother. Brother, this does not help your point. Brother, it's just showing that the moral character of these two nations is very different. Oops.
Another question. We have not yet talked about the hostages, and we should. Is Israel's action in Gaza going is it for the benefit of the hostages?
Absolutely. Israel is fighting to bring the hostages home while Hamas is starving and torturing and raping them. We managed in November because Hamas was being clobbered and it wanted a breather. They released nearly half of the hostages. We've sent in special forces to rescue hostages in raids my opponent has condemned. Israel is fighting to put the military pressure on Hamas to release the hostages,
he
but
killed
Hamas doesn't want to
civilians.
release the hostages. And the reason it doesn't want to release the hostages is that it knows that the longer this war goes on and the more suffering it generates among its own people in Gaza, the more it advances its own goal of isolating Israel. And Mr. Hassan, it pains me that you do not seem to realize the role that you play within Hamas's strategy when you deflect blame onto Israel. Never demand any accountability. Never demand any accountability from the Hamas regime. When you know that
Honestly, that's self-done. Hamas knows more civilians died if they fail to protect. I know, yeah, literally.
On this war, if you wanted to let the hostages go, you should tell
of all the nonsense you've said tonight.
Hamas.
What's up, Hey Cloud9? Welcome back.
Untrue things you've said tonight. This is the big one. So apparently, if you want a deal to end the war, you're enabling Hamas's strategy.
No.
That's what you just said.
No,
I'm enabling Hamas's strategy. So,
but you have systematically undermined every leverage Israel has to free the hostages.
You know who's undermining?
Stop pretending
Can I
to
answer
care
the
about the
question?
hostages.
Of the two of us, hold on. Of the two of us, whose strategy is release more hostages, mine or yours? Because I supported a ceasefire. And we got, hold on.
Our strategy. Your strategy is to give cover for Hamas's war.
Let him finish, please.
True. Readin isn't totally wrong about this one. Like, obviously, Israel probably could have released more hostages if they had like loosened their terms for a ceasefire deal, and just accepted a ceasefire deal closer to Hamas's terms. But clearly they have a better or stronger, longer term interest in not having a ceasefire that is super favorable to Hamas. Writers have been lazy the past few years. True. To admit they prioritize hiding militants and bomb shelters over civilians is just something that you never be able to torch out of me if I was a diplomat. Yeah. Nothing from Israel's strategy can work without genocide. So true, dude.
Hostages were released last November in the pause, in the ceasefire deal. A lot of Israelis wanted that to continue. Hostages' families wanted that to continue.
Yes.
Netanyahu, can I finish my answer? Netanyahu said no. In fact, I interviewed Zahiro Moore, whose uncle Avraham Munda was horribly killed in Gaza. Zahiro Moore, by the way, was arrested today. He's been arrested and attacked by the Israeli government that Elon served in multiple times. He said to me, Netanyahu and the government that Elon was part of, always choose the wrong way. Ever since October the 8th, everything they do is directed at not getting the hostages back. That is the plain truth. That is the nephew of a hostage. They don't want you to hear about the hostages. Elon and people like Elon use the hostages as political pawns. The hostages' families are standing on the streets of Tel Aviv opposing the Netanyahu government, calling for a ceasefire, calling for a deal. They don't like Elon leaving. They don't support Elon.
Mr. Hassan, how many hostage rallies have you spoken at? How many hostages' mothers have you embraced and hugged them and told them, I will hit you, whatever you need. I was at Central Park. I was at Central Park last Sunday at the rally for the hostages. You were not. Mr. Hassan, you really care about the hostages.
Man, oh my god, what the hell?
If you want to show them you care, you're welcome to
the moderator is not happy, dude. He really does not like these personal attacks.
All right.
Willie put it on. Willie put it on. Let's see.
So, put it on. Show them you can.
Wow. Can't believe it. Can't believe it.
I tell them I will do whatever it takes to help you get your kids home. Show them you care and stop trying to exploit the suffering.
Elon, allow him to respond. You've got your bit of stagecraft. Please take it.
Should have had the counter ready. The Palestinian flag pin and just been like, wear this if you think that killing 40,000 civilians is bad.
Let's be clear. You saw the very, very performative outrage there from Elon there. To be clear,
you don't do performative outrage? It's not like it doesn't preclude your point being correct, but literally everyone does. You scream about civilians being killed that you had no relation to at all, all the time, to get used as to use as a emotional, oh, why the fuck am I already infected? Use as an emotional fucking thing. Oh, I'm dead. Well.
Don't you lecture me about hostages when your government has killed more hostages than it has rescued. That's on you. That's on you.
Bro. Oh my god, they all love him. They all love him. Everybody sounds so bit. Yeah, I know. Literally,
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages and let me finish. And I support the release of
all the hostages in the West Bank.
Thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release?
Pull out a picture destroyed. I should have food, but yeah, you should have done that.
Of Palestinian children. Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Oh, now he is doing performative outrage.
He can't answer the question. He won't on the hostage. I support the release of all innocent people. He doesn't. That's all you've got.
Once again.
All you've got.
All right. I have one more question before we pivot to some questions from some journalists who are joining us, and I want to talk about America's involvement in this situation. The U.S. has been largely supporting Israel. If the war in Israel is unjustified, that implicates the U.S. in an unjust war. If the war is justified, then we have an ally that requires our help. Which is it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
We have, it's about U.S. involvement.
I wonder.
If the war is unjustified, that implicates the U.S. in an unjust war.
So the Lebanon bombings were just an accident, or just a whoopsie by the Iranian intelligence. See, it has to be done on purpose. What do you mean, though, that Lebanon bombings were just an accident? But, like, do you mean Israel bombing in Lebanon, or do you mean Lebanon bombing in it? I don't know exactly what you mean.
That for Israel to defend itself, it has to dismantle the Hamas terror regime that President Barack Obama said we must stand by our ally Israel as it dismantles Hamas. The United States has made valuable support to Israel in its goal of bringing down the Hamas regime. What we need is pressure on Hamas and its patrons, Qatar, Turkey, and Iran, to let the hostages go. That pressure has not been forthcoming.
I mean,
I don't know how you politically pressure Hamas that well. You really build a path of military confrontation. And mass death is a really effective way to get Israelis to safety. You must consider escalation due to Iran's involvement. Oh my God, too many challenges. It can make at some point in life Israel proper, unbearable for most. I don't think. I mean, clearly, I don't think Israel is intentionally engaging in mass death like you probably do. I think clearly diminishing Hamas's military capability is probably going to make Israel safer, at least in the short term. But it's a bug phone that had a bomb that had bombed them. I don't believe it was an accident, and the Iran intelligence didn't know that the phones had bombs in them. I think they knew. Do you mean bomb? I haven't heard about phones. I know the pages had bombs in them. Until the groups are familiar with. Speaking of attacks, have you seen the video of the Gaza guy who escaped the West Bank only to get hit by? Yeah, I know. Yep, I have seen the video. Of the Palestinian in the West Bank who was originally from Gaza that got killed by one of the Iranian missiles after a shutdown. So horrible video. Horrible. Yeah, I should be laughing about it, but it is funny that they only managed to kill a Palestinian.
On stage, Gershon Baskin, who's Israel's most famous hostage negotiator, he WhatsApped me and said he's got a deal, 3-week deal on the table with Hamas that Hamas has agreed to release all the hostages and end the war. He says it's with Netanyahu, the ball's in Netanyahu's court. So when he keeps going about hostages, tell him to speak to his former boss to agree to a hostage.
Gershon Baskin is the negotiator.
Benny Son performed outrage. That's why he asked Benny Morris about the transfers inbuilt in Zionism 10 times. I would imagine.
As for the United States, it is tragic to me as a citizen of the United Kingdom and the United States.
I'm assuming
my
you
two
meant 10
countries
times.
armed Israel as it carries out what the ICJ has called a plausible genocide,
No,
as it arms the Prime Minister.
With the ICJ, it's called a plausible genocide. Let's see if the other guy knows the response.
The ICC chief prosecutor has called for the arrest of Yoav Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu. The American government should not.
Oh well, no, that's right. He issued warrants. Those warrants still have not been approved, even. So.
Arming a man wanted for war crimes, and Eilon Levy should have began his speech tonight apologizing for working for a man who is wanted for war crimes by the ICC chief prosecutor.
Wow.
Mr. Donahue, you called me to account at the beginning of the debate and said I should not have called my opponent a liar. The former president of the ICJ, John Donahue, had to go on
many
TV.
other judges disagreed with us.
To go on TV
the
to
American
explain
judge who
that the ruling did not define there was a plausible genocide.
Actually,
he had to go on TV to refute the lie. The only reason.
Okay, he knows the response to it. I don't know what he means by many other judges agreed for. It's possible other judges believe that there is a plausible genocide, but I don't think any other judges believed that the ruling actually held that it was a plausible genocide. I don't think any other judges believe that.
For you to make that
ICC chief prosecutor
I didn't know.
All right, this is not helping. We are not able to hear what anybody is saying. We're not able to hear what anybody's saying. You're both talking at the same time, and I'm talking at the third time. So let's stop this. I have a question for each of you before we pivot, which I want to ask you if you can answer without attacking one another. And I'm also curious.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
20 seconds because we're just curious. Each of you came to this debate, and by your decision to participate, we saw on social media that both of you were attacked by members of your own camp for being even on the stage with somebody who's holding the opposing view. But you showed up anyway. Elon, why did you show up? 15 seconds.
Because Iran, the Palestinian nationalists, and their allies are waging a war of misinformation that has one purpose. They want to destroy Israel. And they think it will be much easier to destroy Israel if they convince the world that Israel deserves to be destroyed. A full campaign of the most ridiculous lies to try to convince good, ordinary Americans that when they're ready to pull the trigger and massacre us once more, they should stand to one side and say, well, the Jews had it coming. And I'm not willing to allow that to happen.
Do you recall the question? Sorry?
Okay. Just a 20-second answer.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I believe that what is happening in Gaza, the killing of 16,000 children, the genocide in Gaza is the great moral tragedy of our time, the great crime of our time. And I will go almost anywhere and take a stage with almost anyone to try and bring that war to an end and convince people that the war needs to end now.
Can we get Mehdi Hassan on non-fun stream? Can it happen? Can it happen?
Can I add something?
No, we have to move forward. All right, we're going to bring in some other voices now. We have some journalists. We have 4 journalists who are each going to ask one, I hope, very short question.
They should never have audiences, no exception. I can understand that. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, maybe, dude. The cheers there, so
the area for a
so
long
dumb
time,
and annoying.
particularly about the situation now, and they are certainly not monolithic in their own views. I first want to go to Peter Beinart. He's a journalist who's written for Time, the New York Times, the Atlantic. He's former editor of the New Republic and editor at large of Jewish Times. Peter, if you can stand up, there's a microphone, I believe, in the aisle for you, and ask your incredibly short question.
Thank you. Elon, you suggested that the goal of the war was to depose Hamas from power. But on October 11th, Benjamin Netanyahu said the goal of the war was to destroy Hamas. On October 12th, Yoav Gallant said, the defense minister said the goal was to wipe it from the earth. Because I think they understood that even deposing Hamas would not necessarily make Hamas less of a fearsome threat. The Taliban didn't become less of a fearsome threat to the United States once they stopped holding power. Saddam and his forces didn't become less of a fearsome threat once they no longer held power.
I mean, less? I would assume by nature of not holding power that they would almost like automatically pose less of a threat. Like, clearly, I don't know. I don't. Clearly, any action taken to diminish your opponent's power is probably going to make you at least a little safer.
They recognized that winning this war meant destroying Hamas. And yet your own former colleague, Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesman, said it's not possible. To be clear, I'd like you to be on the record. Do you think it's possible to destroy Hamas, or were Netanyahu and Gallant wrong?
I believe it is possible to remove the Hamas terror regime from power. Whether leaders used belligerent rhetoric that exaggerated the goals of the war. No, look, Hamas needs to be destroyed. It's an idea. Some ideas deserve to be destroyed. And whether that idea is destroyed or not depends on the lessons that the people of Gaza take from this war. Will they conclude that terrorism is a dead end, that their leaders have repeatedly led them into disaster after disaster as part of their forever war against the Jewish state in any borders whatsoever?
You should have seen when I was playing Dress to Impress, Maida. I stopped playing Dress to Impress because I was really bad at it.
Or will they take the lesson that, in fact, they were rewarded for the October 7th massacre? That is what is at stake.
I should have put 90 IQ people for Palestine at profit. We get so much membership. Oh,
And you also get to respond. You can respond.
I think Peter made the point very eloquently. It's a nonsensical war aims. The real war aims, of course, are what the Israeli ministers say. When Smotrich says the aim of the war is to annihilate Gaza, that is the aim. I take it at face value. When he literally said that.
Smotrich said it.
Resettling Gaza, when they talk about staying in Gaza, that is what they mean.
Position on which we
Can I finish an answer, Elon, one time?
Government policy and goes against government.
I would just say this. If you want to convince the people of Gaza that terrorism is a dead end, then stop inflicting terrorism on them.
Wow. Owned. I don't know how that really applies there, but...
Our next question comes from Jillian Lederman. Jillian is an editorial fellow at the Wall Street Journal, former chief executive chair of the Israel Leadership Network. Jillian, thanks for joining us, and what's your question?
Thank you. My question is, given the current circumstances, do you believe that Israel pulling out of Gaza in 2005 was the right decision?
Who's that a question?
It's a difficult terrorist comes from the thought of Palestinians are the least terrorist national movement. True, definitely.
Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip in 2005 and never wanted to go back. It gave them Gaza. They had the option to turn it into Singapore.
And they burned. Yeah, oh, we got the Singapore. Are we going to get the greenhouses?
It could have had a thriving state in Gaza after Israel pulled out, and Jewish organizations paid to donate the greenhouses.
Instead, there we go. We got the greenhouses. There we go. The 2 talking points. Yep. Oh, and the tunnels. There we go.
Palestinians have ever undertaken. They did it for the sake of the October 7th.
Was it a mistake to pull out? That was the question.
I don't know.
Okay. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Simple answer is, of course, Israel did not pull out of Gaza, as the ICJ has pointed out just recently. Gaza is occupied territory. Let me put it very simply to you.
Dude, I have not. Maybe I should read that ICJ ruling. Like, it seems totally against precedent to me to declare that Gaza is still occupied or whatever, based on the Congo v Uganda place, like precedent. Like, clearly the fact that October 7th happened, I think, illustrates that Israel probably did not have effective control of the Gaza Strip, even by the effective control standard. And the effective control standard, I don't even think is really the proper standard for evaluating things. I think the effective control standard was it's like literally a case of like the world being biased against Israel. It seems like this effective control standard has only ever been applied to Israel. Yeah, I think like the actual standard should be the substitution of the lawful sovereign, which Hamas is not even recognized as the lawful sovereign of the Gaza Strip. Like, nobody, some countries don't recognize Palestine at all. And a lot of other countries only recognize the PA as the legitimate authority. As far as I know, literally not a single country recognizes Hamas as the lawful sovereign. So if anything, Hamas is the occupier because they're occupying a territory that's rightfully controlled by the acid rain, by the Gaza is occupied by Egypt. Accurately true. By the PA, like Hamas literally is substituting the government control of the PA. They are the government of Gaza. They control all the social services. They control everything in Gaza. Well, I shouldn't say everything in Gaza. A lot of the things in Gaza, when they are not the lawful sovereign. But I think it's even more absurd to say that Israel is substituting the authority of the lawful sovereign, when at worst they're substituting the authority of Hamas, who's not the lawful sovereign, and they're clearly not substituting too much of the control if October 7th was able to happen.
Tell you is when they pulled out, they kept control of Gaza's land borders.
Not with Egypt. Not with Egypt. Of course we control the borders. We're on the other side.
Kept the land borders. You notice I can never an answer without interruption. The land borders, the sea waters, the air, and wait for it. And the population registry. If you're born in Gaza, you have to be registered with the Israelis. If you were born in New York and your birth had to be registered with a foreign country, would you say you were occupied or not occupied? Would you say you were a free people or an unfree people?
True. That's the only standard.
Israel ended the occupation of Gaza in 2005.
Then why did you keep the population? Let me interrupt you.
Hold it. We are done with the interruptions. It's just destructive. So you
I wonder, is this by Michael Schmidt? Oh, it's not by Michael Schmidt. Where's my man? I think it's Michael Schmidt. Michael N. Schmidt. I wonder if he's really not. Michael N. Schmidt. Gaza. Occupation. This is not him, but territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of a hostile army. The occupation extends only to the territory where such authority has been established and can be exercised. I think, like, clearly, yeah, the effective control test.
The population registry isn't an interesting question because Israel runs it in cooperation with the PA as part of the Oslo Accords. Hamas is free to run its own population registry because it has effective control inside Gaza. Under international law, occupation requires the effective control of territory. Everywhere in the world, it is understood to mean boots on the ground. And the only reason to fabricate a new standard to say that just because Israel doesn't allow Hamas to build an Ismail Haniyeh international airport means that it is occupied is as part of a campaign to try to make Israel responsible for civilians.
Whatever Michael Schmidt says, I agree with. He's the only international law expert I trust. Occupied powers be possession substitute its own authority for the occupied authorities once have been rendered incapable of functioning publicly. Enemy's forces have surrendered, been defeated, or withdrawn. In respect, the battle areas may not be considered as occupied territories. However, sporadic local resistance, even successful, does not affect the reality of occupation. The occupying power has sufficient force present or the capacity to send troops within a reasonable time to make the authority of the occupying power felt. A temporary administration has been established over the territory, and the occupying power has issued and enforced directions to the civilian population.
Okay. Gaza, so Hamas can take the
Therefore, if
resources
Israel enters the territory and stays for a period not necessarily by immediate combat operations, should be considered occupying Gaza, which, like, you could argue it is now. But obviously, post 2005, pre-October 7th, probably was not.
Elon, we're losing sight of the question.
Very briefly. Elon, a moment ago, you all heard him proudly quoting the former president of the ICJ. The ICJ, literally, the other day, said Gaza is occupied. But Elon and I went to the same university. We did the same degree. He didn't do law. He's not a lawyer. The ICJ says Gaza is occupied. It's over. The debate's over. You lost that one.
No, that's not the end. That is not the end. Because they base...
Like, I mean, one, like, you can disagree with the legal reasoning of the ICJ if you want to, but two, I'm pretty sure all of these ICJ decisions have been non-binding. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if any of them have been binding. I thought literally all of these were non-binding decisions, so.
Basic principle of...
One moment.
The ICJ disagrees.
Jillian, do you feel that your question was answered? Was it a mistake to pull out of Gaza? Because I don't. But we're going to move on. Thank you for
Yeah, I did not answer that. I forgot that was even a question.
It would be helpful. I realize you're both very passionate and have a lot to say about this, but it would be helpful, at least at the beginning of your answers, to stick to the questions.
I did. I said they didn't pull out because they never pulled out. I mean,
okay.
I accept the premise of it.
All right, fair enough. You question. Next up.
It ripped people out of
I
their
know.
homes.
I know. I was there. I witnessed it.
He witnessed it, Mehdi. It happened.
The part you're talking about. Next up, we have Dean Obeidallah, a lawyer, a comedian, and the journalist who's host of the Dean Obeidallah Show and a frequent commentator on CNN, MSNBC, and the Daily Beast. Dean, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I have a question for everyone. You've defended everything the Israeli military has done, everything. And Mehdi's gone through it. My family lives in the West Bank. My question is there
he's gonna have settlements.
You would condemn Israel for in terms of killing Palestinian Christians and Muslims, or are they all inhuman in your view and not worthy of any sympathy, dignity, or self-determination as a people?
All right. Hang on a second. Hang on. I have an issue with the question. The first part of the question, is there anything you would condemn from Israel? Legitimate question. But the assumption that if he feels differently, that he has no sense of the humanity of Palestinians is a bit of some baggage loaded into the question. So why don't you take the question? Is there anything that Israel is doing that you would condemn?
I have gone on TV as a government spokesman when the army said that there was a particular mistake and a certain target should not have been hit. We fess up and admit our mistakes because that is what a responsible military should do.
You can answer.
Okay, but Israel is fighting an enemy whose use of war crimes is strategic and systematic. They're not investigated on Hamas's end. No one is ever called to account. Its use of war crimes.
They did also indict when the ICC indicted, or sorry, I shouldn't say indict. Is it an indictment? It's a warrant. When the ICC prosecutor requested warrants that have still yet to be approved by the three judge panel that needs to approve them, he did also request warrants for the ICC, or for Hamas at the ICC.
Against its own civilians while they hide behind them in their schools and hospitals to fire at us is strategic and systematic. And so I stand by my country as it fights to use proportionate force to dismantle the Hamas army of terror. Because yes, my neighbors are human.
Okay,
because I want a better future.
I have a very important technical program note. I've received a message that the audience clapping volume is so loud that in the recording, very frequently, it's been impossible to hear what our debaters are saying. And don't clap. And so what I would like you to do is to clap.
Yeah, why did they immediately clap?
Let them finish and then go for it, please.
The gentleman challenged my humanity, and I would like to defend it.
I tried to let this go.
I want a future of peace between us and our neighbors. That cannot happen as long as the Hamas terror regime is in power.
On the subject of, I'll wait for the applause. On the subject of Elon's humanity, I asked him earlier if he supported the release of Palestinian children. He refused to say so. He can tonight. We'll all wear this pin. Let me say this on the West Bank. Let me say this on the West Bank. He cannot help.
I don't even clearly we could imagine a child that does deserve to be in detention, but the ICJ requests warrants for 3 Hamas officials, 2 Israeli. Correct? I recall I think it was Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant were both they requested warrants, and I think 2 of the only warrants a lot. I think 2 of the people they requested warrants from Hamas are dead by now, but Sinwar is still alive for now. Carlos being a major talking point that one of the Hamas officials have not been killed, and there's no follow up to the rest of the warrants. Yeah, my understanding is that nothing has happened with these warrants since the ICC, or since the prosecutor ICC wanted them,
but cherry pick the evidence. You cannot help but cherry pick the evidence. He just said a moment ago, he tried to gaslight you. He said,
oh wait, I think I have.
Actually, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court gave out 5 arrest warrant requests. 3 for Hamas.
No, he's about to say it, but I'm going to say it first because I have notes. Oh, I didn't even mention. Fuck. But yeah, it's 3 for Hamas, 2 for Israel, Netanyahu, and Gallant.
2 for Israel. I support all of those arrest warrant requests. Do you?
Mr. Hassan.
Do you? It's a yes or no question.
Every single line.
It's a yes or no question.
Every single line.
You support accountability for all of them.
Absolutely, but you and what army?
You support arrest warrants for Netanyahu.
Wait, now we can't
hear. You and what army?
You support arrest warrants for Netanyahu.
No, Mr. Hassan, because every single line in the request for arrest warrants
wait a minute.
by the prosecutor of the ICC is based on lies, like the allegation of starvation, impossible to reconcile with over 1 million tons of aid that have entered Gaza since the start of this war. Aboard more than 52,000 trucks. 52,000
69 trucks right now.
What the fuck? These are some. He sent a fucking essay, dude. No idea how to explain for the systematic failure. One of the best intelligence agencies in the world, which was unable to prevent Hamas's militants incursion from. What are you just quoting? I don't care. What are you quoting from? People have provided an explanation. The fucking military issued a warning, and the political leaders dismissed it because they didn't think Hamas would actually do it. They didn't think Hamas had the actual capacity to do it because Hamas makes overly ambitious plans all the time, and they didn't think Hamas would actually go through with it. Obviously, they were fucking wrong.
69 trucks. According to
Trump has Kamal in betting odds today? Damn.
Who are they? Who should we believe? 15 aid agencies or you and
Mr. Hassan, who are they
should we
quoting?
believe?
Mr. Hassan,
15 aid
Mr. Hassan,
agencies or you?
These aid agencies are quoting UNRWA.
The aid
Do you
agencies are
believe that
Hamas.
UNRWA's statistics are accurate? Yes or no?
Actually, no.
Excuse me, wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Is this helpful? Yes, for some, okay.
Well, lies need to be stopped.
I would just like to ask you to take turns, okay, and not talk at the same time.
They ain't doing
You're
that.
doing worse at waiting. Get better.
Over 1 million tons of aid. Now, according to Mr. Hassan, I don't know what double-digit number he quoted, comes from UNRWA. UNRWA's own dashboard on its website says that this is an incomplete
Oh, true.
register
Yes,
of data.
thank you.
That
Yes.
it cannot monitor all the cargo going in. Israel is monitoring it. UNRWA is undercounting it by a factor of 10. That's how you get to the
True.
bizarre statements like imminent famine in Gaza, because the IPC Review Committee said that that assessment was based on...
These don't automatically preclude each other because distribution is a big problem. There may be enough aid entering Gaza, but obviously the distribution of that aid to everyone who needs it is a big problem. Sometimes it gets stolen. When they drive the aid to UN warehouses, hungry Palestinians just go up to the trucks and steal food from the trucks before they even get to the UN warehouse. Sometimes the distribution of aid is complicated by combat that's happening. There's obviously still a fucking ongoing war there. So whether it be Hamas or Israel engaging in combat, sometimes there's issues with that, but Netanyahu wants a lot of block investigation by civilians into the. I don't. Yeah, Netanyahu. Whatever. It's weird because Elon is like Elon. Elon. It's like a better Jewish version of Mehdi. True.
on not counting all of the trucks that have gone in. They literally undercounted trucks in order
Did
to...
it link the bad genes thing,
Your point is made. Let's respond. So you just began the whole answer premised on a lie. It's not based on UNRWA statistics. It's based on their own experience. They do at Israeli crossings. David Miliband, Elon. David Miliband, man, you know.
I'm pretty sure they only... Trump suggests I'm talking about immigrants who have bad genes. Oh, did the statistics lie again? You know, murder, I believe, is in the genes, and we got a lot of bad genes in our country right now.
No, we're both British in front of this audience. David Miliband was the former foreign minister of the UK, very pro-Israeli politician, served under Blair and Brown, not some Palestinian lover. David Miliband said on CNN, our trucks are being stopped because they're finding a tiny little surgical scissor or a nail clipper, and they're sending the trucks back. David Miliband is not some hater of Israel. Cindy McCain is the head of the World Food Programme. She is the widow of the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime, John McCain. She has accused Israel of blocking aid trucks, killing aid workers, starving children. Cindy McCain is not
well, she accused some of it.
Dean, we are a long, long way from the question you asked. I don't know. That's bad moderating. I'm sorry that I... We have another question from John Levine. John is a political reporter for the Sunday New York Post. He has credits on CNN.com, The Atlantic, The Chronicle of Higher Education. John, thank you for joining us, and come on in with your question if you could stand up.
Thank you both for being here. My question is for Mehdi. I think it's an easy question, so I hope we can get a direct answer. I'd like to ask you about your new media startup, Zeteo. In May, Rolling Stone reported that
John, this has got to be on the point where it is debated.
It relates to Qatar, which I believe was brought up in the debate.
We're debating whether Israel's actions were justified. That's not on point. I'm sorry, I got to pass on it.
Damn.
John, I'm happy to take the question.
We're not here to talk about your career. I know you are, and I'm not. So I'm sorry, John. If you want to come up with a question that's on point about Israel's actions in Gaza, go for it, please. Yeah, I can, because this is a debate where you ask questions.
I mean, now I really want to ask the question. I'm just curious. I just want to answer the question.
You can talk afterwards. All right.
I mean, the dude works for the New York Post. I prefer not to talk to him, but...
Wow.
It's not my
nice
debate.
one.
Thank you. All right. We are coming down to the end for our closing statements, and that's where each debater has the floor, again, exclusively...
Okay, let's see the performative outrage from both of them here.
to make their case one more time for you. Elon, you're up first in this. One more time to remind people, I think they know that you're arguing that Israel's actions in Gaza are justified. You can take the floor, and you have 2 minutes to tell us why. 2.5 minutes to tell us why.
After the sadistic massacre of October 7th, Hamas immediately told us, if you leave us on our feet, we will do this again and again. It wasn't enough to cremate little children. It wasn't enough to commit acts of gang rape, pedophilia, necrophilia. It wasn't enough to gag people, bind them, tie them to trees, and strip them. They told us, we're coming for you. If you leave us on our feet, we will do this again and again. This war has been horrible. We have paid a horrific price for it. We are trying to prevent the threat of a repeat October 7th massacre. And we are fighting a sadistic enemy that rigged the battlefield in a way that said, we've hidden our military assets under civilians. The only way that you can get to us is by going through civilians. And that's why Israel has taken more actions than any military in the history of the world. And so every commander from Afghanistan and Iraq will agree, in order to keep the civilians safe from their own leaders' sick
What happens when you get two foreigners in British Association of Politics? True.
A safe zone where Hamas terrorists could abuse hostages with impunity. It told them to go where it is safer.
Oh, he used the word safer
It is
there.
safer and where Hamas is not. And on
It's not a safe zone. Again, safe zones take two sides to set up. Hamas won't agree to an actual safe zone. They operate out of what are supposed to be safe zones like refugee camps. But yeah, Israel does tell people to go to safer zones. Why do I keep getting disconnected from my fucking Discord thing? I don't know, like,
every occasion.
do they just add like a new AFK feature or something? Or someone disconnecting me? What is?
To keep them in the stronghold, while we try to keep them safe from their own psychopath leaders.
Is it my Wi-Fi?
Removing Hamas from power.
Streamer go down too if it's my Wi-Fi.
He said, well, defending Israel is legitimate, but not the point you go into Gaza. Okay, his response, end the occupation. Let Hamas have an Ismail Haniyeh international airport. Let it have a Mohammed Dev naval base. There is nothing you can do with
Waiting for Israel to admit they're tired of fighting the war they started?
What
do you mean they started?
Genocidal. We need this war to end.
I mean, I think obviously they're tired of the war in Gaza at this point, but they've had more success with Hezbollah so far.
But we need this war to end in a way that ensures that Hamas cannot restart it at a time of its choosing, feeling emboldened and empowered because of international pressure generated by people like Mehdi Hassan to keep saving it from the wars that it starts.
And I just need to say, and Mehdi Hassan, you have the final word in this debate one more time. Your
The Gaza war?
actions in the Gaza
Yeah, I
war
don't know if I would say that was started by Israel. It's clearly like Hamas is the one that invaded on October 7th, right? And then Israel obviously responded to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, were the actions of Israel in Gaza justified? Look, the argument is pretty simple.
Unless you want to go back further to them funding Hamas or whatever to get rid of Fatah. So like,
everything. Well, I'm here tonight to tell you, no, October the 7th does not justify everything. It does not justify the suffering in Gaza. It does not justify the killing of kids in Gaza. It does not justify...
This is absolutely like performative outrage. I don't know why he criticized he criticized him for doing this earlier.
Starvation in
But
Gaza. It does not justify the rape and torture of Palestinian detainees, which Elon refused to condemn tonight. It does not justify any of that. It doesn't justify the tearing up of the Geneva Conventions, the defiance of international law and the ICC, and our own Leahy law. Yes, October the 7th was a war crime, but the response to a war crime is not to commit your own series of war crimes on an epic scale. 33 times as many people killed since October the 7th as were killed on October
just
the
count
7th.
the dead
And I'll say this
bodies.
to you. Look, very, very clearly, if you support this motion tonight, you are opening the gates of hell, not just in Gaza, but globally, because every dictator and tyrant around the world will say, Israel's actions were justified, and so are mine. Putin, Assad, Kim, they'll all say, Israel killed kids, Israel killed aid workers, Israel killed journalists. So can we. And I will be very clear. I will be very clear with you tonight. If you are here tonight, ladies and gents, if you're here tonight to defend what Israel's done, knowing full well what Israel has done, if you're defending the human suffering in Gaza, the amputation of little kids, if you're doing that in full knowledge, then you're not just here to defend the indefensible or justify the unjustifiable. I'm sorry, you're a sociopath. And I will say to you, please, don't be a sociopath tonight. Don't support war crimes. Don't defend a genocide. Join me and every human rights organization in the world, every humanitarian agency on the planet, every American doctor and nurse.
oh, every American doctor and nurse. Oh no, I remember that. Yeah, the people who have actually been to Gaza.
And horrendous
Okay.
motion. And on behalf of the Al-Dos family, who Elon clearly doesn't give a damn about, I beg to oppose this motion.
Al-Dos family, Gaza killed. That's what he mentioned at the beginning of the debate. Is this what he means? I don't.
And I want.
Those family 15 members, including 7 children, were killed in an Israeli airstrike. Major part of it, but Khadija Larry started in 2021 during the Unity Intifada. Oh, well, I mean, that was the 2021 conflict was a much more low-level conflict than this, but sure, okay. Dula family killing, which is a massacre, refers to the killing of 12 people in an Israeli airstrike in 2012. God, this is 2012. Why are you bringing up the 2012 thing? This was Operation Pillar Defense. I don't know if he has. What was the relative risk ratio for the 2012 war? I don't know if it's on here. Here, let me open it. Pillar Defense 2012. It was I don't want to lose it. 64.8. That is a really good relative risk. So like even if I like accept this was a massacre or whatever, like really, like like who knows why they did it, but this is like a relative risk ratio, like almost double what the current relative risk ratio for this war is. So, you know, like probably a pretty discriminate war, all things considered. Capable to kill, including 9. This says 9 children and 3 women. So is this even the same thing?
The Israeli military, it's like bringing up and was.
But I can't even find. The Israeli military kills too many children. I can't even. Can't even tell what strike he's talking about. 18 members, 17. $14 people and dozens more wounded in the attack. Is it? I don't think it's this. This was in Lebanon. Didn't he say? I think he said in Gaza. Okay, I like maybe even if like I assumed, even if I took Medison fully for granted that this was a absolute indiscriminate, or not even just indiscriminate, if this was absolute purposeful massacre of 15 civilians, like overall the war had a relative risk ratio like 68.4. So like overall this was a really discriminate war. Like, just a bit convenient to me that the 2021 skirmish began, that the Palestinian Islamic Jihad began coordinating a plan of attacking Israel by Israel's own words. So it's just a weird in the making. It's just having aftermath preview. Okay.
I am curious. Did anybody have their minds? Did anybody have their minds changed tonight by anything they heard? Wow. All right. Thanks. John Levine. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
Fire
here's
debate.
the thing. The reason I turned down John's question, we really try to preserve the integrity of what a debate is supposed to be, and it's supposed to be about the question, and it's supposed to stay on the question, and it's supposed to avoid personal attacks. But you came all this way, and Mehdi would actually, it seems, like to answer the question. So go for it. This is an extra.
In the pay of Qatar. Elon accused you of being in the pay of Qatar earlier. You took objection to that. I'd like you to be able to dispel that you're taking any money from Qatar by confirming that you're not taking money for Zateo for Qatar. Is Qatar funding Zateo? Yes or no?
It's a great question, John, because you work as a media correspondent for the New York Post. No, I'm answering your question. Patience, we waited for you. You're a media columnist for the New York Post, were you not?
I'm a political reporter for the New York Post.
You were at one time a media columnist. You should read the Washington Post interview that I did literally when Zateo was founded. And Jeremy Barr, an excellent reporter, slightly better one than you. He asked me that question.
Wow.
And I said, no, we haven't taken any money from foreign governments or foreign citizens. Every investor in Zateo is an American citizen, has nothing to do with Qatar. So nice try. Better luck next time.
I'm not like. What, do you think it's gonna change my opinion on anything? Like, I'm not gonna take the word of like people who don't want to go fight in Gaza over like all the other like reading I've done. Like, I'm sure, like, yeah, what's happening in Gaza is horrible. I understand why they don't want to go to it.
Say
like,
that they often feel branded as traitors.
By the way, since we're all in the spirit of asking questions, how do you feel about taking money from the racist Rupert Murdoch every day? All right.
distraction to play a stupid video game on video while a video interview is playing. Also for unnecessarily speeding up the audio. Epic fail, kiddo. Sorry, my brain is 10 levels above yours and can multitask whilst listening in 2x speed. Get owned.
All right. I regret taking that question.
What is their? They don't want to. What do you mean? They a return to fighting Gaza, or they were fighting in Gaza before? Is that what it is?
I regret the times this debate failed to be high-minded by two people whom I otherwise respect, and I want to say that concludes our debate. I want to thank our debaters, Ilan Levy and Mehdi Hassan. We appreciate that you did show up and that you at least talked, maybe not to one another, but at one another vigorously and vociferously. And in fact, you were listening to one another, if only to counter, but you were listening to one another, and I think that's progress. And I want to thank all of you in the audience for being here and being open to debate. And I want to thank all of the journalists who joined us as well for moving the conversation in a more interesting direction. So that is a wrap on this debate. We're open to debate. I'm John Donvan. We'll see you next time.
Oh, crazy! I'm not gonna take the word of like 2 IDF soldiers over like the other research I've done.
Israel, the ongoing conflict after Hamas's October 7th terror attack. Some 42 Israeli reservists wrote an open letter in May stating their refusal to return to Gaza. They are among thousands of Israelis who have been called up since the start of the war to fight in the Palestinian territory. 2 reservists told DW News why they're refusing to serve again.
A few months ago, Yuval Green was in Gaza serving as a combat medic. The young Israeli was called up as a reservist for the war almost immediately after the Hamas terror attacks on October 7. Today, he's one of a small group of Israeli reservists to publicly refuse in an open letter to return to Gaza. His decision came after his commander ordered his unit to burn down the home of a Palestinian family they had taken over in Gaza.
They told us to take a house we're staying at, and when we went out of it, they told us to burn it down. And we went to my commander and asked him, why are we doing that? Is there a military purpose for that? And the answers he gave were just not good enough. And I said, I'm not willing to make several families homeless, especially when there's not even a reason for that, to be able to achieve something. And the next day I left.
Even before the October 7th
Like residential homes could be a lot. Like I mean, he said his commander didn't give him a good answer, but like clearly there are legitimate military purposes to burning down even residential homes. One, because Hamas doesn't operate out of, there is no like military infrastructure in the Gaza Strip. Hamas exclusively operates out of civilian infrastructure. So like clearly, residential homes could be military infrastructure based on like their purpose or use as military infrastructure. And then secondly, just also based on their location. Like for example, again, if he was in the buffer zone that Israel is trying to build, clearly this could be a lawful thing to do if it was in the way of clearly if it was in a way of building, what the fuck is it? If it was in a way of building the buffer zone, then it could be a lawful military target regardless.
He had planned to refuse reserve duty because of his opposition to Israel's occupation of the West Bank. The horrific violence...
Anna, give him credit because he says nothing about buffer zone. Well, he didn't. He also didn't. Correct. I said he didn't say anything about buffer zone. What do you mean? I said all he said is that his commander didn't give him a good enough reason. I'm just saying that like clearly we could imagine like multiple cases where there could be a good enough reason. His commander just did not communicate it to him effectively. That was my point.
Militants made him reconsider. But while in Gaza, the atmosphere of revenge and the widespread destruction made him question his service.
I felt like the things we're seeing in Gaza cannot be justified. And when we went inside Gaza, me and my platoon became the clearest I could have seen. I mean, Israel just took all this anger and fury that they gained from knowing that their friends died or things like that, and just took it all on the Palestinian property.
Mikhail Ofasiv spent almost 2 months in a war room across the border watching grainy videos. As operations officer, he monitored the movement of troops inside Gaza, ensuring their safety and authorizing airstrikes in those areas. But once out of the war room, doubts started surfacing.
It feels very, very far away from you, because it's like kind of grungy, sometimes it's black and white. It just feels, most of the time it doesn't really feel real, But then when you go out or me specifically, when I go out of the war room, then I go to my phone, you see those pictures of aftermath, or videos of aftermath of those airstrikes. You see those people buried under the rubbles. When you start hearing really big numbers, you start asking yourself, how can it be? If we're doing such specific strikes and such a great intelligence work and everything, how can it be that there's so many casualties, so many collateral damage, right?
Mikhail says there were no clear rules of engagement for the troops in Gaza.
The whole system was built in a way that you kind of like you fire first, and then you ask the questions. Even like if you even go and ask any questions, because we did not ask any questions.
It is not easy to speak.
I mean, like, I don't know if we have enough evidence from this war to say for sure. It seems like in the past, Israel's done a decent job about this. Like, we have other testimony from people. Like, I think actually that person we were reading earlier, like Michael Smith or whatever, was behind the scenes in like 2014 in the Gaza conflict, and he like testifies to their like pretty advanced proportionality analysis. They have the MAG Corps, which are like a group of like lawyers that try to make sure like the attacks they are doing are proportional. Now, he could be correct. In this war, maybe they have abandoned them. But like it seems like in general Israel's pretty good about this stuff. Like it seems like they have pretty good standards for warnings. Asking good questions, but it's not for answers. Kind of, yeah.
Friends support them, but some brand them traitors. Although refusing to serve could land both reservists in jail, so far the IDF has taken no action.
There is a chance that they can still call me to be trialed and send me to jail. But I remember thinking very clearly, and I still feel that way, that I'd rather sit in jail than do whatever we did there.
Seeing the sheer destruction in Gaza was also one of the reasons Yuval gave for refusing reservist duty there.
Driving on a road with one of those military vehicles, you look to your right, you look to your left, and all you see is ruined buildings. Now, some of them were ruined for certain military purposes, I guess. Some of them were ruined because they found, terrorist infrastructure below them, tunnels or stuff like that. I saw tunnels with my own eyes. So it is something that's happening. But Israel is definitely not trying to be surgical enough to make Gaza a place that would be livable afterwards.
The IDF rejected the allegations by Green and Offensive and said their rules of engagement were subject to Israeli and international law. They added, the destruction of buildings is done with the appropriate means. Actions done otherwise and not as a result of operational needs are contrary to the army's orders and the IDF's values and are examined. For both Yuval and Michael, one of the main reasons for speaking out is to push the government for a ceasefire agreement to end the war and bring home the remaining hostages in Gaza.
We have deals on the table. We've had deals on the table since December. Clear deals that say the war would end. We'll do a ceasefire. All the hostages would be returned to Israel, and then Israeli soldiers would cease dying. And I think something very important in addition to that, the fact that Palestinians would stop going through a living hell that they have been going through in Gaza.
They know that they are a tiny minority among reservists, but they hope to spark at least a debate within Israeli society.
I'm joined now by Uriel Avalov. He's an associate professor of politics at Tel Aviv University. His research focuses on nationalism and questions of legitimacy and morality. Professor, it's good to have you with us. The reservists that we just saw in our report, they say that they often feel branded as traitors inside Israel.
I mean,
is that the case?
Should definitely not be branded as traitors in Israel, but Israel is a pretty nationalist society. I imagine it would be quite hard for them, yeah.
Is there a certain swath of society in Israel that would see them as traitors? How much acceptance is there for people who say, no, we don't want to serve?
I think your reporter designated it right. They are a relatively tiny minority within Israel. Among the reservists, the overwhelming majority of reservists still go and carry out the commands that they are being given. There is a segment of Israeli society who would regard those reservists who decline to serve in Gaza as traitors. These two are relatively marginal minority within Israel society. I think many can understand the motivations behind their decline to serve, but again, the overwhelming majority still go and serve in the IDF. Those who are called to serve in the IDF and do go to serve in Gaza as well.
Would you say that the IDF's actions in Gaza, are they scrutinized critically inside Israel?
If you trust his commander's judgment, while dismissing his goodwill by asking questions, he just said that his commander did not provide him with good enough answers. I'm just saying it's within the realm of possibility, at least, that his commander actually had a good answer. I don't know. I have to have more information, But I just don't see evidence that okay, here's the thing. I don't see evidence as a matter of policy that Israel is doing things like purposefully targeting civilians or purposefully burning down homes for the sole purpose of burning down his homes. I don't see evidence that's happening as a matter of policy. So in order to overcome that, my intuition, I don't want to call this an intuition. In order to overcome the fact that there doesn't seem to be good evidence that they're doing this as a matter of policy, I'm probably going to need evidence that they actually did not have good reason to do it, and they were doing it for the purpose of burning down the civilian home. That's what you'd have to show me to overcome the burden. I'm just suggesting we should see this from the commander's point of view. Culture, if lying is integrated in IDF. Oh, I bet, sure. Ingrained in IDF.
Perhaps not as much as they should. Since the war started, there is enough indication that the army could be more judicial in affecting with its full force, less than what it has, when it comes to damaging civilians, both human life and properties. There is some scrutiny going on, but perhaps not sufficient. And I think the role of these letters, this is of course a tiny minority, and as the reporter said, it's about bringing up to public consciousness, to public discourse, the possibility that we may have stepped too far in what we should have.
Mm-hmm. How does the IDF, deal with criticism coming from within its own ranks? I mean, is there place for that at all?
There is a place for that, but I think that the response that you have received, that the IDF abide by international law and domestic law as well, I think are being investigated. This is by and large the way that the IDF has been framing it also for inward consumption. And by and large, it has worked. I mean, most Israelis do support the IDF, much more than they support their government, for that matter. So there is not, until now at least, much of a debate about the means in which the IDF carry out the mission. And the main reason, of course, is that the mission, at this point at least, is unclear. And it has been unclear for several months now. But that is more to do with the government than with the IDF itself.
Mm-hmm. And we know that the polls showed the vast majority of Israelis, they support the military operation in the Gaza Strip. Some even say that the military operation doesn't go far enough. So in your opinion, does that explain why we are talking about these reservists who represent just a tiny fraction of the serving population?
Look, there is a great frustration in Israel. Obviously, October 7 was a great shock, and people want to see as much as possible the IDF carrying out an operation that will make sure that something like October 7 or any other iteration thereof would not be possible. And there is a great frustration because with all the might of the IDF, there seems to be no way out of it. And there is no way out of it because the IDF, other than trying to damage Hamas capability as much as possible, cannot replace Hamas as a governing body in Gaza. And the Israeli government refuses to have any other body, Palestinians or even taking hold of the Gaza Strip. So we are facing a situation, many of the reservists allude to that in their letter, that they were asked to eradicate Hamas in a certain area of the Gaza Strip, left that area, and being summoned again to the reserve a couple of months later to do the same sort of job. And that has been the case precisely because there is no one else to replace Hamas. You can't have a void. Okay. And this is what we have created again and again. A void, and Hamas takes over again and again.
Professor Uriel Avalov from Tel Aviv University, unfortunately we're out of time, but we appreciate your analysis today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wild. Where's the personal safety by confronting his commander? He could have been eliminated by his rabid nationalist colleagues upon learning confrontation. I don't know if they, I don't know. can we find a case of someone executing an Israeli soldier for asking his IDF commander if they had proper reason for burning down a Palestinian home? I don't know if that's a common or expected thing. I don't know. I don't know. Like, damn. Why would they disconnect me, bro? I was fucking playing that shit. Until we got distracted. Oh, fuck, it's broken. Oh, fuck. So you probably expect retaliation is uncommon in militaries confronting commanders. They are probably dead? What? I you know, maybe you could be right. I admit, I don't know. I just don't think it's that. Intuitively, I feel like it would not be that common of a thing of if somebody asks questions to their commander that they are killed. Those are confronted about or targeted. Like, what? What is this? Oh, it's a terrorist thing. Okay, so let's put both of these in the... Trump econ policy thing. We read that. This is pretty long, but we'll put the chart in here. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh wait, do I need that? I do need that. Okay. Put that here. You think Commander took confrontation as a normal part of reputation and management? I don't think he killed him. I don't think it's common that people, if you can like link something, that like maybe you're right. I think it's, I don't still think it's common for people to be fucking killed. I'm curious. Okay, set it baseline terror set 10%, sometimes 20%. We estimate terrorists would raise 2.7 trillion in a decade. From a central estimate, 2.5 trillion from a 10% universal baseline tariffs. Our low cost estimate of 4.3 trillion assumes a 20% baseline tariffs, while central low cost estimates do not incorporate macro dynamic effects of tariffs to do account for changes in trade behavior. Our high cost is estimated 2 trillion. Okay, so they are accounting for trade behavior changes. High cost estimate also incorporates revenue loss from potential dynamic effects. Tax Foundation estimates that 10% universal tariffs and 6% Chinese tariffs would reduce GDP by roughly 1.2%. Importantly, such significant change to trade policy would have economic and geopolitical repercussions to go beyond what a standard tax model would estimate due to the novelty of this policy. Its true economic impact is hard to predict. Usually, there are accidents-friendly fire that I like you. I don't know how we would ever go about proving that. If you can link anything on it, I'll take a look at it. I just doubt it is a common thing. What did I copy? Oh, I copied. Yes. All right. I don't know. What do we want to do? We want to fucking read another IHL chapter? Probably. Did I even finish the last one? I don't remember. I think I did. Yeah, because okay, yeah, I did. Good. Alright, I'll be back in a second. We get drinks. 2 caffeine drinks. I think I had 3 today, actually. I think I'm probably over the caffeine limit, but whatever. Oh, my Evil Morty shirt, you can see. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I'm hot. Actually, wait, I forgot. I got a fucking L desk. For this desk here for a reason. Put it there. So I no longer throw shit on my bed, and then my bed gets dirty, then I have to change my sheets. And I'm lazy as fuck. Why did I ever want to change my sheets? I change my sheets relatively often. I have a pretty low tolerance for fucking shit in my bed when I'm trying to sleep. Why won't this book open? Hello. There we go. Terms of conflict. Okay. Types of armed conflict. How long is this one? Alright, so it's longer than the other ones. Why is it longer? I feel like I already know. I feel like... Okay, wait. There's that other ITL shit I wanted to read on occupation. We could read that as well. And then there was one other... Fuck, what was it? It was the IHL on occupation. IHL on occupation. Fuck, I feel like there's another one. Oh, it was about Israel's right to self-defense that I wanted to read as well. I forget where I put that one. Okay, hold on. We're reading that first because this is fucking long-ass chapter. Oh, that's wrong. Okay. 18% is where this is. Okay, so. Palestine. Occupation. And then I believe in targeting and distinction, I have the other article, I believe. This. And what is this one? I guess we'll read both of these probably. Jesus, that's about 1,000 words. This chapter, I don't know. I got a lot of stuff here. Okay. Israel's right to self-defense against Hamas. I think it was probably like literally one of the first ones they wrote, but Readin post here and here. I read this one, some of it. No, I probably read most of it. I need to read all of it, but I did read this one. I think. I did read this one. Have discussed Israel's right to use force by way of self-defense against Hamas following the October 7th attacks. The gist of the first post's argument now is notwithstanding caveats is the right to self-defense provided in Article 51 of the UN Charter. It is an exception to the rule prohibiting the use of armed force enshrined in Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter, and that self-defense applies only when the prohibition of the use of force is engaged. Based on the construction review claims that whether Article 2, Section 4, and consequently Article 51 aptly defends on whether Palestine already existed as a state and Gaza was a sovereign territory. By implication, if Palestine is not a state, Gaza is not a sovereign territory. Article 2, Section 4 does not apply, and consequently neither does Article 51. And it's supposed to want to challenge these views and claim that 1, the right to self-defense is not dependent on Article 2, Section 40 of the UN Charter, but is a freestanding primary rule of international law, and 2, that self-defense can be exercised against non-state actors. In order to do this, I explained the morphology of the right to self-defense. I mean, we read that other thing earlier that I brought up earlier, too. Like, you have a right to seek legitimate interest in occupation and a war created in self-defense, and that is supported by UN Resolution 242. But anyway, okay. The post argues that 1, the right to self-defense is not dependent on Article 2, Section 40 of the UN Charter, and that the self-defense can be exercised against non-state actors. There is no doubt that self-defense as formulated in Article 51 of the UN Charter and customary law is a right that belongs to states. Article 51 refers to an inherent right of self-defense, which the International Court of Justice tried to circumscribe by interpreting the word inherent as referring to customary law, paramilitary activity. That's a citation. Even such a construction in the case of self-defense has a long pedigree beyond the Charter. Moreover, the right is expressed in absolute terms. Quote, nothing in the Charter shall impair the inherent right of self-defense, which also includes Article 2, Section 4, and the prohibition of the use of force. Okay. So, Article 51 refers to an inherent right of self-defense. Okay, so self-defense as described in Article 51 of the UN Charter is a right that belongs to states and also reflects customary law. Article 51 refers to an inherent right of self-defense, which the ICJ tried to circumscribe by interpreting the word inherent as referring to customary law. Even such construction in the case of self-defense is a long pedigree beyond the Charter. Inherent right of self-defense. And even if this is simply meant to indicate it is customary law, it implies self-defense is a long pedigree beyond the Charter. Moreover, the right is expressed in absolute terms. Nothing in the Charter shall impair the right of self-defense, which also includes Article 2, Section 4, and the use of force. Isn't this... I thought this was... What? This is Article... This is just Article 51, right? Yeah, this is just Article 1. Okay, well, that's a weird way of phrasing it, but okay. Okay. Expressed in absolute terms, which includes Article 2, Section 4 of the Prohibition. Second, a self-defense is a freestanding right and primary international law containing a... Do I even... This is just restate. I don't think I need that. It's a freestanding right and primary international law containing a permission to use force. See this excellent post. What the fuck is this? Self-defense is an exception to the principle of non-force, debunking the myth. We'll get there. Such force is lawful per se, and I don't know what ab initio means. No. From the beginning, from inception. As primary rule, the right to self-defense is legally disentangled from Article 2, Section 4, is not an exception to Article 2, Section 4. A view is supported by 1, the way it is formulated in the UN Charter, in absolute terms, and 2, the wording of Article 2, Section 4, which does not say that the use of force is prohibited except in case of self-defense, and 3, it's placed in Chapter 7, 5, 6, 7, yeah, of the UN Charter, which provides for lawful uses of force, namely Security Council enforcement action, the use of force by regional organizations, and by and the use of force by way of self-defense. Furthermore, in its jurisprudence, the ICJ has not linked self-defense to a violation of Article 2, Section 4, but rather associated the lawfulness of self-defense by looking at its components, namely the existence of an armed attack, proportionality, and necessity. Okay. Arming Christianly lost soldiers charged with violent crimes to lead. Yeah, this is probably the fairest criticism of Israel. Is they don't punish their soldiers hard enough. Or is this about the Palestinian... Did it say unheated? I thought I saw it said like unheated cell or unheated column. Okay.
I don't know. You can maybe read that in a bit. Here, let me write it down. Okay. Okay. Here, should I say? Okay. Self-defense is a freestanding right in primary or international law containing a permission to use force. It's a freestanding right and freestanding right in international law or of international law. Containing a permission to use force. War is bad for society. What? A good reason to criticize military approach instead of seal border and immediately start process if remove Palestinian prisoners from administrative detention, stopping torture, lifting blockade, freezing for acceleration pathway. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Okay. Getting a permission to use force. And such force is lawful per se. And this, which I'll just write in parentheses. Oops. I'll write in parentheses because I know I'm going to forget. From inception. It's a primary to rule the right to self-defense. It's legally disentangled from Article 2, Section 4. Is not an exception to Article 2, Section 4, a view supported by the view that the right to self-determination is legally disentangled from it, rather than an exception to it. Is supported by 1, the way it is formulated in the UN Charter. 2, the wording Article 264 does not say about not say that its use is prohibited except in case of self-defense. And 3, the place in Chapter 7 of the UN Charter provides lawful use of force, namely Security Council Enforcement Action Plan, the use of force by regional organizations, and away forces, and the use of force by way of self-defense. Okay, so we'll do this. The way it's worded in absolute terms, the wording Article 2 Section 4 does not say that the use of force is prohibited except in cases of self-defense. 3. It's placed in Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, which provides for lawful use of force, namely Security Council enforcement action and the use of force by regional organizations and the use of force by way of self-defense. The ICJ is not linked, it's not linked self-defense to a violation of Article 264, but rather assess the lawfulness of self-defense by looking at its components, namely the existence of armed attack, proportionality, and necessity. Abolish the UN and its law is true. Third, self-defense is not an international sanction. It's not a reaction to a prior breach of international law. If self-defense was a reaction to a illicit, countermeasures and self-defense would conceptually collapse into each other. Instead, the aim of self-defense is to permit states to defend themselves against armed attacks and not hold the author of the attack to account or punish them. Is law anything if not enforceable, even worse, selectively enforced? Listen, they've enforced it a few times. We had the Yugoslav tribunals, okay? Listen, everyone has signed on to the original Geneva Conventions, and most states have signed on to the additional protocols. Israel hasn't signed on to the additional protocols, but some things in the additional protocols reflect customary international law, and people have been prosecuted for customary international law violations in the past. They do it sometimes. It happens. So occasionally. From time to time. Oh, it makes it worse that it's like, I mean, you're not entirely wrong there, but why does it think this isn't a word? Is it like the British spelling? Or what? I was gonna add it to my dictionary because I copy and pasted it, so it should be. Yeah, I'm assuming it's the British spelling, considering that's the British spelling in it. Okay. I don't really understand what this means. Self-defense is not an international sanction. It's not a reaction to a prior breach of international law. If self-defense were a reaction to a illicit...
Delict.
A violation of law of tort. I'm gonna ask Perplexity for a little help with this one. I think I understand what they're saying. I can understand like the second sentence. It's not a reaction to a prior breach of international law. Self-defense or reaction to a delict or whatever. Countermeasure self-defense. I can kind of understand what this means. I don't really know what it means by international sanction here. Make this make sense to me. Dumb pea brain. Self-defense is not. Self-defense is not a punishment. Self-defense isn't meant to punish the attacker. It's not a response to breaking laws. It's not about responding to a country that broke international. Okay. Okay. Here's the way I'm going to phrase it. Self-defense is distinct from... I understand more what they mean by it's not a international sanction. It's distinct from countermeasures. They should have just called it countermeasures because it isn't like international sanctions is an example of countermeasures. Do you ever fear being the victim of a mass shooting? Not regularly or anything. Like there was like a single time, like at my school, like we had already had, I forget what the action was that day, but like we had already had like some gun threat that day, and like our school was on lockdown for most of the day, and then like we all went to lunch and some alarm sound during lunch. That like I was like, oh shit, something might happen here. But like that was resolved within like 10 seconds or something. Like it went off and like it was a mistake. But like even then I wasn't like that. Like I mean your first reaction is to be in denial always. So like I don't think I was really that concerned about it, but that's the only time a thought really like crossed my mind though. So it is not meant to punish the attacker, but instead the aim of self-defense is to permit states to defend themselves against armed attacks. Okay, thank you, Perplexity, for making it make sense. For self-defense is triggered by a factual occurrence, an armed attack. Whether an armed attack... I remember reading about this before. Yeah. Clearly, whether an armed attack happens is like a factual thing, and that automatically activates the right of self-defense, regardless of if actions are done by states or by organized armed groups, or... Yeah. Factual occurrence, an armed attack. Whether an armed attack exists does not depend on the status of its author as a state, contrary to the ICJ's opinion. This is evident from the wording Article 51, which does not define the author of the armed attack, but only the triggering of the event. Okay. Self-defense is triggered by a factual occurrence an armed attack does not depend on the status of the attacker as a state, as evident from the wording of Article 51 itself. I don't know where I read it. I might have read a bit out of the occupation thing. Also, an armed attack is not conterminous, sharing a common boundary, having the same era context meeting. An armed attack is not, I already forgot how to pronounce it, conterminous with a violation of Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter. When the ICJ defined an armed attack as a grave use of force, it provided a description of the nature of an armed attack by using factual qualifications, such a scale and effects. This means there are no restrictions as to who can commit armed attacks. It can be state or non-state actor. Okay, so I don't like that they use this word. An armed attack does not necessarily violate Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter. When the ICJ defined a grave attack as grave use of force, provided a description of the nature of an armed attack by using factual qualifications. meaning there is no restrictions to who can commit an armed attack. Fifth, the right to self-defense. Or 6 hour stream already this time. Yeah, I know. Sleep skills are broken, like I said, like the title says. Welcome back, Bob Marley. Self-defense as a right is exercised against the author of an armed attack, which, as said, can be a state or non-state actor. Okay, that's simple. All this means Israel has the right to act in self-defense against Hamas because because the conditions for triggering the right to self-defense have been fulfilled. There was an armed attack, and Hamas was the author of the armed attack, of the October 7th armed attack. This is regardless of whether Article 2, Section 4 is implicated or the status of Hamas as a non-state actor. Qualifications. All right. Conditions. The conditions for Israel are, no, I'll phrase it how they phrase it. These conditions are clearly met by the October 7th armed attack. Israel has a right to act in self-defense against Hamas. This regardless of whether Article 264 is implicated for the status of Hamas as a non-state actor. At this juncture, it's important to consider the implications of the argument which pairs self-defense in Article 2, Section 4. States that suffer armed attack by non-state actors will not be able to defend themselves because Article 2, Section 4 does not apply to non-state actors. It can be argued that at least territorial non-state actors should be bound by customary law prohibiting the use of force because of the importance of this role for international legal order, peace, and security. If this view is accepted to construction put forward, pairing Article 2, Section 4 and Article 51 will apply. However, since this proposition has not been accepted because states have many reservations in accepting non-state actors as their counterparts, contending that self-defense depends on the prohibition of the use of force, creates a dangerous legal and factual gap that can be exploited by non-state actors and their state sponsors to attack states with impunity. Okay. Pairing Articles 2, Section 4 and 51. Creates a dangerous and factual gap which can be exploited by non-state actors and their state sponsors to attack states with impunity. Self-defense is a circumstance precluding wrongfulness. The question to consider now is whether Israel can exercise its right to self-defense against Hamas if Palestine, including Gaza, exists as a state but is not involved at all in Hamas's attack. Put differently, the question is whether Israel can take self-defense against Hamas on Palestinian territory. In my opinion, the answer is the affirmative. Next question to consider is if Israel has a right to exercise self-defense against Hamas in Palestinian territory. As explained earlier, Israel has the right to use force by way of self-defense against Hamas as the perpetrator of the armed attack, whereas its intrusion with Palestinian territory and the violation of its sovereignty will be excused by self-defense as a circumstance precluding the wrongfulness according to Article 21 of the Articles of Responsibility for State. What the fuck is this? Failed to... Okay, awesome. Oh, it loaded. Okay. Never heard of this before. The wrongfulness of an act of state is precluded if the act constitutes a lawful measure of self-defense taken in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. Okay, so it still relies on the UN Charter, but... Whereas its intrusion within Palestinian territory in violation of sovereignty will be excused by self-defense as a circumstance precluding wrongfulness. Assuming Israel has the right to use force by way of self-defense against Hamas, it's its intrusion into Palestinian territory in violation of sovereignty is excused by self-defense as a circumstance precluding wrongfulness according to Article 21 of the additional responsibility for states and wrongful acts. Article 21 is a secondary rule dealing with the consequences of breaching international law. The role of Article 21... wait, I had it open on the other one, but... So I'll quote it, which states... And then I'll add down here. Article 21, secondary rule dealing with the consequences of breach of international law. The role of Article 21 is to excuse the responsibility of a state for any incidental violation of international obligations committed during the exercise of the primary right to self-defense. In this case, it would be the breach of Palestinian sovereignty occasioned by the acts of self-defense, provided, of course, that sovereignty is a rule of international law. Otherwise, no state would be able to defend itself against non-state attacks because non-state actors are always located within states and thus would be protected. Would be protected by sovereignty rules unless the course of the territorial state. Consensus such action is unable or unwilling. Without this exception, I'm going to bullet a few of these things. Okay. One can say that Article 21 of that, I don't care about saying the acronym, is not applicable in this case because it only applies to the relations between the attacking states and the defending state, whereas Palestine is not the attacking state. This view is not, however, correct. First, Article 21, as a secondary rule, is of general application and thus applies to any incidental breach of international obligations occasioned by the exercise of the right to self-defense. Secondly, Article 21 is parasitic on the primary rule of self-defense, but does not define primary rule. Okay, so Article 21 of is applicable only applies to the relations between the attacking and defending states, whereas Palestine is not the attacking state. Despite the fact that Palestine is not the attacking state, because one, Article 21 as a secondary rule of general application thus applies to any general application and applies to any incidental breach of international obligations occasioned by the exercise rights of self-defense. And two, Article 21 is parasitic on a primary rule, but it's not defined primary rule. That makes sense. Maybe it's better to do this. How self-defense is defined and what its scope is a matter for the primary rule. Because self-defense covers non-state armed attacks, even on the territory of states, Article 21 will consequently apply. That having been said, okay, so I guess we'll add, like, down here. How self-defense is defined and what its scope is a matter for the primary rule, which provides that non-state armed attacks, even on the territory of third states, which provides that self-defense covers non-state acts, even on the territory of third states. That having been said, it should be noted that incidental breach of sovereignty will be excused only if the self-defense action stays within the confines of self-defense. This is important. This is an important caveat, which I will not explore in this post, but I refer to the post mentions in the introduction. Conclusion. The main takeaway from the post is that the right to self-defense is primary rule of international law. It's not dependent on Article 2, Section 4 of the use of armed force. It is also a right which is triggered by a factual event, an armed attack, and it's exercised against the author of an attack, be it a state or non-state actor, if a state takes self-defense action against non-state actors on the territory of a state which is not implicated in the attack, the incidental breach of that state's sovereignty is excused by self-defense as circumstance precluding the wrongfulness according to the law of state responsibility, provided that the action stays within the boundaries of self-defense. This shows that there is no gap between international law when faced with non-state attacks, and the right to self-defense demonstrates full potential. Jesus, wild. Okay, I think I'm probably gonna make a page for this. What's a good logo for self-defense? A cop, maybe. Just do a military helmet. Okay. All of these should be here. So they don't need to be there. And then... So we'll have this one first. Read that one next. And then we should have that occupation one here too. Because that also goes over the right to self-defense within an occupation. And maybe the Made for Israel ISL thing here too. So we can do that, and then we can have that there. And then slash toggle heading 3. Wait, are these heading 2? No, that's heading. It's gotta be heading 3, right? Probably have this here. Wait, this is heading 2 though. Wait, is it? Wait. That's gotta be heading 2. Yeah, it looks better. Okay. So that there. Don't need that part of it. Toggle heading 2. Participation in hostilities during belligerent occupation. Have this here. Don't need that. That too, I guess. Okay, hold on. I don't need the human shield section of this one here. This is the Made for Israel ITL thing, so all of this is still here, so I can delete the sections I don't need from this. So I just have that. And then this. No, wait, ups. Okay, this mentioned 2 posts. I think did I have both of them? I have that one. I don't think I have this one. No, I do have this one. No, yes I do. This is what I just had. Yeah, what I just went over. Okay. I do have that one. Do they mention any other post? I don't think they do. Okay. What is this? Okay. I got distracted. I don't know if we'll read. Okay, wait. Okay, did read some of this one. Oh, I have the response to it listed here. Okay. Well, I don't need that. But clearly, I did not read that much of this one. All right, well, we'll pick it up later today, probably. We'll see. We'll see. Probably later today. Okay, well, or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Thanks, everyone, for watching. I appreciate you guys watching me. I love streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. I will see. Yeah. If you have not followed, hit that follow button now so you can get notified when I go live. So hang out again. Go to the YouTube channel if you have not. We need 1,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. Also, I post cool stuff in there. I'm almost at it. I'm like 150 subs away. If you have not gone to the YouTube channel, sub to the YouTube channel. Excellent on YouTube and chat. It's also just not fun. Yeah, cool stuff is posted there. So go to that. Why is everyone streaming pro-Palestine? There's not a single Hasbara supporter here. Go to the fucking majority report. All right, again, yeah, thanks for watching. Appreciate everyone stopping by. I'm probably just gonna take a shower, and then take a walk, and then probably gonna fucking stream again. I need a break. Cause my tooth is broken. Okay, anyway, see you guys. Thanks.